佢啦，屌！
後面炒得好勁啊！
係啊，後邊炒緊晒啊，成
哇，後面塞車喎，應該冇揾咗喎後面。
嗰個高手炒緊咗啊，嗰個四眼仔。
啊，我知邊個？
後面炒車啊！
我平時中意睇嗰個。
睇佢嗰個係啊，佢排30幾起步嘅都。
揸報紙好撚快啊！嗰個
係啊，揸報紙多字啊！哦，揸住有個隊友都炒埋。
Oh my god！
係咪啊？唔係喎，佢睇前邊嘅。
個啲拉花都幾靚。哇！呢部拉你51號炒到好撚金喎。哇！轉翻轉啦！
係咪未開啊？而家即係未可以入片。
你可以入機，你可以入機啊，但係
未計數。
佢應該唔係咁計嘅喎，要開入幾多次機咩？會爛到連攞揸唔到啊！呢家。
What's going on? The toe links on that car are broken. It is incredibly hard to steer. Rear end problems to boot as well. And look at that. Drivers just trying to
cut over straight. He's
completely
down
inside that race car. I thought it was a red flag.
哇！後邊嗰啲咁撚快衝上嚟嘅，第13啊，而家排緊。
Scuderia Ferrari 51.
哇！波住仲係黃旗嘅點解？
咁佢哋 team 有 Sky 有 Kyo 仲有邊個？
仲有一個
知名嘅
哦，即係未見過啊！
未夾過啊！
哦，
咁俾人使咩人？
神
龍未夾都未撚夾過，頭先呢條之後鬧。
係，條神龍啊！
你成日嗌佢哋都冇人有反應嘅，佢哋個波冇反應。
零 TC 嗰架麥記上緊咗20。
哇！後邊嗰架拉力好撚快喎，一嘢就衝緊咗上嚟啊！
哇！你喺揸條喺度撞緊到，避都冇得避啊！
我睇翻揸條喺度冇得避喎，撞啊！
勁炸！
你有冇開直播啊？
有啊！而家睇緊個重播啊！
人哋仔有啊！嗰邊喺度
真係避到嘅。
係啊，真係啱啱避嗰個拉里。
哇！後邊嗰個黑色拉力好撚快喎，衝上嚟。
都好驚。
一嘢就衝撚咗上嚟。
哇！呢啲人第6嗰個嘢都未見過喎，唔錯喎。
Because you're still trying to get every little bit that you possibly can.
Yeah, of course. And there's 2 championships here. So
哇！嗰個拉里屌全程都收車着數嘅喎，一嘢就黐埋嚟。
So it's not as bad as it looks there.
你個彎心啊！
影翻個重播你睇下。
The second in the championship, number 51 car,
炒好多架嗰度。
Unfortunately, not having the greatest of days. So this really does, well, where Lamborghini Esports are. They're a bit further down the order. I'm not too sure exactly where the Lamborghini Esports are. In the championship, the Pro Championship, aren't really expecting the race win right now, which has just opened things up massively from the get-go.
Yeah, it certainly was an expensive incident for a lot of teams that previously in a decent spot or maybe needed a decent run. I will say this about George Boothby for they are in P10 in the class, which is not the end of the world, but they do have to be careful because they're racing cars that are not in their class. They've got to pass quite a few of them, and everybody's amped up at this point in the race. They've got to play real cool here, otherwise they could end up just like Scuderia Ferrari.
唔係啊，佢39.7咋，就排到啦。緊張啊，可能啲人係佢個場地都唔係好熱，唔係好咩啫嘛，22度啫嘛，同平時都差唔多。
哇，好撚刺激
啊！Around Car Army right now, we're on board again with Mollinger, Camille Pavlovsky then.
9個鐘啊，有排鬥啦，慢慢睇。
Saint-Lock Racing or Santalock?
睇到今晚凌晨3點。
I don't know. It's probably Santalock. He's He's from the European region. He's Polish.
後面架拉里好似跟翻節奏嚟啊！
Nice and cool. Austin, by the way, is flying away.
揸住啊，無限輪迴咁係咁睇緊嗰個。
撞到豬皮嘅應該都係嘅。
佢係好似佢個隊友撩炒嘅。
Certainly is. One of the cars into the pit lane. Did I spy a Lamborghini coming in? It was the number 60 in the pit lane this time. Probably got a piece of that early incident
and is deciding to come in now. We saw that at Bathurst, the pit strategy was all over the place based on incidents. Speaking of the virtual drivers by TX3 car, the 333, you can very clearly see the front of that Aston is askew and a little bit of damage, the hood flapping in the breeze.
Yeah, it looks like I've sat on that one. Unfortunately, that is damage that might not be repairable. Yeah, not a great indeed. Oh, it's car in the face. That's Ferrari, isn't it? Ferrari in the background has just spun it round. So yeah, Dirkhoff, who we were just on board with, having a nice little battle with Mollinger, unfortunately facing the wrong way. So number freebies then, as John Lacey Esports are now joining in behind.
John
Lacey Esports, Valentin Barrier for Yaz Heat then is in P36.
Wow,
they dropped positions, even though they must have been involved in that earlier on. Because I think they've dropped positions, even though obviously a load of cars are coming to the pits, which is not ideal for my prediction group.
No, there was a lot of cars involved. Maybe at some point we'll have a cohesive list, but just assume in the final third of the field it was an absolute melee there. But can I just say about Barbecue, that's the second car we've seen have a spin, have a major incident there, and maybe that one even unassisted. Barbecue, absolutely no picnic here today.
Well, so we're going to have a replay of the start here, so I wonder whether we're going to be able to see.
Officially,
the first guy was Jacob Osterman, who just did everything perfectly. He would have been a little bit nervous, I'm sure, but he knows Darren McCormack's a bit of a, well, not a danger. Danger's the wrong word. But you know he's going to make a move if he gets that opportunity. So get across his bonnet, make it very difficult for him, and then you can look to build. This, you know, a 9-hour race is all about making sure you build some strong foundations at the start and then work from that moving forward. See some lovely side-by-side action. But here is where it just checks up. Oh, again, I just missed that. It's a little bit too far to the right of the screen. Not sure whether he was in contact with anybody else. I think Sherrod spun, and that basically then caused Friday night. It was ridiculous.
Certainly was an incredible scene there. One of the cars, of course, completely upside down as well. Some people, when they see they're unaware that the cars can go upside down, but certainly can.
I've never seen it.
Yeah, I mean, you never want to see it, but unfortunately, it can happen. The dust settling here. Osterman, by the way, talking about that initial start, that was just an excellent job by Osterman there. Had a nice little gap, was able to slide over in front of I'm pretty sure that was. And Cormac made a move down to the inside at the time, and that really paid off for them. But just a cool customer, and Osterman able to hang on to that now, trying to build on that gap. It's got about a second.
I'm sure he would have been a little bit surprised with the in the talent pool we've got.
佢 Aston Martin 俾人撞到個車頂喺個地下度，個兩個四個轆向咗天啊！屌你，
咪吸撚咗咯，反撚咗咯，嗰啲要叫吸啊嘛，
真係飲撚到笑呢個真係。
I didn't like that, to be completely honest there. I think it's a little bit over the line for me. I'm wondering if the stewards will have a look at that. But yeah, talking about Osterman, I think he would have been a little bit surprised there, but sometimes it just takes an exceptional qualifying session or exceptional race for your brain to trigger and go, I'm good enough to be competing at this level, and then you just see a different driver from then on out. Is this the defining moment for Osterman? Is this him announcing himself as one of the very best in the world of ACC esports?
Yeah, he certainly could be. And of course, too, your heart rate's up at the start of a race like this. You're in an unfamiliar position with Ripperman Racing, leading the field to the green. Osterman in a position where certainly he's been before, but maybe not at this level. The echelon of esports racing.
You not
only getting away, building a little gap. Every time you see that gap start to go out a little bit,
stop and go 30秒，
just keep everyone behind.
又賺一個位。
Confidence goes up just a little bit, but just as I've said that,
前邊有個
nearly a quarter of a second gain for Cormac.
Yeah, Dara is a monster. There's no other way to put it. He is again, like I say, he's probably the best. He won the Logitech McLaren G Challenge on ACC a few months ago. Like, he's won multiple titles on this sim. Like, this is his speciality. He's on other sims as well. He's just a ridiculously talented driver. He's still only very young.
隻 game 嘅問題。
McCormack have now both got
McCormack 同頭車兩個子圈喎。 一樣。
Well, now they're just showing off just a little bit. That's
嗰啲冇乜參考價值啊，唔睇。
Obviously, it's a running order, but the magenta background indicates the quickest lap, and when multiple cars have it, they both.
嗰啲係我理解唔到嘅水準嚟，睇嚟都冇用。
But the top two, that is absolutely incredible. That means that they both
ran死啊！頭先 qualify 好似冇 save 到 replay 添。
Same lap as well, so absolutely matching each other. Incredible scenes. Maybe we might be in a duel today to see who gets that fastest lap. They're going.
嗰日玩45分鐘嗰個南非兩隻手硬鳩晒。
For Alexander, and stop go penalty. You can only get that for speeding in the pit lane, right?
擰撚晒頭，黑晒面。
But he's P11.
搞咩事？
頭先佢先笑完喎，笑
8號就係佢嗰架咩？
唔係，後邊炒撚晒啊嘛，避唔撚到嘛。
炒邊咗啊？頭先
起碼30幾架車炒撚晒。
OK。
係頭先 Sky 仔真係尾班車過咗，超好。
啊，都變補下尾沙板㗎，其實好彩冇事啫。
係啊，嗰架車跣喎，嗰架法拉利跣住咁樣喐喎。
Just kept the loud pedal down, didn't he? Just kept the loud pedal down. Oh yeah, share it. Again, I thought share it.
睇唔到啊 Sky 仔避開咗手甩嗰度。
其實冇避啊，佢一路沿住側邊彈，好彩掂唔到嘅啫。
係咯，我見佢
冇位避㗎啦，佢已經。
冇扭軚啊，係咯，我見佢直彈。
係啊，完全冇位避㗎嗰一下係。
女神
係頂天佑命喎，係啊，女神轉身眷顧。
Folks, you were here when you saw it because it's the first time I've ever seen it in SRO competition. And it's one of the harshest penalties, probably the harshest penalty I've ever seen handed out. And quite a large incident deemed at fault there. Make up your own opinions at home. But yeah, that certainly paints a picture, doesn't it?
It certainly does, mate. It certainly does. I just find this very interesting in terms of the leaders for the pro class. Osterman, they DNF'd last time, so they've got 0 points in this championship. Dara McCormack, they only have 13 points, so they weren't fighting for right at the front. Tinker van der Velde, they've only got 3 points from the previous round. Kamil Pavlovsky, they currently have 11 points for the ITV Santalock Racing team. So they're currently battling up there for the lead.
咁啊，唔知邊個始作俑者係前排啲車出事先嘅喎。
28號
Yeah, it's one of those things where if you had a really good round one, you really just need to keep building on that momentum. But it really, to this point, very early on, it hasn't amounted to anything. You've got the opposite effect. Those that didn't have a result or a good result for round number one, they're near the front of the field. They're the ones trying to get back in this. You're probably going, if this continues on, obviously a long way to go in the race today. You're going to have a lot of ties in the championship points probably going into round number 3. And certainly if you had a bad round number 1 and it hasn't gone your way so far today, then again, it's going to be probably, let's all be honest, too big of a hole to dig out of.
係齋在前一名嗰架。
就係前面嗰架。
唔係，
嗰個 Benz 喎。
嗰架中 penalty，而家喺 pit 度 stop and go 緊啊！嗰架嘢法拉利廠隊嚟㗎。
唔係喎，就係見佢而家個位定穩咗，
Well, sorry, it was Perella and Walsingham. So Walsingham trying to get in.
就係撞炒前面嘅拉
力。後邊係咁搞嘢。
You guys crack on. Let me drive off.
啱啊！你哋搞得開心啲。
Yeah, Alexander got to stop go 30. I think.
依家係 Sky 差嘅。
係啊，我今日本身我哋諗住練入 pit 嘅，跟住佢想過翻架車俾我嗰一下咧，就喺個 pit box 度臨倒數緊唔知10幾秒嘅時候，佢就一嘢 skip 撚咗去 race， 咁就變咗阿 Sky 落唔到車。
已經有啲人退緊咗賽。
我退咗2個啫。
我啱啱有need him to pass these cars to get up there and start battling with like Abeladze. 哇！
我嗰下跑完嗰個圈，我講唔到嘢，真係，我真係講。
真係 做翻嗰樣嘢嚟啊，好撚勁啊！
Looks incredibly focused, doesn't want to make a mistake because of course these cars behind him, the 49 Ferrari, they're not going to let up on them just because they're a pro car. If they get a run, they're going to take it too.
跟住之後起步嗰下，我食緊嘢嗰陣時睇噶嘛，嚇撚到我喺個餐廳嗌嘅，佢喂做乜撚？
你冇關嘢？
係啊，咪全部車一下唔見晒嘅。
哦，係啊，
哦，一開車啊，
兩嚿嗌喂做乜撚嘢？跟住就
仲要係 Q 個畫面出去先，嚇撚死喎！
好撚驚啊嗰下，點知見到成堆車喺前邊。嗰下真係好撚驚啊，唔係講笑啊！哎呦，咁撚樣拱走咗架廠車啊！哎，哇哇哇哇！
喺 T3嗰度啊，你講緊？
係啊，嗰個嘢拱到架拉里廠隊嗰架掉咗頭啊！
跟住就係咪 penalty？
係啊。
To go, just started really. So never know where you're going to shake out. And beyond that, again, stay cool, calm.
唔係呢個另外嘅係 SRO 嗰邊個 penalty 個 channel 打出嚟。我唔理佢啦，總之唔關我哋事就得啦。
穩穩定定。
最緊要唔關我哋事，其他咩都假嘅。
哇！你老味使唔使咁埋啊？冇錯啊！
make mistakes. Other cars are going to get involved in stuff they shouldn't be getting involved in. And you get in positions like that. So just take your medicine. I know it's a long 9 hours to take your medicine. But
有 high 撚到喎。
A racing incident between cars. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Nothing to be worried about there. Take your medicine.
點解我都閉緊氣嘅？
Yeah, if you finish inside the top 10, you're going to get championship points in your class. So it's not the end of the world. Take your couple points, exactly like you said. A little bit of contact here. You've seen it. It's the hot corner all race long so far. Just about every lap, cars making a little bit of fender-to-fender contact. And there you have it again, racing hard 2x2 as they enter sunset.
Certainly do, and will the number 7 car be able to make this move stick around the outside? Will the Ferrari be able to contain this spot? They're still side by side then as we continue up towards the double right-hander, almost a little bit of door banger between the two of them, and ultimately that is beautifully done there by Abelarde. He is going to grab that position and say, see you later on. Yeah, now got Lion Rats as well. We're looking to try and contend for this spot.
Quite interesting here. These are some positions. They're intermingled, the two classes, and you're racing these cars, but at the same time you're not. You're racing them because you're on the same lap and it's overall position. You're not racing because it doesn't pay you anything. You just have to get through it. You're racing your own class, you're racing the other class, and Felix aren't really for the Get Closer Racing team. Sees the AAA of Abelarde in front of them. It would very much like to get nothing but to
yeah, certainly
does. Abelarde, by the way, just looks lightning. Already a bit of a gap there. I know it doesn't look like a huge gap, but for this caliber of drivers, that is a manageable gap. Into between cars 118 and 72 on that too. A racing incident. I'm sure we're going to see many penalties and many racing incidents pop up because of the sheer magnitude of what we saw at the start of this race. Yeah, it was an interesting one to say the least. Boothby there just showing his nose to the Audi in front, and well, there's a bit more of a nose being shown by Manisha on Pivot. Didn't make the move, didn't even try and make it in the end. Looked like he was going to send it down the inside. Fabian Pivot there, G League Esports. See him on the camera there. Love all these esports jerseys. Everyone's got one. Every team has to have a jersey these days, which is great.
It certainly is, and I just want to talk about that move by Manisha there. That wasn't really a move. You and I both know that, but you've got to do that. You've got to put your nose out there. You've got to put up the rear view cameras, all the mirrors. You've got to get the driver in front of you thinking, am I going for it? Am I not going for it? That's exactly what that was. And if it was opportunistic, if Fabian Pivot certainly he would have shoved it down the inside there. Wasn't on, went back in line, didn't want to be offset for the corner, and ended up going through, didn't lose any time by doing that, but it's just driver tactics, and it's what you have to do, especially here. Talked earlier about drivers talking about how difficult it was to make passes around here in this field. Certainly is the early case here. Hard to make passes without a mistake, but again, as those tires start to wear, as you get a little bit fatigued, it's going to become easier and easier. Speaking of easy, here's Team Unicorns of Love and the number 4 making a pass, making that look easy. Yeah, well, they are a lap down, though, I believe. I don't believe that's for position, right? No, that's not for position. Yeah, I'm not sure these aren't being lapped yet.
啱啊，前面揸到咁撚激進，嗰幾架車喺度鬥㗎啦。
Really down the order. Behind P42, our screen says I'm interested to see exactly where they are, but they're making their way back through. With Shuning Gong, they've got a 5-second penalty. And there you go. That's the Richter, P43, 2 laps down, in fact. Now, well, it must have been involved in the initial exchange, right, where turned by the Jean Malais eSports car. But yeah, trying to make up for that, and they've got 9 hours to do so. Unicorns of Love, they are a team that this is a real. It's not what they wanted to do, of course. This is not a position they want to be in. They're going to send it up the inside through turn number 1 and gain another spot to damage Mercedes anyway, or indeed again try and get back onto the same lap as that car. It's obviously you don't want to be a couple of laps down, but right now they're going to be driving like they stole it. They're going to be absolutely pushing this car and just giving everything and just see where they end up in the end. Their race is over in terms of going out there and winning, unless every single car is involved in something huge, which at this level just doesn't happen. So this is almost a free hit now. Yeah, I think it's smart too if you're a car that, you know, you got to have that spatial awareness of other cars out there on the racetrack. You're not really racing them anyway. Also, there's several laps down. They're no threat to you. All you're going to do is hurt yourself by trying to hold them up or trying to stay in front of them, especially if there's a pace differential there. Certainly the case there. Let them through. You know what else I just clocked as well? I saw the Raton Racing eSports car. That's P4, actually, in the silver class. They're next to last in this race. Also got a big piece of that early incident. Yeah, it's, yeah, not the greatest of situations. Walsingham currently in that 4th spot in the silvers. I just noticed Yaz Heat, by the way, in the pits. 20 minutes into the race. That is less than ideal. It's already. P2 in the championship in the silver class. It's all come apart for some of the teams early in this race. And for those that it hasn't, it's all about maintaining. Valentin Berrier in the Yaz Heat, 296. That's 2nd place in your silver championship. Had such a mega race around the mountain last time out, but it hasn't come to that today. It's going to be a long up-road battle all day. They're going to have to battle back. If there was one team where I reckon that they could, it would be Yaz Heat, but they are certainly laps down. I wonder if they've scheduled that. Because it was a quick pit stop. It wasn't like they had to fix loads of damage or anything. It'd be nice, maybe someone could send us some information on that, because it doesn't look like it was a strangely long pit stop. And whether if they figured out some sort of strategy across this race where they're going to be able to save enough time for it to not give them an extra pit stop, but ultimately put them maybe into clear air. They were in a massive cluster of cars. So I wonder if they made that because Valentin Barrier is a bloody quick driver. So you expect him to maybe make some inroads, and if you've got loads of clear air, might have been worthwhile. So they might have just played a bit of a stroke of genius. And to be honest, we won't find out until about 8.5 hours time. Yeah, and they fooled me too, by the way. I'm actually pretty sure that they laps down? They're so far back there, it's hard to tell. They might be a lap down. Okay, so they are 2 laps down. For second, that their position 42nd. Was the last car on the lead lap, but there's certainly something going on there. A strategic change for Yaz Heat. 42nd place, not where the 2nd place in the Silver Championship team wanted to be. Look at this everybody fighting for position, everybody fanning out, but you want to get single file before you go through there. Otherwise, you compromise the long run down the pit straight, and they just about manage it, but almost come to contact there. Yeah, Trevor Wenham trying to make up some inroads there currently. Well, now P33 with a bit of a send there on the Ferrari of Durkop. Successfully does so. It was aggressive, but it was calculated. It was done back up towards the leaders then. 0.8 per second. This gap hasn't really increased or decreased across the whole race. Osterman actually runs a little bit wide. Now it decreases. So I think, Darren McCormack will close that gap. Osterman doing a good job as it stands. Nearly about just about halfway into a stint. I'm sure they're going to go just a little bit longer than an hour to start things off. I think he'll be relatively happy. This is now where the tyre drop-off will start to come into play. Does the Mercedes have a little bit extra? Is the Audi, which I think the Audi's going to struggle today in terms of tyre wear, is it a quick car over a short run, over a longer run, maybe starting to struggle? You can see he's using a little bit more road than the car behind. So it'll be interesting to see how the next half an hour goes.
Certainly will, and all credit to Osterman, able to keep in front of McCormack early on in this race. That gap keeps going in and out. We saw it down to 0.6. I've seen it back up to just about 1 second, about a half a lap ago. So it's not like McCormack is just completely closing down all the time. There's parts of this racetrack where Osterman is the better race car right now, but like you said, these tires are going to wear. These Pirelli P0s do not last forever. And we're going to see just how good the mechanical grip are on some of these cars.
正常佢內檔佢外檔起油都係快啲嘅。
係啊，真係好和平咁樣俾
just behind Schubert with that very damaged Mercedes. Then you've got Gong in the McLaren just up ahead, who has a 5-second penalty. So they're all going to jump that car regardless. But they'll try and want to try and do it on track. Trevor Wenham, he's not waiting around, is he? Trevor Wenham is looking to try and get
佢哋嗰啲車唔係爛咗咁樣屌。
Certainly is, and again, this is still the best part of the race for you to make up positions or to battle for positions. We're getting out of now. Just as we're talking about the tires, they're going to start to wear, you're going to start to lose a little bit of grip, you're going to start to lose the ability to chase as hard as you were earlier on in the race. Your opportunity, that window is starting to close. It isn't closing for the 555 though. They've held just about steady. They might even be closing in here genuinely on the leader of the race. I feel like a battle is going to be imminent.
Let's talk about the silvers very, very quickly. West
Competition
Racing, they won the race last time round, but their first car isn't really anywhere near winning this race this time round. But their sister car, the number one, they're probably in the lead, they're probably fifth in the championship. So this is massive for them. BMW Romanian team competition racing. Yeah, looking very strong indeed. Back then on board with Mathis Letau for Race Esport team. That's a very unique name, isn't it? Race Esport, as we see a potential move there by Boothby at the inside. Decides against actually sending it through turn number 1. But yeah, Boothby starting to look a little bit racy.
Wow,咩環境啊？炒撚咗啊？
唔係啊。Not to make the move. Yeah, I think George might be a bit fed up here. So, do you know what?
Yeah, it certainly took a weird exit for turn number 2 there and was looking up the inside of the Juski sweep. You don't really take that corner exit like that off of turn 2 unless you're trying to get inside or on the outside in that case. Someone. Well, race control has certainly been busy in this race thus far. Racing incident between cars 22 and 51 on lap 1.
咁佢如果夾硬瞓鳩人咁，佢都會扣
123 lap 1 and a further racing incident between cars 11 and 144.
而家就點都照 protest 咗先嘅，有咩嘢咪等 race control 搞咯。
係咯，啲戇鳩嘅，有咩理由做呢個動作？佢高手嘅。
Early on,
你打街場咁撚咗。
Yes, this is the issue.
哇，第5嗰個好近第4喎，
try and get past Kamil Pavlovsky, a two-time project
就喂，而家官網
而家
認出嚟。
Pavlovsky is an incredibly talented driver. We can see a potential move. Well, there we go. After camera has gone for the fake. He's gone for the double fake. And now he's going to go all the way around the outside. Pavlovsky.
你聽到叫把聲？
唔係，咁就係嗰邊未有咩特別嘢需要講，我唔同住阿 Sky 啦，咪翻過嚟咯。
你嗰邊嗰兩個隊友咩環境啊？今日？
因為你鳩佢咯，屌！
哇，佢兩個都唔撚出聲㗎。
係啊，跟住頭先臨 qualify 之前，佢咪走出嚟揮手咯！喂，做乜嘢啊？冇 set up 㗎，唔使溝通㗎。
屌你啊！你屌你老味！你哋自己都唔撚推低，
正常佢應該係入嚟一齊溝啦，都冇講過呢啲嘢。
that
你有你
ended
招
up
係
stalemate
啦。
as well. David Murphy.
係我都係咁話啊！
而家先嚟問有冇 set？
係啊，喂，你真係覺得你需要個 set up 試車練習嘅話，你係咪應該一早問我啊？就算你話我唔主動 send 出嚟，你係咪應該問啊？
係啦，臨尾開賽先嚟話。
先臨開賽嗰一下走出嚟，揈晒手啊，屌晒老母咁樣樣，喂，冇溝通冇 set up 㗎，即係你諗住我直接跳上車咋咁樣樣，咁樣係屌喎。
咁你做咩事要屌？
我咪同阿 Sky 講咯，其實我嗰下我可以直頭覆佢啊，係啊，同你哋做緊嘅嘢一樣啫嘛。
咪係咯，屌你唔撚識得嗌我哋一齊溝通啊，一齊練車㗎。
你唔識有個 set up 啦。
上場都係我問佢哋，喂，幾時練車啊？幾時試車啊？
咁撚樣咯，咪
戇鳩
係咪先？所以我咪話啦，喂，屌你老味，喂，咁大個人係仲要我湊細路啊嘛？你老幾啊？屌幾時輪到我要湊你啊？憑咩啊？
佢咪弱智嘅咧？
佢直頭係啊！
仲要臨開賽先嚟講呢啲嘢，撩撚興曬啲隊友咁，真係
係咯，
咁撚柒嘅。
唔係我咪同阿 Sky 講咯，其實我再串啲，我可以真係唔 send 個 set up 俾佢㗎。我起步前我已經撈咗個 set up，你跳上車就揸得㗎啦。
係啊，有啊。
我大可以唔俾你㗎，其實。
係基本上係啊。
你應該話 set up 一早有，但係你自己唔攞唔通我喺度跪喺度 send 俾你，叫你嚟攞啊！
係啦，屌你
係啊，
係
咪先？喂，你又唔約我練車？係咪先？你自己又冇掉過個 set up 出嚟交流，係咪先？淨係諗住等我掉 set up，我屌你啊！我真係打你工啊！
我哋練車仲密撚過佢嗰邊啦。
我唔知佢練得密唔密啦，我理鳩佢啦，我淨係知道佢咁樣唔出聲，我真係冇佢咁樣好氣咯。
係咯，屌夠呢下真係柒，
都有咁撚得意喎！
係咯，堅柒嘅假柒。
哇！四眼哥哥又包尾嘅，
呢個係四眼哥哥啊！
加波子嗰個咧，波子嗰個鬼佬啊！
揸波子都幾撚快啊！嗰個 friend 嗰個時候
down to 3.5 tenths off on this end of the racetrack, really close. Within a half a second, that is close enough to do some damage.
今次避唔撚到啦，上次咪少少提100架車嗰都避撚到嘅。
佢唔知講咩文㗎，唔係講英文嘅。
係咯，後生仔隻大隻隻嘅喎。
係啊。
我係成功罰撚咗佢10秒
，OK 咩？你估大鳩死？
嗰架後邊嗰架拉里，
唔係，啊係頭先夾硬插阿 Sky 嗰架拉里，
係喎，即係3條8嗰個啦，而家係。
係啊，罰撚咗佢10秒。
屌你咪你快，你都唔係咁樣過人啦，咁樣。
但係益撚咗後邊嗰2個荷包佬咯。
係咯，益撚咗幾個賊仔。
唔係咁講，嗰啲又冇乜所謂，講真。
益咗荷包佬啊！
好撚怒氣，一講起打荷包嘅，
唔係因為咧嗰2個嘢咧同組嘅，其實冇乜所謂嘅。
哇係喎，阿 Sky 爸未蒲頭嘅，
喺度啊，啱啱
大師荷包大師未蒲頭嘅，
啱啱喺度啊。佢頭先一齊喺度睇緊嘅，睇下走開咗啫嘛。
That's exactly what you would expect to happen, and that was a huge slide coming through Cheetah that time. Mentioned that as we were doing the onboard qualifying lap. Osterman was counter-steering the car through there in qualifying. He was counter-steering into the race there as well.
係好撚緊貨，頭先嗰隻尾彎爭啲好似想炒咁樣，
兩個幾圈喎又係，
係啊
，the tyres are so hot, so easy just to
4
light them up, which means you're going nowhere, right? And then the rear of the car starts sliding around, which then makes the issue worse.
哇！咩咁撚重有40秒4？
It's hot here.
好撚快嗰啲真係，我諗我最多做盡都係40秒8、40秒9。
落緊都40都柒快啊！屌，咩咁撚多油？
The Audi has been forced to push. I think we're now starting to see a genuine drop off. And
因為我見到有
realistically,
部
we are
本田喺後邊。
25 minutes away. I think at the start of this race, you can maybe go 20 minutes, like
個
maybe
本
put
田
it
俾
about
人
20
lap
minutes,
柒咗喎
then
部
extend
分。
it a little bit later on and hope that the track temperature
佢
drops.
可能
Maybe
係
it's
早入
rain.
啲啦。
But right now, I think they're a minimum of 20 minutes
29
away
幾
from
都
pit
未
stop
見
and they're
佢咁
struggling.
樣。
唔係因為有啲人係會特登早入定一次 pit 先，就避開車龍啊嘛。
哦，即係佢
係啊，即係咁講啊，仲有8個幾鐘頭，我寧願要 clean air 好過我呢一刻去同你搶個 track position 啊。
係啊，俾你塞鳩住。
咁其實有冇嘅話要入幾多次 pit 嘅咧？
其實照咁計咧，就應該係8次嘅。咁但係咧，我同阿 Sky 計過，你扣咗頭7次之後咧，臨尾嗰次應該係最後一次就可能剩翻半個鐘頭咁樣嘅。所以有啲阿 fan 咧，就而家跑咗半個鐘頭就已經入 pit 就係咁解啦。
喂，嗰個麥記喺阿 Sky 後邊嘅喎，嗰個。
係啊，嗰個嘢麥拿倫廠隊嚟㗎嘛。係啊，後邊嗰個嘢係麥拿倫廠隊嚟㗎。
holding hands pretty much. See Murphy obviously not making the move.
你嗰個 Sky 有嘢，而家要嗌你，你聽唔聽到咧？
我聽到，我嗰邊我淨係瞄咪啫，我冇瞄到聲。
So precise, they have to find their brake marker each and every lap. But if they're just not paying attention, looking forward, and they're just looking at their mirrors right at the braking point, they could miss it by nearly a meter. And they'll end up going a little bit deep into the corner, and then you can set yourself up. It overtakes. You've got to keep the driver in front thinking.
I love where G2 Esports Eamon Murphy is right now. They're third in line.
PC 佢一定係有啦，佢如果硬啲佢碌
柒。Again, remember the
硬啲都死佢
battle on, but I like the positioning. I always like being third in line. You get to survey the battlefield. You know what all the cars in front of you are doing. You know what you have, and for my money, the G2 Esports car looks ready to race, even at this middle to late stage in the run, looking real good. On the left side of the screen, the battle for the lead.
好撚勁，係好撚勁。
佢記得 Hero 出身喎呢條友。
Yeah, he absolutely is. Is he close enough to make it?
係啊，佢細個嗰陣時係玩吉他 Hero。係啊，係好撚勁。嗰陣時佢10幾歲啫嘛。
佢而家幾型仔喎，見佢。
咦，街霸嚟㗎喎。
而家係啊，而家又佢有個女啊嘛，而家。
咁大個啦，佢已經。
係啊，好多年前㗎啦，你話吉他 Hero 嗰個。
In the last couple of years, he's always been quick.
頭嗰1、2車真係好撚激
Always been a very fast driver, but it's
哇！街後邊嗰3架車，屌
increased
你左方
tenfold
右
over
方
the sort of last 18 months.
咁咪啱咯。就係要呢啲
佢哋喺後邊。
係啊，哇！
啊，最好你哋鬥得開心啲。
係啊，嚟啦。
Right now, P1 is struggling, and if he can just keep it in and amongst sort of front here, there is still an opportunity. As long as Dara, his son, is staying in P2,
屌你仲緊張過我落去鬥咁樣，我春袋涼咗
Dara is
你。
behind P1 here, I don't think anyone in that front six is really
頭
going
先
to
笨鳩啊 Sky 嗰個嘢咪係
Darren
咯。
McCormack has all the
好
chips on the
似
table
閉
right
撚
now.
咗，
Here's
唞唔
the
撚啲
thing.
氣咁。
He's got to make this pass clean. He knows that. He doesn't want to draw the ire of the stewards here today by making the pass that lead with contact. He's going to wait for a absolute golden opportunity to get this done. By the way, Tico because Osterman is slowing up, is actually closing in that 66 Audi for Williams. Oh my goodness, nearly off the racetrack right there coming through the S's, but still closing in. It was almost 2 seconds the gap, and it's down to 1.1 seconds. Darren McCormack takes a look.
根本嗰啲撚樣黐撚到個寶馬弱點喺邊啊？個位佢喺收車嗰個位度搞緊。
McCormack to get involved in Leah Cup. They are nose to tail coming down the mine shaft this time. They spread out ever so slightly as they come into the crocodiles. Oh, look up the inside. Is this an earnest look? It is. Gets covered off a little bit by Osterman. They're still nose to tail.
Yeah, Osterman there taking a bit of a chance with his race car, but Darren McCormack backs out beautifully well there, so they both indeed are still facing the correct way. This is only going to slow them down, give the chance to Tinker van der Velde to catch up, Pavlovsky to catch up, and I tell you what the positive here.
而家第3個係咪佢真係第3個咧
？There's an opportunity here to go 2 against 1. So the only situation, the only thing that can happen for Osterman right now is the situation gets worse. It's not going to get any better.
哇！嗰條肥仔有啲料到喎，啊崩撚咗嘅嘢。
Will of course let Osterman go. That's kind of the
哇！第5嗰個出去自己碌緊，可能碌緊啲
I remember we had a battle in the Extreme Championship between him and Nils Naujoks, and there was a couple of incidents where they backdoor banged with each other, but they were letting each other go if they did have contact. Like he wants to do it fairly. He will never want to win under sort of naughty circumstances.
肥仔都有啲料到喎，撚樣。隔離嗰個僆仔嚟嘅啫喎，撚細個喎，揸 Benz 喎。
嗰個咪麥高文咯，
嗰咪咯，閪無聲嘅，閪無聲。
我哋係俾錢佢㗎啦，
係啊，我哋俾錢佢㗎。
閪擺個樣佢唔撚肥嘅。
Yeah, McCormack backed off. Yeah, I agree with you. Dyer doesn't want to do anything that's going to upset the team's race. He doesn't want to pass anybody. Nobody really, let's be completely honest, wants to race like that. Probably just was taken aback by Osterman's ability to corner through that corner. Thought he was going to get on the gas a little bit earlier than he possibly was. Get on the brake, get off the brake rather, a little bit earlier than he possibly was. Didn't happen. A little bit of contact. McCormack lifted there as well to give him that time back and then some, if you ask me. That has allowed Van der Velde to join the fight. Three-way fight for the lead. Race control still busy here. No action for an incident between cars 89 and 62 on lap 18 and a 30-second time penalty for car 22 for causing a collision on lap 15. That versus car 45.
Yeah, Rocket Sport, Brabham Esports, that's
was
that the overtake into by Elvin Smith? I'm not sure if that was only 9 laps ago, so I think that might have happened a little bit before then.
咦喂，13、14位搶得好勁喎，前面。
13、45喎。Number 888, of course, has that 10-second penalty we saw from earlier on. We go a little bit further back then, and we're on board then with Felix.
哇，嗰個拉你爛鳩晒喎，屌
！3 wide eyes contact. That isn't going to
work. 而家影緊啦，
蹦撚到亂大龍啊！你又撞我，我又撞你。
標溫橫緊啦，
not going to end well. I have no idea what's going on right now. Absolute freebies, by the way, for Felix Arndt. He wasn't involved in any of that. He was just watching, going, yeah, you guys keep door banging, keep door banging. Freebies, thank you.
Felix Arndt went from 14th to 13th place. A little bit of contact there between several of the cars allows them to get through up into P.
咦喂，呢扎嘢前面嗰架波子咪嗰個
a little bit of contact, and that is exactly how quickly it can all come undone, and how quickly, if your head's up, you can make that work. Into turn number 2, it didn't quite go the way they would expected it to, but they'll take it anyway. Still the 7 car.
Yeah, 100% there. He's not going to be too worried about how it's done. 2 positions for the price of, well, didn't even have to do anything. Didn't have to set up. He just literally sat there minding his own business, just whistling away, enjoying his drive here at Kyle. Oh, freebies, thank you. It's quite as simple as that. Like, I'll just keep myself out of trouble and we're good to go. Looks like after well, there we go. We're about to see it here. Another penalty. 5 seconds for aggressive driving. That's why it's gone up to 15 seconds. They may have the best race number in the race number 888, but the number 15 is not the race. They will not be happy with that. As we see some more side-by-side action. They see the Esports blue car, one of the best liveries. Again, I said it looks like a mackerel. A shiny mackerel. They just lost the position.
1、2、3、4、5、6架車，7架。
It is going to be in earnest. They're going to lose all of these positions. They're going to drop miles down the order with that penalty. But they got it done on track for a bit of fun.
Well, they didn't get involved in the big accident, did the 888, but they have certainly had a couple of penalties, 15 seconds in total, multiple penalties for them. I did see it as 10, and then it frustrating way to start a race. 15 seconds is going to be hard to make.
My favourite thing about doing these races is Steve Proudly. Many of you might know him, he is like a disappointed dad when he has to report this penalty. It cracks me up every single time. It's another penalty. It's like naughty driving. It's funny every time.
就成盤嘢坐上個位度食啦。
It wasn't even Steve, it's Michael Hamlet. Sorry, that's my headset.
喂，咩嚟玩呢啲心情都好撚 high 喎，炸人緊。
There you go. Steve's not even in.
普通話係都 high 啦。
In your defense, Michael Hamlet's also a disappointed father when he has to give us that information. Very unhappy about that. And I can tell you, we don't want to end up on the bad side of Michael Hamlet. He's not mad, he's just disappointed.
They're both exceptional.
我哋就係要賽多啲賽兩個機械人咁樣先得。
係啊，
賽到好悠閒嘅心情都係得。
That might be another 5-second penalty.
如果唔係你放鬆唔到兩隻手硬實晒，真係轉唔出到翻。
都係。
Unknown what that is, what's causing that.
翻自己應該有去做嗰啲嘢咯。
你係驚你會驚炒咯，跟住每個圈速慢0.5、0.6咁樣嚟揸咯，真係好穩陣咁揸咯。
In the round of final
都明啊，嗰個位。
I think it's preempting
幫緊住嚟揸同緊張嚟揸
the last couple of laps.
係啊。
Yeah, being told that there is a car in the pit lane that is causing that condition. It is not out on the racetrack, but that definitely does explain the Sector 3 waved yellow flag. Draw everywhere on the racetrack in the pit lane. And the race does continue. Blender Rats for Winwelton Esports Blue continuing their work, trying to make their way back by Abelanzi. This stage, Abelanzi trying to drive away a course after making the pass stick. But again, knowing that you're going to get 15 seconds in the pit lane makes you drive harder. And also, if you're behind them, behind a car has a penalty. 5-second time penalty for car 296 for collision with car 38. Lap 23. They just keep coming, Lou.
Yeah, they certainly do. Car number 296.
基本上你落撚到40啊，而家呢啲環境要。
Yassi Esports. So they've seen.
落撚到係啊，落40中40比都還到。而家41已經基本上後邊嗰堆車越嚟越到嘅，已經係後邊嗰堆車我諗都加40。
喂，41仲要係最快嗰圈喎。
係咯，手緊
啊，官網嗰度啊。
outside of that here today. It's going to be a long road for championship contention for them today. And again, insult to injury with additional penalties.
唔係啊，佢仲喐緊個直播嘅。
That's the last thing you need is penalties. We saw how devastating it was to Ferrari Esports race at Bathurst. You know, it was merely we're going to get 25 seconds penalties in the end. I think it was for Ferrari. By the time I finished commentating anyway, and that really did cost them. They were still
後邊
有撚咗佢上嚟咯，
係咁咪就係咯。
佢頂一頂啊，Sky慢撚咗，係啊，
頂唔到啊。
You can't afford it. Doesn't matter how long the race is. You can't afford penalties.
哇，個
Just
Benz
always
一好撚
flying up the
快
back. You're always trying to gain time and time again. Osterman still in the lead here. I think we're maybe around 10 minutes away from them being able to bring the car in. If he can stay in the lead and extend it as far as he possibly can, 65 minutes I think is the stint maximum, right? So they can't go too far beyond that, beyond the hour. Oh my goodness! The car's a mess right now. It's just about how far can he keep this car in the lead? If he loses the position, I think they bring the car straight out. If they keep the car in the lead, obviously, then they travel the most distance out of everybody, so it doesn't matter. So it's all about really managing this next 10 minutes, but yeah, that Audi is struggling.
Yeah, with all due respect to Jacob Osterman, I think the reason that he's in the lead is at the leisure of other than the one ill-fated, I wouldn't even call it a move, but there was a bumper-to-bumper contact. Other than that, there hasn't really been a move made, and I think it's really the triple five for Mercedes-Williams Esports. They're literally just lying in wait.
I somewhat agree with you, but I've got to give credit to Osterman.
我都好中意嗰個比賽。
尤其是而家架296好似吊喺
關
嗰度唔撚使就嘅嗰個有。
係啊，好舒服㗎嗰種感覺係。
嗰架296係首選都不能再首選㗎啦。
係啊，叻仔啊！叻仔姐姐
係用嗰部嘢㗎啦。
係啊，如果你話開季就係報嗰架㗎啦，唔使諗。
係啊，我又報嗰架先屌。
雖然你話佢係佢係直路可能同人哋爭幾米。 但係我唔覺得有問題。
係啊，穩定得㗎啦。
係啊，我都覺得係佢穩定。最緊要穩定。
但係296其實又唔係真係好慢嘅直路，俾我感覺
唔算慢咯。
你同阿寶馬同阿 Benz 同埋架嗰架乜鬼嘢啊？係啦，都係夠你快嘅，
都係輸一截啊嘛。
你食住個氣流都好啦，你過佢唔到。
都索唔到埋佢，
你100蚊都買，
索唔到架寶馬㗎。
但係你一去撚到要收車嗰啲位咧，你贏晒。
反而啲低速彎收車，哇，着數啲喎。
係啊，架296你係着數嘅，所以我同埋佢嗰4條胎咧個數目冇咁大，
係，
所以我都係揀佢多啲。
好撚侵掉啊嗰條，係啊，車咧又好似襟撞 B 咁。
係啊，屌你，尤其是揸撚完嗰架保時捷之後咧，哇，完全係覺得都係屌你神車。係啊，保時捷真係搞佢唔撚。
你見而家頭23位都冇㗎，得一架波士。
That's not a car inside
根
the
本
top
都唔
5
撚
of the
咁攞嚟比
championship
賽
points
啊！
either.
你嗰個波
That
點
car
啊
is
講
7th in the
笑？
championship points, running P2.
你呢啲咁嘅場合全係部高手，你邊咁攞波出嚟比賽啊？
None of the top championship
屌你
cars
冇胎點搞啊？冇話揸唔揸碟先，你講成條胎。
淨係講電一點，淨係講電一點都輸10幾廿名嘅，仲
咪係咯，
咁揸嗰啲。
電一電咁嘅見都唔撚同你講啊！隔離左右嗰串車過夠晒。
係成串喎，好似屙屎屙好多碌咁樣。
點緊完仲要孤單翻條胎喎嚇，2個彎都仲點緊或者仲要縮油喎。
係啊，最驚係呢個問題。
佢下滑率好高嘅，確實係我感覺
係。係咯，但係嗰架拉里係冇呢個問題啊嘛。
係啊係。
哇！佢4部車啊，加後邊
係啊，
好撚狂啊後邊。
其中一個係咪就係嗰個麥拿倫啊？嗰個
唔係過咗啦，一早過咗。
嗰個麥拿倫走咗啦，
我走咗嚟。
但係 Benz 失撚咗手啊，應該。
How on earth these cars can run that closely?
頭先咪後邊咪架 Benz 咪黐撚住阿 Sky 嘅，佢應該失撚咗手啊，後邊頂一頂後邊成串喺度啊。係啊，咁而家 Sky 走啊，甩咗咯，變咗。
都唔係㗎，爭好少㗎，1.2啫，失咗手0.7啊。頭先好接㗎嘛，
頭先好接㗎嘛，頭先。誒，嗰個 Benz 入撚咗去噃。
入咗邊咩？
係啊，啱先轉咗入去。
咦，我見嗰個咩仲係喺後邊嘅，咁我嗰個又慢咗。
而家嘅拉里
啊，你嗰個快咁多嘅？我仲見個 Benz 未入添喎，而家先尾彎啫喎。啊係啊，而家先入啫喎。
做咩事咁慢？
屌 refresh，
唔係同一個畫面嚟嘅咩
？refresh
有時嗰個直播係。
It is quite interesting coming in quite a bit early.
今日聽唔到大佬攬把聲嘅，
大肚腩入咗嚟嘅喎，
入咗嚟好耐啦。
觀望緊，由
6點鐘開始睇
pit lane, but
人哋借喺晒喎，玩佢唔玩啦！我見佢出咗去第2個場嘅，
夠氣啊！屌，
佢個 Poker 嘅，
唔係啊！
So that is somewhat of an early stop there.
直頭去個 point，
真係報時照撚快喎！
佢單都好有型啊！
夠氣嘛？屌，撞撚到佢兩樣玩。
都未到佢個隊友啫嘛，嚟入邊出高嘅，去咗賽啦咩？唔係喎，退出咗咯喎，
退出咗啦咩？
我見44咯，左上角，
仲有2個保時捷喺度嘅喎。
應該係佢退咗。冇體育精神，
講得咁金咩佢真係。
屌你仲有成8個鐘。
係咯，
係咯，屌你未去到中尾段，你都未知發生咩事啊！屌你人哋撞唔撞你自己都唔撚知啊，大佬！
咁快走閪咗，
係真係咁喎。
嗱，我影俾你睇咯，玩緊 Poker。
佢隻佢隊友揸緊佢自己出去逛下咋，都可以咁樣我知道。
可以，有排未到你。
係啊。佢隊友如果揸緊應該。
但我見咗4個啊，少咗個人
咁啊，真係有可能係佢啊。
We're like a duo now, by the way. It's only the second time we're together. It's the second time in a row for this championship. But we had this conversation, and I said to you, I said, if you get 6 top 5s, I think you're pretty much guaranteed to win the championship. I don't think you necessarily have to go out there and keep winning. I think you just have to be, consistent throughout the season. I just think we're too strong for that not to be the case. So right now, if you had a bad week one, a race win isn't going to hurt you.
而家唔係佢揸㗎嘛，佢隊友揸㗎。
佢隊友嗰個 V Barry 啊。
嗰個 D King 有冇賽咧？
嗰個胡鬚仔嘅。
見有喎，D King 唔見有。
就係想講 D King，
我上網揾佢直播，唔見佢有開喎。
啊，可樂王。
可樂，嗰個體重真係用可樂堆砌出嚟。
哇！個拉你咁撚快喺 Sky 後邊嘅。
Again, Stewart's continuing to work through it. No shortage of work for them. But that's a huge slide coming out of Ingwe again, but unable to capitalize, at least exiting the corner. Is Dyer McCormack, will we see one? I don't think so. Playing this incredibly cool to this point, but here is the Rinwelton Esports blue car 72.
你話嗰個拉你幾撚着數啊？嗰腳俾你。
Rats at this stage.
係。
Continuing to try and fend off Burke. Has not caught this group as 118. So really just trying to fend off Burke at this particular stage and keep in contact with that. But has not driven away.
I like what Boothby's doing. I think he's had a couple of chances to make overtakes. Would have been risky and would have maybe lost a lot of time.
呢度啊，俾你嗰下到啊，真係我覺得。
Right car for this.
你哋啊，
一腳俾你啫。Sometimes the BAP just doesn't work in your favour. You just have a car that just.
不過咧，你好啱去嚇人哋用嘅啫，
係咁擾鳩亂你自己。
係有咩後邊錯過你15
喂，你見到你幾次你前都有一鑊中嘅車尾係嘛？你睇下見到你個車頭啊！
哇！屌9個鐘喎講緊，你諗啊？
你都仲有8個鐘，咁撚快退賽嘅咩料啊？係咪真係退咗啊？
點捱啊，大佬？你咁樣要加法，
開個 YouTube 嚟睇佢
嗰個拉你喺呢個彎係而家街嗰個彎度咧。 一個一波高腳油推緊住行，爽快撚到不得了。
即係嗰個大落嚟嗰個大彎。
係啊，係啊，落斜路嗰個咬手咯。
係啊，我一定用一波。
嗰度一定係一波，二波起唔到嘅，我試過。
拉你係比人哋低一個波。
係啊，同埋嗰個拉你拖落拖波嗰陣時，你拖落個轟嗌撚曬救命咧，嗰下嘅車好撚好停。
一定係嗌撚曬救命先。
係啊。 好撚好停嘅嗰下，
正常咁拖唔得，一定要砰咁樣。雖然
個腹肌爆裂咁樣先停。
聽得出你好享受啊，其實。
正係咁樣樣，正係咁樣樣拖。
係啊，嗌救命！嗌救命佢唔得停。
真係㗎咩？我用麥記睇拖都冇咁快，一用嗰個一分牌拖冇。
真係咁快㗎，佢都
係啊，佢又轉到彎嘅喎，哇好撚嘢喎，拖到嗌仔救命都轉到彎嘅喎。
咪就係拖到佢嗰陣時，開始最撚有機。
Q 係咪準備過去啊？
唔係啊，佢跑2個鐘啊，但係 Q 可以快。
佢頭先
有咩即刻你打俾佢喎？
係啊，
我打俾佢啊。
唔係，佢話落去食飯，如果有咩緊急嘢即刻打俾佢。
OK。
呢度最
唔知阿 Sky 會唔會嗌佢啫？
佢所以叫你幫佢聽緊語咯。哇！你睇下佢播嘢咪埋你。
但阿 Sky 講嘢，我哋呢度聽到噶嘛？
聽唔到，聽
唔到㗎。係得佢嗰邊先聽到㗎咋。
咁咪係咯，咁點幫佢聽啊？
嚇？
你唔喺入邊嘅咩？
我唔係啊。
咁啊？
咁你而家機號機問下佢睇下點樣幫到佢。
唔係有咩特別嘢，你先打俾佢咯。而家應該冇乜特別嘢。
佢頭先揾你啊，你知唔知佢揾你啊？
我唔知啊。
佢就係揾你話有咩特別嘢先打俾你。咁佢話落去食飯。
It's just sort of settled in there, but does Tinko Vandervelde to know the plan? Is he going to settle in as he's completely caught it? That was the ballless car. I think that was spun off backwards into barbecue.
Sky 都話唔同你哋鬥啊，你過咗先。
冇人撞我，冇人撞我得㗎啦。
係啊，穩定揸足9個鐘嘅差。
梗係啦，嗱，你好認真都唔同組。
係啊，
唔同組唔需要真係唔需要同佢拗。
Sort of a jump scare in sim racing, not something you normally see, but
佢依家後面嗰個仲有幾秒，佢根本連個春袋揸都得，做乜要佢？
幾秒？
使乜同佢練
0.2啫喎？
咩啊？講緊佢個組別佢下面嗰個。
啊，仲有分組嘅咩？佢哋而家
嗱，你睇佢嗰個名牌嗰度，阿 Sky 咪白色嘅，其他灰色嗰啲咪唔做到咯。佢後面3.1秒嗰部排緊尾嘅，41嘅，咁即係佢。
咁前面白色嗰部咧？912
白色嗰部係同組㗎。
嗰部同組。
嗰部同組㗎。
咁樣分嘅，嗰個牌嗰個 Silver Pro 嗰啲嚟㗎。
係啊，Sky 佢哋依個係 Pro 組嚟㗎。
哦。
咁有 Silver 組有 Pro 組㗎嘛？咁佢呢度唔使點樣理。
你揾阿 Q 問下佢咩環境啦。
We're right 100% of the time when we're right, and we're wrong 100% of the time when we are wrong. Full pace racing continuing to try and catch up. They haven't caught up to Avalonzi Burn and trying to keep moving.
係咯，其實仲有咁撚多個鐘，你使乜咁撚快放棄咧？我又覺得唔使咁撚早放棄咯，玩耐力賽。
邊個啊？
好撚多嘢有發生㗎喎。
邊個？你講緊邊個放棄啊？
四眼仔咯。
喺大群 send 出嚟嗰個四眼仔啊，揸波子嗰個咧。
我其實冇㗎。你去到呢啲級數，你真係點解佢哋入 pit 嗰1-2秒都要計到盡？就係真係嗰1-2秒就係嗰1-2秒㗎。
咁你唔知前面會唔會再大撞啊嘛？冇人知啊。
你撞即係當你真係落咗去後面，你前面點樣撞你都係啱到嗰1-2架嘅啫。即係好似上
完埋佢咯，我覺得應該
唔係好簡單，你諗下上一場 T.O 都係咁啦，點追極都追唔到上去嘅，係蝕咗就蝕咗㗎啦。因為始終呢啲唔係 LFM 嗰啲啊，呢啲唔係我哋嗰啲 TVRL， 呢個 SRO 真係同境界嘅。真係嗰1秒就係嗰1秒。
我見揸啲人入 pit 係完全係冇浪費過0.0幾秒
係啊 ，Kyo 入 pit 都係㗎，我啱啱好去到 pit limiter 就50，跟住之後一埋到去完全唔俾佢褪車直上直落，一落地就行㗎啦，已經着緊車嘅。
後邊嗰隻嘢都加撚咗時間。
咦？後邊嗰個咪揸住牙個隊友嚟咯
？296喎，嗰個唔係廠隊嚟㗎，嗰個應該係廠隊嚟㗎嘛？296。
揸住牙296喎。
佢哋啲高手仲要
係揸住牙嚟嘅，
點解？
但我睇佢嗰個
just over an hour into the race, so yeah, I figured it might be an idea to actually give them that information.
有 delay 啊嘛
，delay 得好犀利，Sky 都入撚咗直路。
Yeah, certainly mentioned that a little bit ago about how a lot of
times
you will late in a race if you need to, you will leave it to the last possible second, but I don't think you'll do that here.
一定好大 delay 啦，
the 888 and the 7 on lap 20. Racing incident between the 888 and the 7. No, that's not a repost. That's not a copy and paste job. Those are probably two separate incidents deemed. No further action on the same lap. They got a history going, those two cars.
Avalonzi is just creating a highlight reel.
希望阿 Kyo 轉頭唔好搏得太型。
我諗佢而家嗰個心情，屌你咩都唔會話太型嘅，俾嗰兩個唔
係啊，因為琴日 Kyo 佢我睇佢做時間佢係。
It's going to be interesting. Some cars, they may risk it if they think that they stand against something like going long. But I'm with you, partner. I think most cars, as you have Racing Point, Casnero here in the 85, into the pit lane, they have said, we're not going any further. We're going to pit right now, and that's the safe point. 65 minutes, of course, you're 1 second over that. You get hit with a violation of the sim itself. So you don't want to do that. Most teams will back their pit stop up. They'll come in
好似啱啱輕輕推咗一下咁樣。
係咯，我個睇到係咯，
to make sure they do not violate that clock. Though I will say, devil's advocate, love playing devil's advocate. I have seen teams violate that clock.
嗱，你見到一落地即刻行嘅，落地前1秒已經着定車㗎啦。
但係我試過係一着定車一搭落去嗰陣就死撚咗火咯，
死得翻火啊！
你咁係2秒啊嘛，1秒唔係你 ignition 係一熄起嗰下你就着咗先，然後最後1秒倒數你先撳落去。如果唔係嘅話，佢就會死火㗎。你要最後1秒先撳車，然之後。係啊，俾定油，然後一路撳住， 一路撳住佢，到佢落地都仲撳緊個 starter， 咁就唔死火啦。唔係撳一下要撳實嘅，
可以撳實。
搏命撻鳩爆嘅時撻佢。
撳實。
Stop go 30 is for speeding in the pit lane, or you cause something horrific.
做咩咧？係咁閃鳩個 sky 燈，
唔會讓佢啦，黐線。
係咯，
雖然話
佢咪話有呢個球咁嘅，
唔係啊，佢斬燈係諗住俾佢過，因為佢哋連續3部同組喺度鬥緊啊。
唔俾佢過啦，佢而家就係喺 sky 後邊23。
呢個就係我跑 Panorama 嗰次，我唔知呢排內心嘅感受。
係啊，但問題係因為佢唔同組啊嘛，所以佢咪會諗住阿 sky 會讓咯。
閃咩撚樣嚟㗎？讓佢露尾啊！過到就過啦，我都喺度諗緊計㗎，你應該唔係知道係我嚟㗎嗰個。
我就諗你快嘅話就衝過去啦，唔好放友喺度等我。
哇！胡鬚仔入咗嚟喎，第3喎。
Quite rare on ACC.
哇！佢熱身，頭先熱身咗成起碼20分鐘。
It's quite normal to do more than 2 hours. On ACC, they tend to swap drivers every time. So that's really quite peculiar.
哇！嗰兩架仲喺度抽撚緊。
Yeah, that's quite interesting too to see Fiala get into the car and.
66號過撚咗去咯喎。
唔係啊，可能佢
Austin 咪佢入 pit 啊嘛。
可能佢哋入咗 pit。
That was interesting because I mentioned earlier these teams, while they are a part of the same team, they race each other.
頭車嗰個紅色，嗰架就入咗 pit。係咯，嗰架入咗 pit。
咦係喎，
應該冇入咯。係啊，66號過撚咗佢咯。
同隊嚟嘅喎，紅花嘅。
花喎。
但係嗰個紅色 Audi 佢係 TC 0嘅喎。
係啊，佢哋好多人唔知點解都中意用 TC 0啊，好撚誇張啊！
有咩優勢啊？
好撚話考腳油嘅喎。
唔係㗎，
排第15嗰架。
唔係㗎，我有研究過啦。我上一場我研究過白頭嗰啲按波，其實
掉撚咗頭，
玩嘢，轉撚咗2個圈啊！
佢唔係好唔使好就㗎咋，佢哋 set 到條尾好定㗎，好達㗎。
喂，仲插撚過
哦，即係用 mechanical grip 去彌補翻。
係啦，咁啊，我嗰次睇完第一場之後，我同阿 Kyo 就係朝呢個方向去研究啲 setting 應該要點樣改進。咁我當然我淨係俾到意見啦，咁但係 Kyo 做操作嗰個啦。咁 so far 出到嚟，你見到呢部車就係你睇下 Sky 佢嗰啲開油位，
即係寧願 set 到架車 grip 啲，用個油。
係喎 ，Sky 都用3喎。
佢用3，但係你睇下佢嗰啲開油 timing 係幾早開油先？
個方向就係早開油。
係啦，就係要做到早開油，而佢個 TC 盡量唔着，就係用個 mechanical grip 做到佢咁樣。
啊，好撚好笑啊！點解要入邊
？Benz 啱唔啱咁樣跳？
應該咩車都得嘅。
measured approach that we saw in the first hour. Again, still early, but now who you're racing against completely different animal.
Yeah, 100%. Again, I couldn't.
唔知我未試啊，但係嗰部林寶我早2日試過 High 模嗰個真係離撚譜，
嗰個好差嘅，
好撚好 grip， 嗰部嘢黐線嘅路軌，個頭又肯跌。
係未人試過架 Benz High 模啊嘛。而家想試下 Benz 個 High 模 set up 啊嘛。佢自己揸都揸 Benz 咯，你話對個 set up 有冇信心？
咁我可以肯定同你講，佢呢個 set up 肯定係 Sam Ben 做出嚟嘅。
一定唔會係賣出嚟嗰個，但係一定係差咯，佢揸得 Benz 嗰個。
自轉1圈。
佢轉咗1個圈啫喎，冇2個喎。
係啊。
佢哋玩嘢喎，柒撚咗。
大家冇咗3-4秒啦。
係咯，呢下嘢點樣樣追啊？買嘢喎。頭先掉頭嗰個 friend 都又贏1次啊嘛。
and spun the car.
佢入去掉撚咗個圈啫喎。
Incredible scenes. Your
明
pole
明
sitter
係
and your leader for the
限
first
咗速
hour
噶咯，點解會掉
making
頭
a
咧？
mistake like that. Mentioned in the race.
就係因為佢架車係
Not really been in the control of a race of this magnitude. Not been in that position before.
你冇 momentum 嘅時候，你突然間一腳吉落去嗰啲車幾百匹，你好難 speed 嘅。
但係唔係盡撚住有嘅咩？佢有個咩㗎嘛？有個頭撚住速㗎嘛？
唔知啊，可能收緊入去嗰下，你睇幾撚早開油？
佢嗰下真係柒啊咁樣叫。
你睇下呢個 set up 阿 Q 執完出嚟係可以幾早開油，同埋係部車冇唔需要有任何修正動作，
佢都冇電嘅喎。
係啊，咪就係揾好耐，就係要行呢個方向咯。以前啲方向係偏向高 set up 嗰種，咁啊依家係偏向翻去 high 部嗰種，但係冇咁激進，即係都激進嘅，但係 user friendly 少少。
咁我睇下邊嗰兩個撚樣嘅做法啦，咁真係。
我真係未，我真係我 set 唔到咁樣，但係即係我做唔到呢個效果咯。但係我知道個方向係點。
下邊嗰兩條撚樣係未必揸得到呢個 set up 咯。
係咯。
如果你唔操，一定揸唔撚到。
係咯，咪就係。
佢哋又好撚戇鳩喎，你明撚知同隊嘅，屌你咪你又叫人哋幫手揸，屌你但係你又唔撚同人哋一齊賽，你自己隊友又撚戇鳩，咁真係屌你搞唔撚掂。
嗰兩個真係會出嚟咩？
古墓派咁撚樣。
係咯，屌你古墓派咁撚樣。
好懷疑喎，真係緊出嚟嘅。
我好懷疑今場就係阿 Q 同阿 Sky 兩個跑咯。
係咯，揸夠晒咯。
其實如果得嘅，佢兩個跑冇問題啊。
仲撚好。
係啊，兩個都做到。
如果佢兩個跑撚咗出嚟有時間嘅，咁屌你哋對面個老細啊點撚樣諗嘢咧？
你翻去翻去啦，不如
係啊，嗰啲舊思路。
係咯，屌你使乜做到自己咁樣鳩啫？係咪先？你又唔係世界冠軍，世界冠軍都未有你咁樣戇鳩啦！屌你做乜嘢？
係喎，呢個總之世界冠軍就唔會咁鳩啦。講真，調翻轉講，佢
打
做
要做翻添啦，
呢種數得咯，真係。
你唔係個人㗎嘛，係咪先？
唔係啊，你應該係越叻嘅，你先至唔可以做撚到自己咁撚鳩。
係啊，
哇！後面開氣啊！
你要人哋認，你啲人哋認同你啊嘛，係咪先？屌你咁樣牙刷人哋唔撚認同你。
咪咯，
我6架車前埋一齊。
你入嚟喂 set up 咧咁撚樣，
喂都戇鳩喎！你要唔柒俾你咪唔柒俾你，
唔使操車啊？
入嚟一嘢入埋嚟先過，冇協議嗰啲。
呢啲就好撚冇禮貌。
係啊，就係冇嗰樣嘢，即係禮貌，基本禮貌都冇。
唔係，真係你同 team 基本有嘅尊重都要有啦，仲要唔係本身，即係就算本身玩開啊，都一定會有基本尊重，甚至唔係玩開請外援翻嚟都咁樣，其實好撚唔要得咯。
要得啦，呢啲態度係失敗。
阿飛你係得閒，
咩啊？
即係你冇同阿 Q 去比賽？
冇啊！我冇同嗰邊講話我又想玩啫嘛。就算我講咗，我都未夠班啦，黐線！
嚇，你唔係好勁嘅咩？
我同佢哋點都仲爭，即係最快嗰個場都係爭緊0.3。我 match 唔到 pacing 㗎，我 match 唔到佢哋 pacing 㗎。
哇！呢架 Benz 真係好似好撚正，
即係你話跑一個圈出嚟谷出嚟，咁我可能會谷到個差唔多嘅時間，唔知用幾耐啊？
你好有興趣喎對 Hymo Benz。
係咧，
係咪幫你籌
用唔知幾耐嘅時間可以谷到一個快嘅時間出嚟？
我就係見到呢條撚樣揸搞撚到我好似仲撚想揸，仲撚有興趣揸下。
我見到啊，就係幫你搞㗎啦，唉！突然間有條 link 喺部 Benz。
係咧。
今晚你哋玩唔係 ACC 啊？定係淨係睇比賽？
玩一陣啦。
我唔玩啊，我部腦玩唔到啊。
唔係嘛？
我哋玩一陣啦。
你部腦係咪我要俾咗 Q
先玩到？應該基本都要重裝完先玩到。
你真係要等去強哥嗰度搞啊要。
我啱啱 back up 晒啦 ，back up 晒我要嘅嘢㗎啦。
哦，
係爭裝 window 嗰 part 我唔識啫嘛，我又冇手指又冇剩啊嘛。
贏拍手指落去得㗎啦，你要問你揾人搞隻手指俾你，你就係贏家嚟啦。
我其實係唔識搞，我唔識點樣用手指去開機。
咁趁呢個機會學下啦，雖然學完翻嚟，希望你會有機會再用。
唔好啦，你叫我裝我就叻啫，你叫我整電腦我識奶喎。
有撇啦應該，
入咗撇。
你哋後邊嗰兩隻嘢有到啦，後邊嗰隻蒙咁樣啊，成堆一齊嚟啊，約撚大㗎啦已經。
哇！你睇你11號嗰架拉你撞爛到成嘅車花撚晒都仲係 keep 住飛繩喎，
係都係咁撚快啊！
係咯，全部花兜晒喎。
因為依家Sky 揸緊呢個 pace 繩係比起佢哋 qualify off 緊秒半 pace 㗎嘛，正常仲有應該係0.2咁上下嘅啫，所以佢應該係平均每個圈慢咗0.3咯，所以就有少少拉龍咯。但係呢0.3唔足以令到佢俾人過咯，爬唔到頭咯，所以唔使理。佢揸得舒服就得啦。
佢而家係揸得穩咯，
係啊，佢穩陣個個圈做翻差唔多嘅嘢，其實唔需要 push 噶啦。咁樣反而穩穩陣陣揸到尾仲好。
Yeah, if you're Lewis Rotters, you got to be very, very smart about what you do here. You don't want to do anything rash. You don't want to get in there too hot and try to make up for lost time. You got to be calm. As much as you got to calm down. You're
係咪技巧嚟嘅？
唔係喎，嗰架咩車？嗰個馬丁過撚咗個拉嚟喎。
But don't do anything that's going to give us a penalty. You've got to know at this stage, stewards are not going to give you penalties if you go over what they deem the limit, and you can't have that.
係00cc快撚咗喎，架
you can see P3.
後邊嗰扎
唔係入邊偏住咗車手啊！
我頭先一堆嚟㗎，佢話馬丁係個拉你後邊。
Gaining penalties, especially the number 888. Then we go on board with the Rentwelton Esports Blue. They've also received penalties today for just not being patient enough.
幾撚遲收㗎咋佢？
You've got to try and make moves, you've got to make overtakes. That's the
我其實唔係遲收嘅。其實可能係大家一樣嘅啫，只不過係你嗰0.3距離喺200公里有幾架車距離，但係到你得翻幾十公里嘅時候就喺後面㗎啦嘛。
就會好撚近啊嘛。係啊，就追撚到埋嚟，其實大家都係同一個 bullet point。
係啊，但係其實你見到個距離一路冇變過都係0.3嘅。
佢而家好似屌你係咁喺度斬緊個燈喎。
car in a different class, you get frustrated more easily. Clearly, I'm quicker. They don't do anything by letting me go. Why are they racing me this hard? I know we're on the same lap, but it doesn't really matter. And all that does
放心啊 ，Sky 呢啲經驗老道㗎啦。
因為隔離咪影撚緊咯，個 YouTube
again drive with yourself. Jonas Fox has to play this
又真係得喎。
very smartly. Of course, getting pressed by the cars behind. George Boothby started either 20th or just outside the top 20. The McLaren below chain 12 doesn't seem to have the outright pace today, but is making their way up through the field. Racing incident between
唔係佢開門俾佢嘅。
9:38 on lap 36 and a 30-second
黐線唔通閘埋佢，明知佢係準備要撞埋嚟。9個鐘俾佢行啦，唔好玩啦。
Yeah, late out. We had a stop go 30 earlier on.
後邊嗰架11號爛到孖喺嗰架係咁
So we don't want to see big crashes.
爛撚到啊！
Yeah, let's see.
嗰個閃燈有數位，佢又閃一閃佢咯。
係有數位。
講唔該隻嘢就有㗎啦，冇喺度閃啦單嘢。
係啊，先正有㗎啦。
線真係當個街流。
當阿街可以線躺喎，屌你係人都派米喎。
冇㗎，呢個位一定係擋。唔俾佢過㗎，佢後面兩架同組㗎，唔可以俾佢過嘅。
where maybe you don't
等佢
have
隔
the
開
best
佢
stuff
哋
in
後
the
邊兩
race
條
car.
契弟
But
可以。
again,
梗係
you're not going to
啦，
win the
黐線
championship today, but you can
一
show
定
the
啱開。
result today
後
if
邊
you
嗰兩個 fans 同
overreact
到
or
㗎啦，嚟㗎啦，嚟
maybe
緊㗎
don't
啦。
perform
唔係
to the
1架
best of your
40
ability.
嘅，
Gotta
一
mind
架
your
尾
P's
車
and
嚟㗎啦。
Q's, gotta stay out of trouble like you said. And again, just run the laps. Count down the grains of sand in the hourglass, move on to maybe a different track combo that suits you just a little bit better. But again, that said, moving up the field, doing a good job.
Yeah, and if you keep yourself out of trouble, you know, I think you're definitely going to gain a couple more spots today. So who's to say there's not even a potential top 5 in the offering for McLaren Veloce on a day when they wouldn't have really been expecting, especially after what happened at the start of this race. You know, it rendered championship rivals completely out of this. I don't even know where the number 51 is, like what position they're in this race. So the Ferrari esports car were out, you know, merely 6-7 corners into the race. So yeah, you know, McLaren Veloce are still in a relatively good position. I think that they might be worried that Williams are hitting form with 2 cars because they got 2 hits at it each and every round.
啱啦，後面嗰兩架搞多兩搞。
Pretty good. We're on board then with the leaders of the silver class.
2秒啦。
Number 1 car may be preemptive in their choice of number potentially for next season, just doing it a season earlier because they look very strong indeed so far this season. They've got Matteo though right behind, only 2 tenths behind in that Aston Martin, and then we've got Richie in the Ferrari. So this is a genuine battle for the lead of the silver class, and it's been this close from the start. If you're in that West Side Coast competition car, you've got to be sweating here. But they're dealing with a
佢依家係車款第2啊嘛，係嘛？
Came into the pits quite close. They came out even closer.
The
top 3 under the blanket. It's almost a mirror image.
1號車係咪阿 Nels 嚟㗎？
Lead in the pro class at the end of stint number 1. But like you said, Sebastian Apostle for West competition, they have everything to play for. Again, they're not overdriving the car. They're not making defensive moves. Nobody particularly close enough. It's almost as if those 3 drivers in the silver class are happy with where they are. They must all think they have what it takes, and certainly they do have what it takes to take victory in the silver class today. Nobody willing to chance it here.
No, certainly not. And you've got to add that extra sprinkling of there's 2 classes effectively racing in the same class. So, you know, there are going to be battles with other cars. Battles. Sometimes you've got to let a car go for the better of your race. And that's all part of the strategy of a 9-hour race around Kyle Army. It really is as simple as that. Rotters has got the bit between his teeth. He is absolutely travelling through the pack. Is there the potential for him to catch up to Nils there? 8/10 of a second to the leaders from the pit.
哇！屌你咪個巴黎撚晒睇啊！
Darren McCormack, by the way, is in the lead. So that's something we missed there. The lead has changed hands.
我最撚快54個9。
Darren McCormack. And well, Williams.
我最快53個4咯。
Be able to see exactly how
53個4，53個尾都唔知幾撚爽啊！
Yeah, Darren McCormack into the lead of the race, getting by their teammate Fiala now, the trailing car of the lead. 2 drivers, of course, did get by Statsenko for P4. Others, of course, came out of pit for P5. So they net up a spot. They did lose time to Niox. In the process, big story, Darren McCormack assumes the lead for the first time today after being half a second out of the lead, what seemed like all race to this point.
佢同佢哋兩個啲時間差唔多，好撚難追翻上去。
That's not what you want to see. And they've also got Dominic Blair and Dennis Schuniger to get in the car yet, and those 2 are equally as fast. So, yeah, this is worrying signs that the Williams team have got not only 1 car out in the lead, they've got 2 cars. They've even got someone to protect McCormack from a potential advance from behind. Yeah, this is looking a very good deal. Although Nils Nauyot has just put in a couple of really good seconds. He's actually closed the gap to the leader by a couple of tenths and closed down on Fiala by about half a second. It is the replay of the move then. A little bit of a mistake there from Fiala. Runs a little bit wide. McCormack was patient to this point, and then he just senses the opportunity up the inside.
我提前逼咗一下喎。
That's lovely, actually. Fiala's not going to fight him, of course. I think if that's any other car, they go side by side for a bit longer.
嗰度大家都好撚遲收㗎啦，佢個撚樣都喺嗰個過撚。
Yeah, probably so. Fiala got the S's just a little bit wrong and had no answer into Leah Cup. Realized that whether it was going to be the inside or the outside, it was going to have some company and didn't really defend that at all. I think kind of expected the teammates wouldn't really. So no real surprise.
但係都咁後起步嘅，
佢20起步，佢隊友揸嘅唔係佢揸。
Less than an hour and a half.
喂，零知嗰啲下都好撚優秀。
It's been very clean, hasn't it? We saw 1 bit of contact between McCormack and Osterman. And McCormack just kind of went, oh, sorry
咪上一場第一咯，係咪
啊？澳洲第一啊，佢係一開始第一個圈俾人推出去，但係之後係啊，追啦翻上攞第一黐線。
係咯，咁佢真係快咁多咪？
佢攞架舊物機，
講緊個平均圈速係快人好撚多，唔係單圈。
波子睇撚住嚟食啦。
屌，對撚住個波子睇你幾撚時玩完嗰條街？
呢個波子咪就係頭先 T3 兩架都係 T3 度過去。
一個撚住佢即刻走撚咗。
For car 11 for causing a collision versus the 333 back on lap 27. I have lost count how many 30-second penalties we have seen today.
Yeah, I have a number 11 on my entry list here. Actually, I think yeah, the numbers must be a little bit messed up on the server, but Kyle Army is one of those really strange circuits. You get it slightly wrong, and you get it's old school in a way where you got grass you can contend with or a gravel.
哇，到咯
喎！係
喎，McCormack喺佢後邊喎。
係咯。More of an orthodox circuit. The 80s, 90s. So if you just get it slightly wrong, you're in trouble, and if another car gets involved with you as well, it could be really, really bad. So yeah, it's a track that magnifies incidents potentially. If you see him move a little bit further back, I think Richie. Wow, this is get a lap on the car behind actually. So Richie just pushing through. In a P9, just going back to business nice quietly.
A lot of scrapping going on here. This is again for spots that are vaguely near the top 10. Jeffrey Ritchie trying to drive away in the Ace Sim Sport Visceral 34 machine. Speaking of this group of cars, Michael Hamlin down the pit lane, he has given me a piece of information. He believes that Sebastian Apostle in that race leading number 1 West Competition BMW is driving without any force feedback at all right now.
And that's information you would not have got from Steve Proudly. So Michael Hamlin. I'm in his good books, right? I'm just trying to finish my after dinner, so I've just got to get his good books before we finish. But yeah, no force feedback. That is to keep the lead. That is ridiculous.
係啊，佢而家揸得咁穩定，有鳩佢有冇人同佢傾偈？
係啊，見佢揸得好保守，唔搏咯，我見佢。啱㗎啦，
in today's era of sim racing, because of the equipment we do have, that's crazy. That is actually quite ridiculous that he's managing to maintain that position.
咁今次係咪你哋揸晒？
This group stayed so close together because it's a case of just positioning yourself in the right spot. But I'm sure
佢蒲頭你叫佢操翻1個鐘個 setting 先喎，起碼都。
哇！去到呢一刻都未知佢蒲
It's quite frustrating too because if you think about driving, it is a lot of muscle memory. Contact in the background. Honda's hard into the wall, exiting Leacock. And I wonder if other cars got involved. I don't think so. Nicholas Alvarado for HPDS Pro in the 93, the Argentine driver, trying to rejoin. More wrong is now they're perpendicular to the racetrack and backing up in front of other cars. Luckily, they're very heads up. Everyone able to drive away, but a scary moment for Alvarado here.
好在係加尼路之前噴咗出嚟嘅全部都打。
In the way in the end, but that was just a comedy of errors.
No, what you would probably have liked to have seen there is a backing up to the inside wall of the racetrack to do that. Unfortunately, not able to do that. Probably. Probably thought there for a second that time to do this. Probably was trying to light tires up, spin the car around, didn't get any of that, and that's so why they ended perpendicular to the racetrack. The wave yellows there, I think, bailed some people out as they entered Leacock. They certainly had to know that there was a stranded car somewhere.
That's one of the huge differences between real racing and sim racing. With yellows, sim racing they just tend to ignore them. And there's no real way of being able to get the telemetry data live to then analyse the car. Like, there is, obviously, if you really want to go through everything, I guess you maybe in the future you have to look at that. But for the most part, they just ignore yellows. Whereas in real racing, like you get a penalty if you don't brake in a yellow. So you have to at least show that you're. I know Formula One is bit of a silly. They just have to press the brake and touch, don't they, right, to show that they've shown some awareness. But yeah, in sim racing they tend to ignore it. So yeah, even though the yellows were flying, the car rejoining still needs to take a bit more care of my opinion.
Can confirm. I will say I think a lot of that has to do with the removal of the self-preservation aspect that you do not really get in sim racing most of the time. Kolosov for Armamentario in the 678, trying to make a move here on the 114 for position. Letao gets, I don't know if there was contact there or not, but gets the position anyway, does Kolosov.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, another really nice fact is Luca Lossio has gone up 29 races in the Lamborghini. So, number 63, who are currently third in the championship. This would be some story if they can manage to gain, like they're even ahead of the McLaren Veloce team. So this is some effort there from that outfit.
Every race, I feel like there's at least one team that does that. Maybe they have a bad qualifying. Could be that their good qualifying laps get invalidated. Easy to do, especially when you're pushing for every millimeter of racetrack space that you have out there. Easy to go over the limit, easy to not get your lap in exactly where you want it. So sometimes you start out of position. Always, it looks like there's a car that's out of position that gains a bunch of spots, that the hero of the race. They're certainly in the running with that performance thus far.
Yeah, 100%. I guess if you start that far down, you kind of, and you're a team that's expected to be winning the champion or fighting for the championship, you've got no choice, right? Full send. It is 9 hours of just absolute full send. I'm not sure they would have expected to be as high up as they are, so they might be able to relax a little bit earlier. But this is, yeah, for sure, performance of the day so far.
I will say, too, when you start near the back of one of these races, you kind of know what your game plan is, right? There's no argument, there's no critique. You know exactly what you got to do. You got to gain places, you got to gain them in fistfuls throughout the entire race. So whatever accomplishes that is what you have to do. There's no laying back, there's no waiting for a pit stop to gain a spot. You cannot do that. You have to be on it from the start. It makes it simple. It's also very difficult to do. It's really impressive when it happens like it has for the 63 today.
Yeah, 100%, but that's the same for every team. That's why we have 3 or 4 drivers per team, so they can be on it. And that's, again, another thing that's a bit different from real-life racing and sim racing, as we've got now car 888 on lap 43, no further action. Between 62 and 888, we've got a 5-second time penalty for 110 for causing a collision. That's been added, 5-second time penalty. Yeah, that's another thing in sim racing. I feel like it is a sprint, even though it's 9 hours, it's a sprint race. They are like qualifying lap after qualifying lap after qualifying lap, whereas in real racing, I think they're about 97% kind of, just a little bit under the 100% mark in a race opposed to qualifying. So it's the two differences.
Sure is. And by the way, just to add a little context to that incident, remember we talked about the 110, your pole sitter led the opening stanza of the race, had issues getting on to pit lane. That 25 car was the one that passed them for P4, so a little bit of contact when that pass occurred.
It certainly did. Yeah, we've had plenty of contact today, that's for sure. We've had plenty of everything. We've had everything that you would expect from a 9-hour race in the first 90 minutes. And while to sum it all up, we've got a highlight package here. So let's have a look at what's happened so far. Osterman on pole position, then for Whipperman Racing, and well, whipped his way up into P1 and held on to that the whole first stint. You can see the 2 Williams cars were second and third. It was a very good start for them. It wasn't such a good start. Because, well, all hell was about to be unleashed. And,
不過都唔係啊，佢哋都揸緊嗰陣都
51 there, gets spun by the John Lacey, and well, here we go. It's the big one.
Wow.
The big one is happening. I think
咁撚壯觀嘅一個起步，哇！炒撚到啊！
係啊，就係咁啊！
我炒車
哇！屌你都有冇30架嗰度？
吸撚埋啊喂！
都見到有一架。
係啊，吸撚埋咗，啲人講起喺佢哋前邊，喺後邊避咗咯，係啊，後邊，佢前面咯，炒啫嘛就係
啦，就係見到間嗰個就啱先走撚咗，後邊炒晒。
喺佢隔離傳播啫。
It's just been like that the whole time around. We see here a potential move from Arthur Cameron trying to fake its way on Kamil Pawlowski, and Kamil Pawlowski, the wily Polish driver, that was able to.
不過有時你冇辦法㗎，屌你做唔撚到時間咧，真係冇辦法。
hold that overlap. We head in towards turn number 3. It wasn't quite able to work out. This, well, yeah, answer the postcard, ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
Yeah, just wasn't very good. Martin, just up ahead, the silver one, just took 2 free spots. They were in behind, and then all of a sudden, we've got Osterman here who came into the pit in the lead. And whoops, around we go again.
喂，佢呢啲佢真係冇出分外租，係咯，先至話做撚到咁嘅喎。你睇啦，睇，屌你！哎，認下先，反正屌你戴咗頭咁耐，係啦，都甩撚緊啦，踩到腳油甩多個圈先。玩嘢啊個撚樣。
Back a little bit later, I believe. But yeah, it's been awesome.
Yeah, it certainly has. We've not been any sort of drought for action out there. There's been a lot of contact, been a lot of great racing as well. Sky battles in both classes. The top couple of cars in both classes, just absolutely fantastic. I think that's going to continue racing.
Absolutely. Well, when we come back, we'll be left in capable hands of
Lewis Ewan,
O'Leary, and we've also got Austin Walker. So enjoy the rest of the race.
係啊，同埋有人埋身佢都唔同佢肉搏費事同佢搏嘥時間。
平時快啲，佢揸呢啲長，揸啲長。
Of the Cuttle Army 9-hour this afternoon. As we mentioned, Darren McCormack is leading in a Williams Esports 1-2, 555 following the 66.
佢對 qualify 邊個跑？
頭先啊 Q 咯，平時都係 Q 跑咯 qualify。
Action-packed opening to this race, but we're expecting things to settle down now in Aston. In all honesty, this is after all a point of a very long race.
Yeah, that's right. First off, glad to be here, happy to be commentating alongside you. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. This
呢個場爭咗40都兩爽皮。
阿 Simon 都係可唔可以俾個拉你嘅嗨門聲俾我？定係 Discord 已經有？我睇下。
你又想試拉你係咪啊？
你講個拉你咁鬼勁，心喐喐啊！
佢比你勁啫喎。
唔係啊，
race where you know there's more that's already happened than you have you really need to make sure you continue to keep this car
係你話咩拉你慳油啊嘛？
拉你慳油
see if the 66 car could go up there and challenge that triple five car for the lead. They've been kind of in there, kind of just waiting to have their opportunity for the clean air.
拉你係真係好揸嘅，
但係拉你唔擒得搏嘅喎。
It is going to be interesting, but I do have my doubts personally. I think Mercedes just has the edge over a long run, which of course there will be many over the course of this race. But we'll have to wait.
係咪 Daniel 先有個咩 Hymo 加 J Lopez 嗰個？
Another team who did well at Bathurst, not doing so well here. I think the only team to finish inside the top 5 during the previous round.
Hymo 嗰個就係咪啊？
我單嚟睇下先。
The 9-12 team.
係咯，你試下個拉你正啊，真係唔係講笑。
Maybe the exception, but oh no, the 14 are away. There's also the 9-12 are the only team
that
finishes
top
5 during Bathurst who are doing remotely well here in this race. I would say they're currently down in 9th, which is not a great result for them. The reason I bring this up is because the 4th place team from Bathurst, SMP Racing Esports, have just officially retired from this race. Around about 2 minutes ago, Nico Bykov was at the wheel at the time. Has become the third time of the day.
你一個 link 過期啊嘛？
唔係啊，跟住咩又掉咗出嚟咯，新嘅喎。
我有掉出嚟喎。
係啊，新㗎。
再睇下先。
And the only team to finish inside the top 5 last time to be in the top 10 this time, which I can't remember happening for in any series that I've ever done really.
Yeah, it's really topsy-turvy how it's kind of played out with the two things you mentioned there, kind of the cars flip-flopping around on themselves. How about the 9-12 car as well? Qualified not so well. He continues to improve his position, though. I think he's going to make it. I would reckon at least 8th place overall in the race by the time we're done. Just looking at the time we have pace that those 3 guys have in their car. I think it just comes down to the difference between what we talked about last round in Bathurst
That's a completely different circuit than this one.
你仲未過期嘅單到。
哇！四眼佬住埋 game 添喎
，ACC 都唔玩。And I think that just comes down to the balance of performance and what these drivers want to extract out of their cars in terms of A, handling, and B, just what the cars can handle themselves.
I think that he's already up to 8th place, Boothby. I didn't miscount earlier. I think Luca Lossio has been off the road just as you were talking there. I'm not sure where, but we saw the yellow flag at the top of the screen there, and Lossio is now nowhere to be seen in the 63 Lamborghini.
Benz 都好似有 set up 話 Alex， 我見佢掉喎，
見到啊高 set up，係啊，我好奇 Benz 有 high 冇 set up，
係啊，我都係。
我見有麥 comment 揸得咁鬼快。
Because they are at that region of the circuit, but the presence of that yellow flag does make me fear slightly. A few more penalty decisions coming through. 5 seconds time penalty for Triple A.
其實 CDA 係咪廢
？Because they're out. And a racing incident between the 62 and
都唔會廢嘅，個揸法唔同啫。
但我見 CDA 而家做時間嗰啲 YouTube 片咧，佢揸咗好撚10粒先至快，即係已經唔係嗰個原理啦。
我見 CDA 比高 set up 同 high 模平均都慢0.幾秒喎。
係啊，但係佢要揸到好撚10粒，好撚離題。
但係佢仲係出晒界咁樣喎，踩埋草咁樣先可以快啊！
其實應該咁講啊，嗰啲 set up 咧，我覺得都係啱唔啱你自己揸。
一定啦。
好難講喎，我 Benz 就係揸個高 set up， 即係1.8嘅高 set up 同1.9嘅 CDA。
即係如果你中意喺彎心度踩咗油個尾線出彎嘅，咁你嗰個 high 模咪靚咯。
我應該係啱 high 模多啲。係。
Welcome high 模。
尤其係貓 Panorama 第一個彎試住送咗入去，個感覺好正。
係啊，好正喎！我都係咁覺得，所以我都好中意。你其實嗰架寶馬唔係寶馬，嗰架林寶都揸到呢個動態㗎，你可以。
如果林寶我上次 LFM 喺 Suzuka 度都做到。
佢有嗰個 feel 啊，唔係真係話定就冇動態嗰種咯，係做到嘅。
It's a fantastic battle for the lead, by the way, in silver, but it's not particularly intriguing to George Boothby. He'll want to get through as quickly as he possibly can. This is another fight for pro positions, though. Eamon Murphy and Mikhail Satsenko, two absolute greats in the ACC game.
G2
versus Sandlock as well. Two very recognisable teams.
你想買 Benz 啊？
係啊。G2 with 10.
咁來咗一定好開心啊！你買咗之後。
喂，唔好你買啊！我同你2份買。
嚇？點解啊？
一齊用咯，抌出嚟睇下邊個啱用咯，一齊用。我同你一齊買。
唔係買啊！哦，你話夾錢買啊？
係啊。
睇下先。
睇下邊間。
因為我又想要呢個。
去錯網站。
去到高嗰度揾 high 模。
唔係，我直接打 high 模，佢出咗個唔知咩公司。唔
係嗰樣嘢嚟嘅，
唔係嗰樣嘢，係咩科技公司。
講得你個名都幾囂張 ，high 模。
係咪 setspace.com 啊？
好似係，因為佢唔係你其實可以去佢 check 睇聽個網站買會好啲啊。或者喺嗰度睇，係啊，你去 setspace 嗰個唔知啊，嗰啲我都唔知係咪 original。佢係有好多 custom 嘅啲人放出嚟2歐3歐咁樣，係一條車嘅時候，唔係淨係睇模咯。
Right now, which is going to be useful when we get to the 24 hours of Spa, as we've already talked about plenty of times over the course of the season, and I'm sure we'll get to in the summer, or the middle of summer, when we get to that race. But probably worthwhile getting those kind of drivers in early because it will get quite late in the night by this time this race is finished. I would already presume that the eastern part of Asia is, into 11, 12 o'clock at night, maybe at worst. So we're already very early on in the race, so it could be worthwhile getting them in early and then let them sleep a little bit because otherwise it could be a very, very long night for some. But also thinking of guys like Huang, who's driving the 110, the 118 at the minute, the 118 Porsche in 13th overall. He's from that region as well, and will likely want to get his hours in early. But for the Europeans, it's very much across the middle of the day again. Murphy and Statsenko battle again in towards turn 1. They won't change positions. Stay single file for the moment, but they continue to lose time to Darragh McCormack, who's really beginning to stretch his legs now. The gap between the two Williams eSports cars just extends to more than 1 second for the first time in quite some time. And it kind of reflects the race pace that Mercedes has gotten.
Update 到1.8.10嘅，
未有。A race pace while it was
McCormack 仲係實驗緊。
The race is where the Mercedes has really been a little bit more comfortable.
一定唔會同佢一樣嘅，佢一定有啲保留。
都係。
即係有90你夠做啦。
都係。係嗰尾得㗎啦，係咁放嘢得㗎啦。
或者佢自己即係根據自己嘅 style 改咗少少咯。
我一定唔會出晒俾你。有90都好撚爽㗎啦。
有嗰個 feel 得㗎啦。
係咯。Pacific Coast, the West Coast, United States, it's still 6:10 a.m. for them. So those drivers, of course, going to take up some of the later stages in the race. But as you see here, we're looking at the 110 car routers.
下個禮拜咩Imola？
水浸嗰度。
係啊，水浸啊，水浸啊，Imola。
LFM
係啊。
報名啦咩可以？
唔係 TBRL、LFM， 鬼佬嗰個要律師團隊嗰個。
OK。
咩要咩團隊？
咁我哋操下啦。
係啊，要法律團隊嗰邊。
咁我哋操下嗰個咯。
我哋揾嗰啲場嚟打咯一陣。如果我哋陣間出去打街場。
Simon 你講下
咩？In the pit lane, I know it lost them 3 places, but
咩？
啱
啱你講下咩？
It was somewhat amusing.
我講 LFM 下個禮拜Imola嘛。
So well done to them on that one.
我諗住操Imola啦一齊。
哦。係咪嗰啲要換 driver 嗰啲啊
？Completely clean that point.
咩換 driver？
We've got Arjuna Kakipalli who will be
話咩成 team 咩？我聽唔清楚啊嘛。
咩啊？你想知啲咩啊，老爺？你講啊。
你 LFM 係即係自己玩自己㗎嘛，係咪？即係唔係組成一 team 人咁樣去玩啊？
我冇講過，不過大家都會得閒打下，咪講一齊操咯，又冇 TBR 有操而家。
操下 Imola 都。阿 Kobe 揸39。
哇！
真係冇正使嘅，咪去玩下嗰啲咩EC嗰啲咯。
咩嚟㗎嗰啲？係咪另一個系列嘅車盤嚟㗎？
佢哋嗰啲玩 TCR 咯。
TCR。哦，TCR。AC 即係 AC 玩嗰啲咯，係咪？
係啊。
玩完，我覺得玩完 ACC 咧，玩唔翻嗰啲 TCR。
都會嘅，其實咪都係咁咋。
你要嚟玩下，即係要成班 feeling 下就還可以。如果一到深入啲又話要 set up 又呢樣嗰樣，我覺得佢就唔係嗰啲嘢。
咁話 A 嗰個 set 車就係冇 ACC 咁明顯嘅，係咯。咁但係都叫做做到嗰樣嘢嘅。
So that's going to carry through with them for the rest of the foreseeable future as well. So again,
係咪 Benz 啊？幫佢課金啊
？Ben 小姐未得㗎，未出㗎係咪啊？
嚇係啊，Edwin 咪掉咗個高息 up 出嚟咯。
而家嗌緊咪要閪模板啊嘛。閪模板，
佢閪模未有啊，用高息 up 先咯。
真㗎？
係啊，應該係啊，未出。
佢最新我睇 testbase.com 同埋 Titan 嗰度都係做到話1.8嘅啫。
高息 up 先都得啦，差唔多嘢啫。
OK，
高息 up 咁差啫。
咪 CDA 又得 ，CDA 個手感好硬骨骨啊，
硬骨骨鈍啊。
太 understeer 啦，好似玩 GD7 咁樣。
CDA 又真係貨，主要係貨新手用。
新手
所以一定係，即係可能你哋揸落覺得太過推頭、太過保守咁樣係一定。
The 110 team, and there was a stage in the race
咁一陣間我哋喺馬交衰架嗰度轉個二毛男嘅咯。
係，但係要阿 Daniel 哥轉咯，即係咪度
？That first position on the lap times, and now holds that fourth place with the purple lap.
Mercedes 嘅，睇下先，係喎1.8，仲係1.8嚟喎，舊嘢嚟喎。
A little bit earlier on, that's what the Unicorns of Love HRT car that's been given that.
我成日睇翻啲新嘅 setup 係點講嘅先。
With the 11, and that's even more frustrating, I would argue here, because it was an incident with, well, actually.
係咯，寫明呢個係貨1.9喎。Benz 未有啊，不過咪自己撞緊。
Pretty frustrating. Huber's been recovering basically in that 5 for quite some time, but that's going to set them back all over again.
Yeah, certainly. He's looked to see this other battle deeper in the field here. But we touched on this a little bit earlier. Still out there, kind of island in between two of the silver class cars. He himself as a pro driver, and just in case you maybe forgot or are tuning in just a little bit late there, you can tell what class the drivers are in based on the background color of the white background driver and a silver background. They're just that, a silver class. So there's two races going on here inside the same race, just like what you might see on a WEC race, maybe in IMSA.
你揾到林寶嗰個 set 啊
that matter as well. Two different races going on in the same race, but all in the same cars and just as competitive from one class to the next.
It is absolutely fantastic. Here's George Boothby.
我都見到自己林寶嘅 set。
At the moment in the 118 Porsche, the highest place of the Porsches actually that have really been struggling today.
個林寶齊晒場㗎啦，應該
係啊，你嗰次Daniel 哥幫你整完你有冇？係咪而家膽一大個？你如果再試應該有㗎啦，23條出㗎啦嗰度。我自己睇過佢23個檔案。
有啊，我入過去睇過都有。
我掂。The best start in the silver category.
不過我哋個靈魂去咗296度啦
都係嘅。
我哋去咗法拉利啦。
不過有時想玩下第二啲車嘅時候就即刻有。
而家我哋齊跑啊！
最撚慘嗰3大都係揸啊嘛，嗰幾架車。
係啊，真係心大心細，即係爽下嘅車咯，可以。
係啊。What were your thoughts on the opening exchanges, Austin, with the incident that happened? I mean, as far as I was concerned, John Lacey Esports got exactly what they deserved with a 30-second stop-and-go penalty. It could very easily have been, well, you could have justified a more severe penalty, in all honesty. And yeah, it caused the roadblock that we did eventually see on that opening lap.
Sky 最快圈速係41個幾嘅。41個1。
You know, the racing stewards, you have to look at it from the standpoint of
佢而家41個1.7。
係啊，最快係41個1。
It's not just how egregious was that, but it's more so.
頭先嗰啲平均圈速都41㗎。
Intentions there, or what were they trying to do? And I think you'd have to take an additional step back to say, even though you
重油啊嘛，佢而家係。
係啊，咩咁撚多油，佢 keep 住加到41都
cars. I don't think you can take that that into account because if it were to happen any other lap in the race, maybe it only takes out the 2 or 3 cars kind of in the immediate vicinity. So I think they made the right call there with the 30 seconds, but I can easily see how maybe you should park the car, maybe give them a minute time penalty or something. So just a lot of options, but you know, it's not kind of my place. I like to say that, to comment on what the racing stewards should have done, but I definitely, I can see both sides with the 30 seconds or a larger penalty.
In all fairness, the 28 team have recovered quite well. Joshua Allen is down in 22nd overall at the moment.
其實而家咁樣 keep 緊住爭住2個鐘41個鐘已經好撚快，咁撚多油。
But even so, I think that means not paint them full of glory, I'm afraid. 2 Williams Esports cars, 1 and 2 here at Kyalami though. We're less than 2 hours into this one. There's still a very, very long way to go and some very, very warm temperatures.
哇！頭嗰兩架仲攣緊緊啊，真係刺激。
McCormack and Wojciech Friala who lead.
咗7個鐘同佢慢慢練，真係黐線。
所以你明點解我話佢哋呢啲水平嘅比賽真係1秒就1秒，
真係啊！真係搞笑。唔可以輸俾人。
第4個阿 friend 又加咗時間。
佢排位頭40幾位都係1秒內嘅，你諗下幾黐線。
I'd be very surprised myself. I mean, double stinting, for
0.3啫嘛，冇咗10個位咯。我覺得10幾個位咯，0.3啫嘛
，0.3啫嘛，做乜事？
大佬，你世界賽唔係 TVRL 啊，大佬。
真係你諗下，從 race 少咗1秒係爭幾多？
屌你 TVRL 封撚
嚟㗎啦，已經係
TVRL 啊，封撚晒黃啊！屌你入撚到嚟 qualify 入撚到。
Your knees might fall. Some of those other
好似我咁咯，我未 qualify 到嗰陣時候，
嗰啲人快啦，
我一次 qualify 都未 qualify 到個 SO。
好撚快，太快啲人真係。
唔係，不過我依家我未試過，我之前嘗試去 qualify SO 嗰陣時，我揸緊 CDA 嘅。
屌，俾撚埋個 set up 你啲死嘢，仆街嗰啲人快撚到。
係啊，俾埋個 set up
我車一模一樣嘅，得㗎啦，行啦。
我加輕油最快先至做過40個4啫嘛，
係揾到嗰個輪跑數啊！
係咯，你輕油40個4喎，佢而家啲屌咧，
冇㗎，我成日
41喎，41
係啊，你諗下都話大家輕油嘅情況之下，佢哋做緊39.4，
咪係咯，
我1秒喺邊撚度咧，頭腦都爆得快。
大家輕油佢講緊揸緊39.4喎，我揸緊39.4啊，揸39.6你都碌柒。
係啊。
而家仲係 Sky 揸緊，
係啊，
快咗咁多嘅，佢咪 push 緊啊？
冇啊，都係呢啲圈速啊。
係咩？
都係41個鐘啊 ，keep 住。
啱啱佢有幾個彎俾佢，一開始快咗好多。
係啊，都係41秒零啦。你睇佢而家咧一攤都係41秒6啫嘛。
係啊，41個鐘 keep 住。佢而家 keep 緊而家2個鐘，都係呢啲時間已經係交緊咗功課㗎啦。
依家係睇 Q，
冇睇 Q 啊！你睇下後邊嗰2個阿 friend，仲要揸唔揸到呢啲時間先？
出唔出現先啊，都係問題啊！
係啊，佢哋話蒲咗頭㗎嘛，唔係咩？
唔知啊，
我頭先6點零同佢哋傾偈話蒲咗頭㗎。
唔係我驚啊 Q push 爆自己啊，因為 Q 做到40點幾嘅，仲有
係啊，好撚快 Q， 你有冇睇住佢排位嘅咧？哇，幾撚快啊！39秒
先㗎。
但係我諗佢到賽嘅時候，佢會冇咁肉緊㗎啦。
我驚佢自己 push 爆，即係入咗去咋。因為佢咁長做到嘢啊嘛。
係。我心態。
但係你最緊要你 keep 得到嗰個時間啫。但係而家問題係後邊嗰2個 friend 唔知咩環境啊嘛。
唔係你淨係睇啦，佢啱佢去隔離自己操一操，重油行入去都40個8咯。
look at that car, it's just a lot more well-behaved than Aston Martin. You see the Aston kind of twitching some places. He's kind of having a counter steer it up out of the corner sometimes. I think that Ferrari, I mean, it kind of seems like he's at 9 tenths right now.
但係而家問題係驚後邊嗰兩個 friend 唔知咩環境啊嘛。
嗰兩個差。
係啊，
我理唔到咁多㗎啦，佢兩個交晒功課就係㗎啦。
係啊，而家咪就係講啦，總之佢兩個交到功課就搞緊掂㗎啦，唔係就係你嘅後邊嗰兩個最啲人。
佢兩個交盡都係做
一人揸兩個鐘嘛，一人揸兩個鐘搞緊掂佢。
唔係包先係3個半鐘，咁即係佢兩個可以揸到7個鐘，剩低嗰2個鐘佢哋冇人 show 出嚟，咁咪出走咯，冇計。
好似話有一個補咗頭嘅，頭先6點零阿 Kyo 佢哋仲喺呢度傾偈嘅時候，話一個補咗頭，
攞聲嗰個咯，
係啊，攞聲啊屌，
係咪啊？卡斯啊？係咪卡斯蒲咗頭？
唔知我冇講喎，就話有一個蒲咗頭，
龍心啊，好似叫，
唔係個領隊嚟嘅，即係一個車手嘅話，
領隊嚟啊。
如果卡斯蒲咗頭都好啲，卡斯其實調情同呢度差唔多。
其實嗰個領隊都好撚戇鳩咯，佢唔撚嗌埋一齊開個會咁一齊練車。
係啊，咪叫咩領隊啊？真係屌乜撚嘢領隊啊！
高嘅喎，咁撚咁 push 快係咪戇鳩啊？
屌你咁你做咩做人啲戇鳩嘢？點樣做人領隊咧？大佬啊，你做大嘅你都唔控制下啲嗰啲隊員係咪啊？
係啊，咁同冇分別嘅喎，真係。
咪係咯，屌你個撚嗰 feeling 咁使柒要你啊！
冇嘅，去到呢啲位，佢唔會懟炒你嘅，正路。正路佢唔會懟炒你，就係嚇下你。話俾你知，佢後面仲有部。佢同後面嗰部係38、39啊嘛，爭緊啲。
哇！你慢咗㗎，慢咗圈係啊。
後面嗰兩部爭0.2嘅咋，所以佢其實嗰部拉你都幾心急下。
But you need to be 4 or 5 tenths a second a lap faster just to go out and pass that guy. So being 2 or 3 tenths of a second faster, that's great. You know, you can catch him, you can run him down, but it's one thing.
但正常呢啲都唔會讓佢哋走先啊嘛，
一定唔會。你有料你咪插埋嚟，你插到埋嚟嘅話，你箍得死嘅，你掹我唔到嘅，唔係開門都。但如果你唔係插到埋嚟嘅話，我 turn in 嘅時候，你唔係同我 side by side 嘅話，我留喺度唔會讓條線俾你。因為呢啲位你如果人哋硬插埋嚟 turn in 嗰下 side by side， 你拍埋佢，你自己炒嘅，佢唔炒。同埋佢296個 break 勁好多，所以呢啲位殺到埋嚟係好正路嘅。296個 break 係起晒譜嘅，對比起 M4。同埋佢咁樣殺埋嚟都冇用，都唔會爬到頭。
我就見佢下都差唔多到咁樣。
Will stay behind. Jeffrey Ritchie's into the pit lane from second in the silver category. It will drop down behind Huang and lose a class position there.
我就算我揸到快時間都好啦，我做唔到咁穩定嘅 pacing。我做唔到1個鐘都咁穩定。
而家唔係1個鐘，而家要2個鐘。
係啊，我做唔到
，1個鐘都捱唔撚住。
我用胎用得好差嘅，因為我為咗要做到佢哋嗰啲時間，我其實用到條胎好撚盡，我完全養唔到胎嘅。
Yeah, how cool is that? That as soon as the real life SRO series gets this new Ferrari, that ACC does as well. That's one of the coolest things that between the manufacturers, real life racing competitions, and even the not so much real life, but the simulators. You can see still locked on a harsh battle here. This is for the podium, the last podium spot.
我用胎可以20分鐘啊，5個鐘嘅 race 多佢0.2。
That's the BMW, the lead car. That
得太快喎真係。但係為咗個時間，但係為咗個時間
跟唔到佢哋起程。
阿 Jeff， 你使唔使揾下大肚腩啊？以為呢條茂叔揸寶馬而家影出嚟嗰條茂叔唔係成日 YouTube 見到佢嘅咯。
邊條茂叔？
呢度都好多名人嘅。
3號車嗰個咯，89號咯。
89號係咪啊
The team BMW PS competition.
YouTube
as you can see, whatever variation of that name they've gone for, it's BMW M Team PS Plus competition. For those of you who
我本身今日係重裝部機嘅，今日可以重裝部機嘅，但係我唔重裝住啦，我之後先。
我唔睇埋先咯。
我唔係啊，我過埋我星期應該星期一先拎去重裝，我聽日仲要直播，我俾你。
我 F1。
係啊。我聽日仲要開單俾你哋啊嘛，我洗咗機，我分分鐘未必咁快裝翻啲嘢噶嘛。
應該好快嘅咧而家。
哇！嗰嘢到啦，追你乜上第3個，咁撚犀利咯嗰嘢。
喂，話説頭先幾點 restart 最終？
開門。
而家啦，我照。好撚快喎，
嗰個4車真係。
我唔知聽晚凌晨有邊個睇啦，唔知我點直播啦。我最後一個星期啦，之後我都轉工啦，應該休息個零2個星期，跟住之後轉翻新工。
祝你好運啊！
加拿大好悶下喎，都唔想去啦。
最後一個星期，我理佢啦，我唔嘢啊。
6th position, maybe 7th overall in class.
Yeah, it's the legacy of old tyres, as you said, I think, and the fact that the Audi is not particularly kind on them on occasion as well. The temperatures as well are about as hot as they'll be all day at this point in the race. It's 3 p.m. in Sim, as you can see at the top of your screen. We're starting this race roughly at the same time they would start it in real life as well, if you see what I mean. So the real life Car Lamina now, I believe, starts at about 1 p.m. local, which means that you do get a bit of darkness towards the end of the race, and I think we will at the end of this, although we are approaching the height of summer, so
哇！嗰架 Benz 889嗰架，佢啲拼數都好撚高喎。
阿娃馬啊嘛，佢印尼啊。
怪得啦，同阿 Sky 差唔多。
The temperature certainly will come down, and maybe that will make things
彈下佢個 pick。
It's all about keeping those
係喎，我都唔記得咗阿 Rama 有 Antica Rama 係有賽嘅。
我有嘈多年啦，同佢玩都玩咗好多次啦，係嘛？
係啊，
仲有得同佢玩嘅時候，而家冇啦。
以前 ELGP Race Room 嗰陣時咪有同佢賽咯。
而家冇咁嘅實力同佢賽。
翻嚟。
嗰陣時仲有阿 Dan Wells 啊咁樣噶嘛，唔係 ELGP 我都同佢仲碰到嘅，一轉去 ACC 碰唔到啫。
頭先邊個講嘅大肚腩啊？
唔係我。
喂，你使唔使問一問啊大肚腩咧？叫佢轉個場咩？
轉場佢喺度咩？佢瞓啦，我諗佢 OT 咗幾廿個鐘㗎啦。
係咩？咁冇理佢，冇教佢。
咁慘啊！佢咩嚟嘅？佢翻嗰啲
IT 其實
OT 48小時
會超速啊！入啲嗰陣時。
唔係啊。
Of their machine there, if they have to get by this lap car, we'll see if the blue flags wave or what the sportsmanship is like there. You see a lot of tail happiness out of that Ferrari as well, the 38 car. And the silver category again, as you see the 889 car mulling up, hitting.
我睇唔到喎，頭先睇唔切啲。掛住望嗰邊直播。
係咯，我都睇緊嗰邊直播，睇唔到佢。
掛住傾偈，我都睇。
好似爭2-3公里喎。
應該唔怕嘅。
And they'll give that position back, I think, or at least refrain from going through on the way up towards Cheetah at turn 15, because that was a humongous dive bomb. They were very, very long way back. Contact was inevitable, really.
而家轉咗。
佢兩個轉翻 driver 真係好順，真係好快。
And you have to put so much wheel back into the car. It's just one of those very hairy situations where
冇事。
喂，而家嗰個912係嗰個咩揸路嗰個嘢揸路，玩 VR 路嗰個嘢揸路，912嗰個麥記啊，上冠軍嗰個啊，明珠
咦，部889嘅？
你係咪講緊 Miley Rocky 啊？
係啊 ，M&M
人癲啊！我同你講，
你講下唔見咗蛙埋嘅？
唔係喎，但係佢個名係 G 跟住咩 BOOT
花名嚟嘅。
花名。
比賽佢係攞第2個名嘅，佢攞翻 M 唔知乜嘢，即係阿飛仔講過。
Miley Rocky 咯。
係啊係。
阿 Lana。
蛙埋咧？又揾咗 Pete 係嘛？唔見咗嘅。轉咗啊？唔係話？
揾係啊。
邊個啊？
印尼仔頭先講889。
佢都好撚前，頭先佢排第9喎。
係咯，唔見咗嘅。
應該冇轉線㗎，43個人啦，仲係佢入咗 pit 咋，27位都唔見佢。
哇！喺2個warning咯。
邊架？
阿叫佢哋咯。
or going off the road.
It's time to stop though. Darren McCormack and Wojciech Fiala in Nayax and Rogers will follow. Murphy and Statsenko will do so as well.
9個鐘頭3個溫領啊嘛。
20, I think, who have so far not pitted in this
cycle.
I'm kind of surprised, given that we haven't seen many drivers, if you are killing somebody, go ahead, maybe try to undercut them by a lap. Not so much for the tire advantage, but more so for that advantage on clean air, where you can kind of run whatever pace you want. But maybe these drivers just find fitters again.
冚家拎真係好易。
唔係呢場都易嘅，但你對比冚家拎就冇易，但呢場好撚易卡嘅，其實都係。
我揸冚家拎，
彎一出去嗰下就係
啦。場場都要波一波咯。
呢度揩一揩草都即刻咳啊！嗰度左邊碌一掂草就咳㗎啦，唔使出晒去嘅。
正牌入去 pit 拎啊！
handling wise, I'm going to start practicing pit road entry.
哇！揸條追10位啦，
You'll find a pebble on the side of the racetrack or something there. You can look at it and say, all right, that pebble right there, you slam on the brakes as hard as you can, and you just barely slow down the pit road speed limit. I really thought he was going to attempt to overtake actually, but thanks to Sebastian Vettel style. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I was really, well, it's not very wide pit entry, is it? So it would have been quite fearful actually, or I would have been quite fearful. But anyway, that's sorted. Thankfully, there wasn't anything there. Maciej Malinowski will get in to that Veloce car, and he will.
嗰部波子嗰啲係咪中國車手嚟？
喂，入邊過鳩咗個波子喎，912嗰個。之後你為咗100嗰個。
啊。
Taken over from Darren McCormack. Tinker van der Velde is in the Audi in second. Gregor Schill has taken over from Niels Nijholt in third.
過咗個波子，
佢出邊嗰度快過佢咯。頭先懵撚住佢入 pit 㗎嘛，跟住出 pit 嗰陣時早過佢出 pit 度，早過個波子。
我唔知，好似可能有整車有成吧，入油可能入多咗唔出奇。
可能佢慢咗。
Yeah, I will say pretty interesting.
唔係，但佢都係佢前面㗎嘛，入 pit 之前，入 pit 之後出嚟之後係慢咗嘛。
This is his first laps out on track today in this race overall. You can see still behind that 62 car, now being piloted by Stapleford.
the Aston Martin versus the Audi battle going on right here. Still interested to see though half the top 6 though continue to be that Audi, and they do a really good job.
你個直播咁慢嘅咩？
係咯，而家先睇到啫喎，
超慢喎！
你撳下個紅色咪灰色咗啊！你撳翻個 live 掣睇下。
有時慢咗啊，要自己撳翻個 live。
要拉咗佢最後咯。
Push it to see if you can't get around the 62 car. Granted, still a long time to go in this race, and it's one of those situations where in an endurance race you do need to balance aggressiveness versus the longevity of the car. Because no, you can't run your tires right here. If you make a mistake, go off track, put the car in the wall. Not only is it your responsibility, but you're also let down other co-drivers. You know, it's not just your race that you're responsible for. It's the race of your drivers. That's the hardest thing for me at least to come up with.
25號跟住嗰架
腰真係做緊嘢，最緊前面，因為前面嗰爭秒幾啫。
個 perspective here is the
係啊，前面嗰18嚟嘅，仲要同組㗎，真係做緊嘢喎。
Of course, the previous driver or ahead of Kamil Pawlowski, who had this situation previous, but now Pawlowski's back in the car. Is he going to come to this with a fresh mindset, or has he been watching and getting frustrated equally, even despite not being in the car here, to get stuck behind the G2 Aston Martin? That remains to be seen, as one of the Hondas hints at pulling out of the way on the front straight. The cars that have had issues early on in the race.
Yeah, the same damage to Acura that we saw kind of going off track and then back onto it just in front of the Ferrari battle we were watching. So interesting to see him continue to drive that car extremely slowly around the racetrack. That thing is probably hurt in some way, shape, or form, and they're just out there trying to complete a lot of laps. And oh, this might be the turning point. Watch, he's going to use this car. Which way he goes, with side by side here, down the back stretch as they go. Man, that was an aggressive move. I like it though.
Goes Stapleford as Pawlowski tried to go around the outside. There was contact made, and now he goes wide. Not able to make its way inside the top 5 for the first time in quite some time. That lap car, as you say, just providing that short enough opportunity to the Sandlock Audi. That's all Pawlowski needed.
唔係嗰部 J Lopez 係咪就係你哋買嗰隻啊嘛？
Well, I'm not sure the Sandlock team will be very pleased about it.
J Lopez 喎。
Love to see
J Lopez 邊個啊 ？Jose Maria Lopez 啊？
position again, and when they do, how aggressive are they this time? And that was a pretty aggressive
move.
It was very well timed and just taking advantage of that lap car. You know, checking up the car ahead of them. CC. Back for the attack. Three cars here underneath a blanket now. The front portion. Then Aston Martin. Aston taking a little bit of a look-see there down to the inside. That's the 333 car there at Chassis. Trying to see if he can't get this position on land.
係啊，方打嚟喎呢架，我哋都冇買，係買嗰個咩 POPO 啊。
Let's have another look at this though, because I'm not entirely sure where to call this one. It's a great exit from Pawlowski, it's got to be said. And then he's going to get caught behind the Honda. He does well to make sure he doesn't get stuck behind it, in fact. He goes right round the outside. Stapleford dives into the corner. And in my opinion, Stapleford hasn't done anything wrong there at all. I'm not entirely sure what Pawlowski was trying to do. Actually, whether he was trying to do some form of comeback, but that was never going to work around the corner. And in the end,
有嘢抵啊！
opportunity in
見到啊！
嗱，嗰啲隊友一定出現嘅，如果個頭開得咁撚靚，
攞彩嗰啲係嘅，
係啊，
出嚟拍戲啊嘛，
係啊。
Then it's just the portion, you know, the Audi can just get a decent run off the corner. And then they're side by side. He can't take the inside into this next corner because that's where Stapleford already is, so he's forced to go around the outside. And I think he's just trying to get a little bit more. They're just really trying to pitch him. That's all you can do when you're on the outside of the corner like that for a flat kind of game. There's absolutely no banking there in Sunset. So all you can do is basically pinch the car as much as you can down the inside. So I couldn't agree with you more. I don't think
但係你冇辦法㗎喎，屌佢叫你又拍緊得佢一齊玩係咪啊？
if anything, Pavlovsky was the one who did something wrong, and the only thing he did wrong was not making the overtake stick, I suppose.
Yeah, not completely pass.
But yeah, it's I'm not criticising from the stewards' point of view at all. I'm just saying I don't think it was. I think he could have done a little bit more with opportunity, that's all. But I find it hard to criticise these guys considering we're sat here and not driving. Matthews Malinowski is up to 13th overall, by the way. 我又唔係好明。full pace racing.
咪咯，古墓派嚟噶嘛，屌你！
Excuse me,
佢本身係咪同一個電競團隊嚟嘅？
佢係第二隊添嘅。
佢輸俾阿 Kiro 嗰啲啊。
唔係卡士同阿 Kiro 其實就爭得遠嘅，機性係差唔多嘅。係啊。咁另外嗰個位就係爭別個嘅，
即係病緊咗嗰位係嘛？
嚇？
係咪上一次病緊咗嗰個啊？
係啊，嗰個係啱半班嘅。
嗰個迷之人我仲未出現過。
迷之人，你咩嗰個計病啊，大佬爭緊咗半班，屌你咩病？我病，
我都病啦，淨係報個名嘅，屌由頭病到尾。係咧，至俾人屌啊，大佬。
唔係，因為嗰個係 ACC 係真係爭半班嘅，但係嗰個係 TT 度係快嘅。
唔係 GT 快同 ACC 有兩回事。
係 GT 係真係狂嗰扎嚟嘅。
佢哋嗰陣時咪話佢揸 M 六好撚快咩意思先？
Again, maybe you know, it more as the race goes on and as the track changes, the sun continues to go down, the track's going to get a lot better. And the handling conditions of all these cars, the track especially, is going to change. And that's where you see maybe some of these guys, like the two Williams esports cars, maybe their cars are set up in the daytime for when it's hot, when it's slick, not so much for when it's you know, nighttime, dark, cooler, stickier conditions on track. So you might see kind of a little bit of an inversion.
係頭先佢比較慢車咗啊嘛，嗰架 NX6。個圈慢咗未？前車拉開嗰啲，而家應該又追翻上去啦，開始。
Couple of warnings coming in for behaviour on the last 5 laps or so to the 28 John Lacey car.
而家幾多啊
？41.0 if you remember, racing in 41.11 as well. From about 4 laps ago, so no penalties to speak of so far in this third stint.
好似66號啊，追撚到麥通文啦，有3部車阻撚住佢。
太撚到佢哋頭嗰4架，
百撚晒旗啦，睇下前面3架車點樣啦。
出唔見喎889會嘅。
哇！歐個賓利。
in the highest placed Porsche. So that was all interesting, and now
拍鳩開佢叫讓啊喂，讓啦，點解仲唔讓？
讓啊，讓咗啦。
These drivers involved as the Bentley loses 4 spots in the matter of a sector there.
Yeah, that was a masterclass there by Chessie in the Aston Martin, and then the you know in the Porsche there, you're really just trying to take advantage of every single opportunity you can. A little bit of margin.
唔係呢樣就係我啱啱講嗰樣咯，要研究出嚟嗰樣嘢。以前嗰啲 set up 做唔到呢啲開油位㗎，起碼做咗成架車開油嘅。而家呢個方向嘅 set up。真係做咗成架車開油。
Second in line in this train, you see the two, the Mercedes and the Audi. Those are both the 2 drivers in first and second in the overall lead. Those are pro drivers. He did the 555 car, Pleasure, and then Van der Velde there in the 66 Audi.
識緊要嘅 ACC， 我琴日同佢玩嗰陣時，我問阿 Kyo。 我想個出彎嗰陣時冇咁多 level first build， 佢因為我又教晒 differential 啊，佢啲後面個地心都教到最冧，都冇乜嘢可以做問下佢。佢教我個尾高歐華細啲，啊，真係得。佢出彎穩定咗即刻。
我最直接依家美圖歐美圖已經係爭好嘅。
It would be a stretch to call this a battle for the lead, wouldn't it? Really, 2 teammates in 2 different manufacturers' cars.
因為琴日我跑過啊嘛，我嫌嗰個彎太甩啊嘛。
It would be a bit of a wild stretch to call this a battle at the moment. It's more of a consolidating of what they have for now.
但我啲 differential 同埋避震都已經 set 到即係偏向個出彎冇咁甩嘅。
There hasn't been any sort of an inkling of maybe aggressive driving by the Audi 66 car of Vandervelde to go and pass that 555 car. I think if he felt he was much faster, maybe they'd kind of radio between the two cars and say, hey, would you mind letting me by? We'll see if I can pull away or maybe set the pace on this race.
真係冇嘅，除非佢出。即係 ACC 如果要好啲，除非佢出 e-sport 冇，就全部車做好晒標片，有 fix set up。
That was close. I thought there was for sure going to be contact there. Killian Ryan Meanan, it was. With Augusta in the Mercedes. Now it's Jonathan.
我入我以為碌陣啦。
We've got a lap car as well. One of the Ferraris getting.
我覺得太入啊，尾二彎。咁望牆啊，真係唔知行佢出去。
To that 110 car, that's why you see all the blue flags, especially. He's a faster class car. He's trying to make his way through. But you know, let's talk about this too, right? There's an art to pass, and there's an art to passing. Everybody always focuses on the ladder when an art to passing another car, but there's also an art to being passed. That's kind of knowing when to check yourself out, slow your car down just a little bit.
追撚住喎嗰四架車。
Around you, usually you see that in multi-class endurance racing, but it also comes into this where everybody's in the same car. Again, they're different classes. Pro versus silver. All the pro drivers are going to be just a little bit faster, but you will see some kind of intertangling between the two classes.
Yeah, excuse me, that was Jonathan Saville in the Ferrari, as you can see, the Audi with the lap car, not the other way around. And so there we are. I think the Audi is actually laps down, by the way, rather than laps ahead, as far as I can see. But can't quite work out which Audi this could be. Actually, at the moment, maybe it is laps ahead.
I was thinking it's 110 car, just the
way.
Oh yes,
of course, yeah.
Yeah, and that he should be in the 5th position overall. If the leaderboard is scrolled up a little bit further, you either see him in 4th or 5th position. So he's going through to lap all these guys. And of course, they're in a battle, right? You're kind of inclined to let that lead car go, but at the same time, any little bit of time you're going to lose to that lead car to let him by. You're also going to lose to all your competitors. So you have to be extremely careful of where you let him by without being too much of a jerk out on the racetrack, because all these guys are going to know later in the race, you know, if he's lap down that 110 car is damaged, he says, well, you never moved out of the way from me. I don't care if you lead your own class. I'm not letting you by it. So there's an ebb and flow, and these drivers are going to remember too. And it's not just one car versus another. All these guys have 2 races. You see the 123
好似係要嚟玩嗰啲咩啊？短途賽嘅 break 嚟㗎嘛？
係逼二先 endurance
係咩？
係
激啲㗎嘛，最
aggressive 逼一嘅，逼嘢 endurance。
其實最 aggressive 係逼4，但係逼4完全係冇壽命。
啊，最 aggressive 係逼4咩？
係啊。
我哋快啊嘛，
我知啊，我聽人講話逼4係實驗用㗎喎，唔係攞嚟qualify都唔係攞嚟比賽用，唔知有咩用。
係咯，
落雨用㗎，落暴雨嗰時用㗎。
係 break 3就落暴雨。
係咯 ，break 3即係落暴雨用啊嘛。
哇 ！break 4係廢嘅，唔使理啲有啲咁咩閪嘢，呢啲咁嘅閪擺逼。
Hey, upside down at lap 1, and they're already inside the top half again, or sorry, nearly inside the top half again. With what 46 starters, they need a few more places for that. But even so, that's a really good recovery considering they were upside down on the exit of turn 5.
我就諗緊咪斷咗線，頭先第9位啊嘛，講一輪嘢隔咗1分鐘就冇咗成個車。
嗱，佢都睇唔到個號碼嘅，
斷咗線啦耶！
但我見仲係43位喎，即係冇見到。
冇諗下咯，跌埋頭先 keep 住第9啊，冇理由一跌就見咗，即係你跌擊咗20幾位嗰個唔會冇撚咗噶嘛。
哇！呢個25號嗰個嘢執撚住個頭家嘅。
緊啊大佬啊！
They are just nose to tail again and again. It's not Walstingham, by the way, just behind them in that Ferrari. That is definitely a lapped car, but it's all about versus Pavlovsky. See the on the right-hand side. Pavlovsky, we're just to try and take a look at him on the left-hand side. Still 6.5 hours remaining. They're still stuck behind. We've been here for 50 minutes now. We've been seeing this exact situation the entire time.
Yeah, I'll be. I just look at the composure on both these guys.
上瀟灑個僆仔，
左邊嗰個佢轉右握住霍金咁樣。
You see him giving a lot of back and forth. Saw the wheel driving the bus.
好瀟灑喎，佢揸得啊！
佢
都唔同你肉緊，你睇下隔離嗰個 friend。嗰條鏡就係抽筋。
And then over on the right-hand side, you have Stapleford, and he's still having to give a lot of foot in the car, but he almost looks kind of bored. And I don't know if maybe that's like a resting, not happy with you face that, you know, I kind of have one of those as well. Oh, goes a little bit wide. This might open the door. Not quite enough for him, but it's just crazy to see all these different drivers, what their composure are.
我又唔中意好似嗰個僆仔咁伸到直晒頭
揸喎。These guys are set up, you know, on the right-hand side, you have more of a
係唔啱㗎咯，咁樣揸。
係咯，要曲住好似嗰個側頭霍金咁樣樣揸咯。
Kind of how they race in the NASCAR Cup Series with it, you know, they're
霍金式揸。
其實嗰個坐姿啊係有力學計㗎，你隻手同個帶個擺位。
Certainly a difference in style between everybody. And Stapleford even encouraged to defend there now as they embark on 3 cars up in front of them. Stapleford goes wide towards turn 8.
喂，不過我覺得係佢個鏡頭問題。
哇！就係可能係
佢個廣角鏡，
嗰隻條頸縮到咧，練緊車嘅時候條頸。
哇！佢呢個係咪嗰啲咩 F1 pace 嚟㗎？哇！好撚痛苦嘅喎，坐過嗰隻。
成個人擁入去嗰隻啊嘛。
係啊，你要抬撚住個頭，我撚住㗎嘛。
但係點啊個感覺其實，喂踩油嗰啲位直變咗橫向嘅喎。
係啊，你隻腳要好撚大力啦，變相用唔到你揼落去嗰個力嚟打橫，
向前，
佢唔係
向前㗎喎。
嗰啲係推啊，
係咯，要壓落去推咯，壓
落去喎。
好似揸長仔嗰個坐姿咁樣推出去嘅，直頭
好難喎。
唔係嘅，個坐姿如果你擺啱個位後伸，
我哋打呢啲都係啦，坐姿會
係啊，你擺啱個位唔伸。
哇！練人道啊，霍金。
嗱個頭，
係我唔諗佢個名啦，霍金啊，大家知係邊個？
我留意咗好耐㗎，頭先睇下，點解佢咁撚樣嘅咧？其實我覺得佢個鏡頭問題咯，
係件衫嗰啲袖接誤導咗我哋啊嘛，因為係咯，
鏡頭嗰個眼鏡，
佢塞個
燈光都有關係，
搞撚到佢好似有問題。
前面右邊個長手族，對上
左邊霍金，右邊路飛啊，
長手族，
海賊王嗰個。
兩個都有問題，而家睇下，都唔係正常人嚟。
揸電牙嗰個咪揸電牙完美啊！揸電牙
嗰個係私家車坐姿嚟嘅，
係啊，佢要你私家車坐姿，揸的士
的士佬，
正常 GT3 都好瞓嘅。
係嘅咩？
係啊，GT3 好瞓嘅，好兜嘅，兜住個人。
揸的士唔係擺好多部手機喺前面嘅。一個睇地圖，一個接 order， 一個傾偈，
幾個雷神喺前面。
呢個咧，我真係覺得好撚犀利嘅。佢哋香港啲揸的士嗰啲師傅，屌你諗咩幾廿個手機喺前面，都唔知點樣樣。
你諗咩
真係好撚勁嗰啲人，係啊，真係好撚勁。
係啊，佢哋啊好興。
跟住台灣有個阿伯揸單車。前面擺個架，擺咗60幾部手機喺玩本嘅廣告啊！
但係嗰啲係揸車7部，8部電話喎，
好有用喎！屌佢幫西人嚟喎！咁你到尾邊有咁撚多啊，大佬？
人哋時間管理大師嚟嘅，
真係好撚勁嗰啲人，屌你點睇啊？
撩晒個口，定係撩有時間？呢個雜誌喺度傾緊偈。
Currently seeing that Mercedes so far down because of a connection over the course of the pit stop phase, and they've fallen from 9th to 42nd. That's a real shame for them.
我揸地下入邊咯。
Means they're now down in last of those still running in the pro category. As we said many times, it's really unfortunate when this happens, but it is part of sim racing, unfortunately, these disconnections.
No, it's the same thing as what would happen in real life. You know, you have a tire go down, a wheel not come off, or anything else go wrong in the engine. You might have a spark plug issue or something mechanical on a race car. Those things happen. You're going to lose $1 million for 50 cent part. And the race car, that's just how it is.
冇啦，斷咗線啦佢，
揀入嚟繼續賽喎應該。
We don't have to worry about that stuff. We don't have to worry about a wheel.
入得，你耐力賽嚟啊嘛呢個。
佢斷咗線入翻嚟，係咯，應該係。
你落後咗個圈數咯，你變咗你冇咗個幾個 level。唔係啊，佢彎埋個電線係咁㗎，我見佢有幾少網絡問題閪撚嘅。冇計人嘅人嚟。
佢自己個人問題。
To now being dead last in their class and second to last in the overall race.
Unfortunately, similar things happening to all three of those cars running further down there. Means that 2 of them 3 laps down and the bottom of them 4 laps down for West Competition Racing. So that is a real shame for them. As we've mentioned, let's go back up to 10th place overall though, as we've got a warning to 1, 2, 3, but ignoring blue flags.
係啊，係咁啊，廿幾個鐘佢入開啊！
Just the way he was racing.
佢影住佢隻狗㗎嘛，佢行開咗陣時。
係啊係啊，佢等佢搞掂佢食嘢，佢行開咗啦，有隻狗喺度。我都睇住佢，我唔係講笑喎，由睇佢得嗰20 K 嘅特規，而家變104K 啊！
好多人睇佢。
係啊，佢又好禮貌，同埋佢又傾得偈，又好笑。
係咯，個撚樣揸緊車都講。
係啊，又快。
佢對眼就可以射呢眼，又可以鬥緊車，又可以講咩事？
係咯，佢真係乜柒都得嘅喎，好撚嘢喎佢。同埋我見佢都好撚少屌人，俾人撞都唔撚。
唔會
係啊，係啊，
係啊，佢好好脾氣㗎。
佢暗串嘅最多都係忍得住啊！佢好犀利。
Jardy 係最記得有同佢玩過嘅澳門嗰場啊嘛，佢個發夾彎棘撚住咗啊！
真係㗎？
係啊，嗰陣時 WTCC 嗰陣啊，同佢同場玩嗰陣時。
啊！佢有嗰陣時有玩。
有啊有啊，佢玩好耐啦，好耐以前，但係佢嗰陣時啊，真係啱啱起步咯，佢講嗰陣時啊。
哦，好多年咯，應該。
佢嗰陣時揸部黃色雪佛蘭啊嘛，睇撚住佢個發夾都棘撚住咗，佢失晒勢。
我哋平時會做嘅嘢，佢都做過啦，真係。
好難過啊！
Yeah. It's just one of those things where he needs to do his best to stay underneath that rear wing of Stableford to make sure that when he does come up to a lap car,
佢嗰個直播好似仲有啊嗰段
earlier on the race as they came out of turn 5, just really checked up there Stableford and gave Pawlowski a huge opportunity.
我好耐以前嘅呢個佢差唔多啱啱開頻道嗰陣時嘢嘅，
哦最早期啊，
係好早期嘅。
即係你嗰陣時可以碾壓扎尼亞。
咁上下咯，但唔係嘅，但嗰陣時真係好早17年嗰陣時啊嘛。
前面慢撚到啊，扎尼亞唔係Q 前面嗰兩架車行開啊，
慢真係會啊。
Max Van was trying a little bit earlier on in this car.
佢嗰陣時都快㗎，唔係而家仲快啲。
佢嗰陣時好快，不過冇咁穩定。而家係有快穩定。
Very close to the Bentley and going down the inside here as well.
同埋嗰日好人嘅。
係都好啊。Place to make a move, but if you've got the opportunity, then why not? He's gone down the inside. He is through up another position. Now there's more traffic again for Robbie Stableford. He's dealt with this very, very well so far. But there's another challenge, another hurdle ahead of him right now. It's Jonathan Seville in the 52 Ferrari.
哇！但你哋唔好笑佢坐姿喎，佢哋係真係快喎。
係咯，佢落力賽啊嘛，手車要落力鬥。
霍金排緊第5喎，
咁撚順口霍。
阿僆仔過撚咗霍金喎。 應該未啊？過咗啦，係啊，就馬丁啊嘛。
quote-unquote in-game visuals, no doubt he'll have a screen, heads-up display inside that race car, letting them know, hey, there's 2 cars in the lap behind you. Maybe consider pulling over for them, or just maybe flipping the throttle down a straightaway to let them on through. But I think he's really just waiting until he sees Stapleton on his rear bumper. And unfortunately for Robbie, he hasn't been that aggressive in trying to get those positions. Finally, there you see Seville pull off to the side there, let those 2 lead cars go. And for right now, he continues to not be so aggressive. It's been working out for him, but I think one of these times it is going to come back to bite him.
全部都話後生。
So you think at some point pressure? Oh dear, what's he doing now?
哇！你咧幾撚犀利，後邊拎嘢添啊！
仲可以起身拎嘢喎。
哇 ！Not looking where he's going was what he was doing there. Got some
靠親條腰啊！屌你，趁年紀大啲咁樣拎。
係啊，嗰啲同事
咁樣咬過後邊。
Unfazed and still in the lead, but I've got no idea what he was doing there. But hopefully that isn't bothering him too much. Let's see if he just he's fine. Yeah, that's something slightly bizarre, but hopefully that's not affecting him or distracting him over the course of this stint.
He's fiddling with something. It's hard to, sometimes, even when I'll do in these long endurance races, I'll bring a cup of water into my room and then in my office, and I set it down on my desk. And my desk is like 2 or 3 feet away, so I have to wait for a long straightaway before I can finally reach over, grab my water, and then bring it back. Maybe he was doing that, maybe preparing something or closing his door. Maybe his mom or dad said, hey, get out that racket. I'm trying to read over here, take a nap or something. So you just got to close the door. You saw that soundproofing material on his wall too. Plenty of things that can happen in these 9-hour races, and for whatever reason, it always seems to come up whenever you're in the race car. And it looks like his dad came up to let him know to close his door.
There we are. Well, anyway, he doesn't seem too distracted, to be fair. It's one of the great things, actually, that we get by seeing into the eyes of these drivers to see what they're doing on occasion, because it's not always concentrating exactly on where you're going. That's for sure. There's David Patil for the Racing Point Aston Martin team. Felix Arndt as they get closer racing Aston Martin team. 2 Aston Martins fighting over 10 overall. There's that battle into 5th place. It's another replay of exactly the same situation that we've had previously. 6 hours 21 remaining, and Kamil Pavlovsky remains frustrated by Robbie Stapleton. How long is Devon remaining frustrated behind Felix Arndt? It's been nowhere near as long as Pavlovsky has spent, but the dispatch of very quickly here. The 85 gets pretty close in towards turn 1. He'll look down the inside, it'll be slightly later on the brakes. That's exactly how to do it. Made it look easy in the end.
你睇嗰條拼係咁跳係咁彈
right there. I mean, just the overspeed. He got a good launch there coming off the last corner. He just
亞洲嘅，見佢都對比我哋穩定好多。
Going down the front stretch.
佢有跳但冇跳得咁犀利。
We'll call it, whether it's turn 1 as the cake or turn 2 there. He just did a really good job of pulling out early, a little bit, later on the break, and just nailed it. That was textbook right there. If you want to learn how to do it, you look at that example right there. I think Art helped him as well. I think he kind of understood, that Pertil was a little bit faster and kind of cooperated with him, but definitely not pulling over for him by any means.
No, it would be a bit of a waste of time to
89號我見到個排
these two. Might well have their sights set on the podium today. Let's not forget that the order has changed quite considerably in the hour that we've been here, but previous to the pit stops it was the 938 that was leading the way. That's no longer the case. It's the 44 Ferrari now of Aztec Sports Fitzroy who currently lead. Aidan Walsingham at the wheel now, having taken over from Jeffrey Ritchie, who he handed over to after his first stint. They're ping-ponging between the two of them for the moment. But then it's Michele Romagnoli and Marco Yonkers also on the podium for West Competition Racing. As of right now, nearly a third of the way through. And this 9-hour race, still more than 6 hours remaining.
試翻1.8嗰啲胎號。
At Kyalami. It's been a good race so far. We're just settling into a bit of a
都係而家都冇乜點講嘅話條胎有咩問題？可能我哋跑一段時間。
The battle for 5th place, Romans has not been settled. It's still less than a second between the top two
阿 Scott 係咪真係揸波子嘅時候？
係啊，揸波子我唔諗啦。你俾其他車我反而唔識揸添喎。不過296可能得嘅，我又唔係好想揸296。
唔同揸法嘅喎，波子係。
Yeah, how about that battle between the two Williams Esports cars? And,
係咩？
and,
係
you
喎，
know,
你
you
而
did
家
say
揸緊，
it's hard to
我
call
冇
that
揸
battle
完
that following one car to the other. Interesting to see that gap between the
你覺得嗰條後胎
cars.
試得好
Less than
勁？
half a second right now. So they're doing a really good job of sticking with each other. The other battle we've been continuously
又唔
keeping
好
our
話
eyes on
覺
is
得
that
佢
battle
試
for
得
the
勁，
last position
反而
in the
佢
top
胎
five
動嗰陣時又
overall.
真
In
係
the pro
完全
category
揸唔
against
撚到。
Stableford
可能
versus
你揸得好
Pavlovsky,
滑
Aston
咯。
Martin 62 versus the number 25 Audi, and then this battle we got going on right here. Just saw a pass between these two cars.
好似係嗰場匈牙利 Safety Car Restart 之後，哇！嗰個圈輸撚咗2秒啊，就係啊！佢炒埋。
Just barely got by Arndt. I don't know. I mean, Arndt's got a lot of speed in that car. I'm kind of curious if he'll come back at him. But these two guys, they have to watch out because they still got that Daniel Santoro just behind both those guys. He's been really fast. He's been running him down that colored car. Screen right. So keep an eye on him. He'll be coming through here at some point. Just as we saw you a little bit earlier.
唔緊要喎，就睇。
Q 揸緊啊嘛，咪睇咯，我都睇埋 Q 先，之後先算啦。
係。
Maybe let's see. So Danilo Santoro is into the pit lane for the Lamborghini team, who did well at Bathurst as well, of course, as we've mentioned previously. Get off to a great start, the 63, but they're doing all right now. They're just a little bit off strategy. It's going to take them about 4 hours to get back on strategy, I would argue, but they'll get there, and they won't have to make a ninth stop today, I wouldn't imagine. These two in the battle for 5th place continue to battle. Kamil Pavlovsky gets ever closer to Robbie Stapleton up the hill, and with the right-hander they'll go.
好撚彩啊！一起步嗰陣時，
係啊，哇，
係啊，比得好好啊，都叫做直行直過，永遠嘅女神。
我打板坑到㗎，
屌你！我哋喺度嗌撚晒啊！屌你！
係啊，唞唔撚到氣，真係唔係講笑。
我個春袋即刻涼撚咗1-2秒，
滴咗滴汁啊！嗰個位中雨洞咁滴咗2滴出嚟。
唔知點樣嘅。
佢哋話中雨洞。
一陣間幾點到你啊？
Interesting battles too, and I think it sometimes it isn't just up to how the car is set up or what maybe where the power plant is from mid or rear-engine. I think for right now, it's just the weight they have in these two cars.
但係嗰啲咧，嗰兩個隊友咧，
另外有一個鋪頭咯，咁我去交車俾佢，佢就連續3個鐘咯。
哇！
阿卡士定阿 Fish
卡士，
即係佢。
As you call it, and he really didn't get that much closer, but he maybe lost a little bit of time. So that leads me to believe that these Audi has just a little bit more weight. Aston Martin, and while it's going to really help them in the corners, it's going to be exceptionally hard to pass any other car that has much less weight than you do because they're just going to drive away from the straightaway just because of the draft.
喂，包玩喎，我想玩喎。
係24，佢哋兩條友是但條友嚟唔得嘅喎。
得㗎。
hard to pass in the corner. Like I cannot put that in words. Just
經典啊
going to pass somebody in the corner unless they make a mistake. We finally see the mistake here. This is out of turn 16. This will be a really good tell.
學咁追到上去啦，美偉，抽頭啊！
It's the Aston Martin though. We've seen it time and time again. Even in the slipstream, the Audi can't get anywhere.
咁另外嗰個 friend 佢冇
出呢個 straight line. He's able to
病啊嘛，有病啊嘛，病到依家咧。
有幾個月喎。
你霍金呢逼？
哇，好撚癲喎霍金！
之前佢有㗎，有齋，唔係有蒲頭㗎。蒲完頭之後問我哋 set up 咧，又冇溝通又剩咁樣，跟住然後蒲完頭之後佢個 manager 話佢佢都唔加你，另外嗰個加你。
哇！
佢 manager 有冇屌柒佢啊？
我屌霍金，撞爆咗路飛。
我哋應該鬧㗎。
即係由頭到尾，即係都係阿 Fish 做嘅，其實阿 Cars 冇出聲。
會罰佢冇出聲，就係入嚟話同我哋揸咯。
無聊啫，即係由阿 Fish 聲咁啫，最終都係佢喺度嘈啫嘛。
係啊，佢嘈完又唔係揸，做乜春？
即係最慢嗰個最多嘢講係咪啊？
真係最慢嘅啦，一定係最慢。
咪係咯，最慢嗰個最多嘢講，因為佢驚死啊嘛。呢個你唔怪得佢嘅。
冧撚咗咯，
He just got right up onto his rear bumper there, and you could tell he was trying to be aggressive, just maybe take the air out of that car, kind of upset it just a little bit.
我哋睇緊嗰個
心態，It's a whale of a job to step up and see that block on the back straight. Robbie did a great job kind of, covering himself off right there. That was a phenomenal, kind of.
等佢同你解釋一樣。
Before they got to they have passed one another. This is the Williams Esports body Mercedes, so it looks like though that Mercedes it's not as fast.
係啊，我哋講緊你場車㗎，都係第4、第5名咯，頭先。有條友揸車揸到個膊頭縮到佢個耳半咁滯啊！跟住轉彎嘅時候個頭咬去轉彎嗰邊。
佢真啲肉緊到咬斷條脷嘅真係
唔係佢扮啲 G force 啊！佢喺度，你明唔明啊？條脷都得埋出嚟
冇咯，一個都冇。
你有
啊？好似有一個疏係影到嘅，有一下影前車定幾時，有一下影到一下嘅。
我直播個樣喎，
人就冇啊，冇人未見過，車就有見過。
唉，行晒。
Have to wait a little bit of time to see.
我淨係知我去揸住人個直播上鏡嘅。
Fairly often is the 28 John Lacey Esports.
佢藍旗推住我讓佢行。
They made contact with the 51
Ferrari.
都好撚慘喎，俾後邊撞到。Immediately out of the race before
佢30幾唔起步，係買大細嘅啫。
佢同你爭啲0.1咋，多30幾名、36名起步啊。
For that. As a result as well, they've got a quali ban for the next race because of too many behaviour warning points, I'm being told. So they've already got to be pretty careful.
我唔知係我
start at the back of the race for the next round, which I guess is the best.
唔係喎，我覺得你揸得好穩定喎，嗰啲時間 keep 緊住係嗰啲時間。
Either way.
41半咯，
係咯，我覺得 OK 喎，咁撚重油。
總之就係0.5啊，怕唔怕3次啊？好似係喎，3次嘅 penalty。怕嘅，佢都未講。
It's really, gives sort of a bad mark to yourself and your team because the reason you're having to start at the back is because, let's face it, you haven't been being a very good clean driver, or at least a clean team. You've been making a lot of collisions with other cars, just not very sportsmanlike. So even though, this does affect them, they chose the best race on the calendar to do it, it's still one of those things that hurt my pride. Certainly every time you make a collision with somebody else in a road race, any race at all, you don't want to do that. It's not sportsmanlike,
Absolutely. It's you do get quite a few, by the way, for stop and go 30 seconds. It is the most severe penalty you can get without.
其實我係揸到個 pace 41鐘咯，41鐘以內咯，跟住然後就係，所以呢度又追唔到前邊，咁唯有係睇住後邊有啲咩車到，睇下讓唔讓得，使唔使手。
我見你 T3 讓咗幾次啦都，即係你係睇住嚟讓喎。
睇住嚟用㗎啦，我已經係即係我知道你個 pace 本身都唔得。係爭
長啦，唔好同佢糾纏，同佢糾纏越糾越慢啲時間係嘛？
係，我哋個 pace 都係爭0點，即係都0點2嘅係爭好遠，個圈掹開，跟住又要走住後邊。
in
喂，我而家睇緊
13th
你哋嗰場車嗰啲阿 friend 都屌你40個半。
I'm surprised that Tinker Van der Velde has been able to go through here, not because of him specifically, but because of the Audi.
我哋落唔到咯，但係係咯。
Performed quite so well over the course of a
不過
whole
就
stint
貼得
compared
好
to
靚
the
咯，去
the
到
second
尾段
stint.
其實
Clearly,
分
you've
鐘
got
標
the
定係一
Audi
樣。
working at the moment, and
尾段同埋頭
it's
段
not
個標
really
定
a battle
一樣。
between these two. It is
都係點
worth
半，
noting
冇晒胎嗰陣時
they've
真係
changed
做緊點
positions.
半。
The Audi looks almost
Yeah.
undoubtedly stronger at
有
this
好有
stage
唔
in the
好
race.
咯。
I just look at him pulling away. I mean, these guys are really close a couple sectors ago, and now he's almost got him out to a second of a lead over his team car there. The triple five. I think this is just what we saw. You saw that 110 car really burn up your tires when you have to fight. I think the 66 car has been riding around, just kind of not necessarily chomping at the bit, just kind of biding his time, waiting his turn to go out there and lead the race. And I think that 55 car, he might have just upset those rear tires. You can see, you know, usually when one car is following somebody for that long, they aren't truly faster, just not faster enough to go ahead and pass. You can see there is a penalty there for that 25 car. A 10 second just popped up there where you might see it on the bottom of the screen in a couple seconds. But this 66 car continues to the triple five. I really think if we're going to see these rear tires start to fail in the 66, it'll be in about 10 minutes or so, and we might see that Mercedes come back at it.
There's confirmation. No surprises there that Karol Pawlowski is going to have to serve a 10-second time penalty as a result. Not this incident. I thought we were going to see it. So we're going to see the change for the lead. Now that's orchestrated, I would argue. Two Williams esports cars, of course. Not the same manufacturer as you often see from teammates, but they are still teammates.
有律師團隊 Q 做啊呢單嘢。
有team manager 做啊。
哦，咁頭先路飛應該都冇投訴霍金喎，
應該會有嘅。佢喺後台做咗啊嘛，應該係咪啊？
好似冇快掉出嚟啊！嗰個 notice。
好快嘅，佢哋好快嘅。
係咯，咁我真係路飛咁溫柔。
係咯，過咗10分鐘都有啦。
Within a tenth of a second of one another over the course of average lap times so far today. It's a really close race in terms of pace as things stand. We saw the Sabathos, to be fair, and it's becoming the case again here at Carlami.
你係咪睇嗰架阿羅伯波子啊？
你講嗰時我睇上緊咗山咯喎，已經你仲討論緊。
係啊，仲烏緊一啲啊！
落埋山咯喎，而家
先快緊。
Yeah, honestly, that was a lot of respect and patience being shown there by
我睇到你一個彎
the 114 Audi. He was driven completely off the track almost before he was finally allowed to go back to the left side. That was blocking, and that was a lot of patience and respect shown on his part in not respectful situation. I have a rule in race, no blocking for the lead. You get one free one. After that, I'm just going to push it into the corner. I don't care where we are, what's going on. If you're going to block me, I'll push you. Maybe not the most mature thing to do, but I don't necessarily like blocking, but these guys are really going at it here. Just for the 31st position here, you've got Oliveira in the number 45 Porsche, 114 Audi. These guys continue to go back and forth, kind of swap it over under 10s for now.
頭先邊個對路飛啊？咗啦，佢未罰5秒嘛係嘛？
哇5秒咁少啊，真係唔抵喎。
係咯，掉撚晒頭俾人過都幾位喎。
我頭先見佢直播彈過出嚟㗎，唔係罰5秒咩25先？
可能 miss 咗。
我哋未睇到啊。
唔係啊，再之前㗎咯喎。你講我先星期。
又係咁樣。
呢度崩鳩喎。
係啊。
又係呢啲。
巴西佬喎，
佢應該可以搭撚住一齊入嘅喎，佢唔一定要笨鳩佢喎嗰單嘢，
唔實縮油喎兩個都。
Yeah, honestly, that's one of those things. I'll be interested to see
what
Stewart's do. In my opinion, I'm not sure if that's a racing deal, but it's one of those situations where you didn't give me any room or respect. I'm not going to give you any back. And to be fair, though, to the Audi there of Missouri, I believe. The 114 car. He was all the way up against the curb there as well. So there wasn't a whole lot more room he could give. He's in a race, and it's his job to complete the laps as fast as he can. So I think that was just racing. We'll see if the stewards agree.
個閃燈幾撚緊要，壞撚咗6-7。
Wait and see. That was an awkward one between the two. To be fair, too.
即係夜晚咁撞撚住個車頭斬下都幾撚搞笑。
哇！好難堪喎真係。
屌你最撚慘人哋，我又唔係閃鳩你，你又話鳩你。
我踩逼咋，我踩逼咋，屌！
上咗瞓覺啦喂。
This is Mattia Krupi, who's just got into the Lamborghini Sports Team car for the first time today. Italian taking over from Santoro, the Italian endurance champion of last year. Krupi now making his way towards the end of another lap here. On a different stint here entirely, really. A different strategy entirely. They're the only team inside the top 20 or so. It does mean that their last stop will be a little bit longer. It just means they're off strategy slightly with everybody else. I don't know if there's an actual reason that meant that was necessary, but they could have just done this to make things a little bit awkward for everybody else. Things because they wanted to. But it's certainly unusual to see them slightly off strategy with everybody else.
Yeah, well, one of two things that I see, the main two things for me is either A, they got some sort of damage in that first lap, big old kerfluffle. I mean, that was a huge wreck there, so a lot of cars get damaged. They might have either come down maybe after a half a stint to come down pit road, do a driver change, get that last little bit of the stint length over early, or just because of damage, or they had planned this all along as to say, hey, we'd like to maybe be contrarian. So that opens a lot of doors for you, and it's really just easier for you as a race car driver to go in and do your own thing because you're off sequence. Your car will handle differently than everybody else's. Stints when their cars start to slow down, your car will be much faster and then start to slow down as well. And it's just kind of the ebb and flow of the race. So two big main reasons I can see that happening, but if you want to get in the nitty gritty of it, maybe somebody had to get out of the car and hand it over to a teammate. But there's a lot of ways you can play a long race like this. I mean, 9 hours with different stint lengths and different drivers getting into and out of the car. So tons of variants.
未揾到個節奏啊！如果你揾到個節奏都撚快，
應該係冇即係初差296嗰陣時
嗰架林寶我揸落去我都係揸41，嗰架啦拉里又係41。
嗰個拉里咧，早幾日減咗10K，我係冇揸到好多喺度。
減咗10K，我揸41個1.4幾。
哦，即刻快咗0點幾喎，0.3。
41個1.4幾最快㗎啦，未試過揸呢個時間。
哦，41.4幾定41.1啊
？41.1.14幾。
哇，快好多，
入40添喎。
好執啊！
我都差唔多咯，我係 set 温爭慢咗0.3定0.4咯，我都做到41個5，唔係41.1。
好啦喎，
唔係我講錯，41.1。
Unfortunately, but we're about to hit the 6 hour to go mark.
41.5咪係
41個半。
9 hours of Carlami here today.
個 set down 做翻靚就可以41個。
嗰架車一轉輕咗就可以做到呢個時間。
佢揸10K 好似成架車舒服咗咯。
起為即係彎心嗰下，即係唔係彎心
定咗入彎嗰下又可以
出彎嗰下架車快咗。
總之係易揸咗咯。
Arginess, some wrecking. How about that big wreck on the first lap? But this race has had a perfect balance of the cool, calm collectedness of some of the parts in between, all that big things where you might see collisions between some cars, or just wild, wacky, out of this world things happening on track. As we continue to look at Jorge here, and then number 36 Acura. Excuse me, that's a 121 Acura 36th position. He's just going to be lapped by this 55. That's the overall race leader. That's the pro class leader. That's a 66 Audi from Williams Esports. And look at this, the gap back here to that Williams Esports Mercedes. That's about a 2-second gap or so. You see if we go up more on the overall timing chart where that gap is. But this Audi, I mean, he's been blitzing the field for right now. This is very surprising.
而家 SRO 嗰啲林寶係新林寶定係嘛？舊林寶嚟㗎，賽用嗰啲。
我所知嘅
係咪啊？係咯，應該唔會揸舊嘅咯。
翻嚟咯。
但係佢冇減磅喎，唯獨是林寶，即係仲係好撚快喎。
真係沙林寶嚟㗎，你睇到個尾冚。咦？認住佢。
They pitted as a result, and so they've decided to just employ that strategy instead of the one that everyone else has gone. I mean, it's quite a good idea.
係咯，Q 嘅直播快好多。
They had so many places to make up that.
Q 嘅直播已經去到 G3 直路喎。呢度仲係而家先出尾彎。
It means that it looks a bit strange now, and as they run 21st at the end of an hour, it makes it look like they're doing a lot worse than they actually are.
Yeah, certainly, and it's one of those things. I'm surprised more drivers didn't do it because when you're starting that far down in the field, you can easily make passes up on the pit straight. It's much easier to issue a time penalty 10 seconds. 45 car 114 excuse me for causing a collision between they and the 45 machine. That's that incident we saw in turn 6 going into sunset between those two cars.
我成日以為 Q 揸咗好耐添，
唔係揸好耐嘅啫佢。啱線亂嘅啫張凳，
佢提前咗半個鐘操嘅喺自己嗰度。
係。That was the turn 3-4. That's my bad. That's dyslexicing the numbers and the situation. So that was the Audi versus the Porsche.
又揸得快，又識射車。
The 140. There you can just see it. See the Audi.
浸出嚟啊！呢啲。
Have to serve a 10-second time penalty.
冚啊都要理解到先得嘅。
你要有嗰啲有興趣先得。
End of the hour there, the German for Unicorns of Love, the 5 that is now 26th position in the standings.
一路揸仲要一路教嘢添。
Of Bastian Richter in the 4.
屌你咪好似上一場落雨咁撚樣，屌你幾個圈都教唔撚到一扮嘢。
Minot, you can see for John Lacey,
one of
the few South Africans to be racing here today, which is fantastic to see. Good to see some drivers on their home circuit, literal home circuit, but at least he's on home ground and doing all right here for John Lacey Esports.
一個入 hit 就要提撚咗2個圈先做撚定呢個動作。
啊，同埋其他車唔知，我嗰日就係揸呢部拉利。
哇！原來呢條有主場㗎，難怪佢拼穩定得嚟，又有時跳下跳下。
水地嘅話好撚正喎，拉利。
係咩？我未揸過喎。
好靚腳，就算就算濕地用乾胎咧，佢都好靚腳。
係咩？啊，我又未試過喎。
前程胎氣唔夠，碌到個場乾啊，跟住上胎溫其實都係唔爭得幾多啊！即係啲操控啊。呢樣嘢啊幾好啊！暫時呢部車我覺得我又未揸過其他車啊，咁啊感覺幾好
我淨係中意佢嗰個車好控同埋嗰4條胎，最緊要嗰4條胎。係啊，總之乾濕都得咁我都係揸嘅。
Because this was his quote-unquote home race, and there's some pros to that, there's some cons to that.
Yeah, there certainly are. Is Cheng Li, one of the Chinese continuing this race today, the 996 McLaren team. He's driving for at the moment.
可能除咗。
You can see.
喺日本啊，撚樣口水吹就入嚟。
啊！喺日本咁爽啊！哇！掉低個仔啊，唔去。睇個仔直播，去日本玩。
去
撚咗日本玩彈珠機。
哇！呢個996係唔係醫保嚟喎？
will of course all change at the Spa 24, I suppose, because
係本嚟嘅咩？新嘅啊，唔係喎，係舊
continents covered may well just
仲有人揸舊款嘅嚇，
so slightly, but
不過可能揸得快嘅，
this one doesn't matter
夠唔撚轉
too much.
舊款易揸啲啊嘛，標都話
Cheng's got a couple of seconds up to
咩啊？佢哋唔係話唔俾用衣服咩？
That's the 127 Lamborghini. You can just see up in front and a pro car.
好似記得唔知邊個講過喎，而家
John Macy Sport Team.
係咩？唔俾用新款啊？
唔記得邊個講話唔俾用新款，我肯定聽過。
That we have in the order for the moment. This is a lot further down though, and I guess speaks a little bit.
喂，聽唔到？
聽到。
聽唔到。
16位都唔錯喎。
哇，起得好靚啦個頭。
同埋排位好靚啊！
排位13
好叻仔啊，非常叻仔啊！
個頭起得好，
跟住又避撚到咧，前交通意外後邊做30幾部車啊！
就係嗰下靚啫，屌你後邊炒撚晒，啱啱先喺街後邊炒嗰啲車。
係啊，接單咁樣。
我睇到我個吞度都踢撚咗嚟。
A 刺激啊！屌你全撚喺度嗌啊嗰度，屌你米得難。
真係個吞度都赤鳩晒。
中代。
Just over 3 hours into the 9 hours of Kyalami, so let's have a look.
喂，而家好似又係的士路時間啦喎。
而家係啊，
唔係㗎，
唔係喎，後邊有車喎，哇！唔係喎，後邊嗰架車係唔係
行一圈嘅啲晒
哇！即係擁撚住咁樣入去三部車。
交通意外嗰個，你話嗰個男機仔啊，可能有得抽啦，可能。
撞撚
咗佢出去啊！
係啊，喂，嗰個南非啊，嗰個 Minor， 你哋頭先話佢好似亞洲又唔係亞洲個咧，廿幾號啊，嗰個好似亞洲嘅。
主場嗰個。
啊！佢主場都跳 wing 跳到咁樣。 但係個衰法唔喺佢嗰度
唔係佢我主場意思係話呢場南非啫，佢
幾撚靚插得又係呢個位插。
我又過翻麥高文。誒麥高文過翻咗喎。
又係嗰個位啊，2次啊。
repair 嚟㗎喎 ，repair 嚟㗎。
哦。
之前就係咁插佢咯。
咦？佢個 yellow flag 係咩嚟㗎？黃色嗰個係咩嚟㗎？個時間嗰個。
轉車手啊，差唔多要，仲有3分零鐘要入 pit 嘛。
喂，咁都要撞鳩人車尾嘅喂。
哦，頭先咪依度咯。阿霍金
罰咗5秒嘛係嘛？
哇！霍金撞撚咗佢㗎啦，已經再撞都鑊撞撚到個轉頭嘛。
第一鑊咯。
呢鑊第一鑊，
係啊，啱先影佢第一鑊。
咁冇辦法啦，霍金咁撚肉彈，但係失手都會難嘅。有你啊，有你啦！
Side
by side，
霍金都失撚咗位啊！
哦，原來就係呢下。
呢度撞嘅快彎撞咯，
係啊係啊係係。
哇！好撚麻。
着
撚晒啊！屌，大家都收唔撚到
啊！咁樣罰唔到人，撚係嘛？
但係冇罰喎，未罰喎，霍金。
唔係罰咗咩？
咩
5秒係之前嗰個嚟㗎。14嚟㗎。佢唔係25號咩？霍金？
唔係，我係話而家罰咗嗰個。
而家罰嗰14冇乜水。
係啊，
關事。佢又唔租佢前面嗰個 leader ball 嘅，喺後邊嘅上面接。
Sports drivers kind of going back and forth for the lead. You talk about the 45 and the 114 car. Those two went at it for a while. Interesting to see that 114 now in the 29th position.
我玩咗咁耐咧，先知道個標板咪有一嚿嘢嘅。
Interesting to see them doing that again. I think we're going to see a lot of guys start to come down pit road here and
咦，佢嗰個標位冇嗰嚿嘢嘅。
咩嘢啊？
啊，個 mon 左下邊咪有個場面有個 mon 仔寫住 ready 嘅，你哋有冇留意啊？個儀器，
我個計時同埋顯示咩黃旗嗰啲啊嘛。
係啊係啊，顯示旗號嗰個，佢仲要係最左邊係 set one， 中間係 set two， 最右邊係 set three 咁樣嘅。
係咩？
我咁樣睇啊！
係啊，如果成個黃咗咧，即係代表你前面有意外咯，即係你前面啊，
前方
係啊係啊，
冇能保，
佢係咁計嘅原來。
學到嘢真係唔知啊！長期以為佢戇鳩喎，本身
都冇人理鳩佢，自己都俾人揸住仲理鳩佢係咪？
係啊，嗰啲資訊你睇到你咪知道邊。
係啊係啊，而家知道又唔同，佢變得有意義啊！
變得有
入，啱
因為 Kilo 而家佢個畫面太大啊，睇唔到嘅嗰個係。
佢拱到好前啊嘛，相對地。
係啊。
In that class, we see a pit stop from Leon Burn. This is going to be the story of the next 10 minutes or so as the third round of pit stops are made.
太入油。
Yeah, you know, I was just talking about a lot of guys I expect for them to come
兩
down
個
pit
星喎，
road.
第
You're
二
starting
波
to see that as well. You see Seville down pit
而家
road
第
right
幾
now
位
as
啊？
well.
22。
Expect our leaders to come back down pit road in another minute or two. I'm really interested, kind of shocked, I guess, to see that 996 car still out there because he's been driving on pins and needles, it looked like, for the last, I'm going to say, 5 or 6 laps or so. So I'm really surprised they're still out there, kind of lengthening this stint more than I think they necessarily need to. But again, that car might have been just as out of control through every single stint, and sometimes that's what you got to do. And
呢一刻喺阿 Kyo 隔離坐喺度睇，幫佢掹掹個波，
leader
仲夠
overall.
佢
That's
啊！
the 66 car, the Williams Esports body.
即刻彈翻入
28
邊。
car, Philip Menard, the Sean Alesi Esports team, one lap down. Excuse me, these guys have just put down absolutely a phenomenal pace here. Really, just stomping the field.
有個黃旗長期平穩都喺度嘅，有
place now, or at least a lap on everybody inside the top or outside.
佢入撚咗3次
So
喎，應該
really remarkable pace. This is a little bit further down with the likes of the 114 again. There's Mikkel down the inside of
直路嚟嘅喎。
the 426 team.
係拍緊喎。
Turcotte will, excuse me, Schubert, Lucas Schubert, you can see on the left.
冇理由停喺度睇咗車㗎，你要北撚咗啫嘛。
Just to trail the Audi towards
你要你街
turn
場
13.
咁
This
撚
is
樣。
way further down in the order.
要翻啦，
Give you an update on what's
又
going
停
on
翻啦。
inside the top 5. Well, it's not a whole lot, I can tell you.
佢咪出彎掉撚咗頭啊！
Leads by nearly 4
出奇
seconds
啊！
ahead of
跟住又
Dominic
有車
Bryant.
嚟撚緊，佢喐唔
in
撚
third.
到啊！
出奇出奇。
係咯，有呢個問題啊。
for that position. He's fourth at the moment with Kamil Pavlovsky inside the 5th place. But other than that, there's not a whole lot going on here. There will be now, though, because pit stops will be underway for the 3rd time.
Yeah, look at that, almost 5
因為有
seconds
時
between
如果
the
你
first two cars, both are
黃
Williams
旗，你都要
Esports,
望
both
下
going to be
個
coming
地
into
圖
the pits this time by
睇下喺
down
邊度
further
㗎
in
嘛，
the field.
嗰
That's
個嗰個黃旗
998
車。
car, 6th position, the first car in the
佢要
lead
睇嗰
car
嚿嘢
in the
咧，咁
silver
你就大概
category.
估到咯。
哦，佢入 pit 會黃旗咁黃鳩嗰啲嘢。
喂，係咯，屌喺個 pit 入面㗎啦。
北鳩咗。
I'm not sure if that was picked up quite on
喂，
the
而家得廿幾架車賽啫喎。
We're being told to split the wall.
唔係嘛？
Second incident he's out
應
of
該
the
顯
way.
示出嚟得廿幾架車嘅。
If you remember earlier
但係
on,
佢 show 翻喺前面啫，霍金咪罰咗10秒咯，而家睇到。
is now not been replicated.
霍金再10秒。
咦啱喎，10秒啱喎，即係頭先嗰嘢撞緊咗條
哦，又嚟。
又嚟喺邊度？
邊度？
咪上路啊
6、7、8哦，啊撞撚咗個澳門中國人喎，118喎。
哇！佢揸波子上到第10都算係咁。
叻仔。
你冇事喎，救翻我。
佢俾翻佢行啊！
不過好後㗎啦，咁即係。
佢俾翻佢
快啊！佢第10啊，而家。
佢俾翻佢行，跟住再斬走佢真嘅。118嗰個唔慢嘅喎，佢係快喎，真係佢第10喎。
最偏啦，
最偏啦，一期入邊。You know, this pit road is kind of tricky to get onto, especially when you have to make that right, the left hand.
你睇佢必係咪真係慢啲啊？你頭先話佢邊？
佢唔係喎，佢甩撚咗一下，佢不如直接入邊啊！屌你話撚嘢，真係嘥撚咗時間。
You're trying to get as much time as possible, so you crank the wheel and you try to apply the throttle just enough. And you saw the first time he did it, looped the car around. The second time,
有中國隊㗎呢度。
Super easy to do here.
係咪啊？中國人名嚟㗎嘛？
It doesn't happen often.
係頭先有 show 過中國國旗出嚟。
It didn't necessarily hurt the race car, but it really can affect the driver's sort of.
咁佢都快喎喺頭10。
Pride in that sense.
快啊！
Not ideal at all. He's out of the car again now though for Rotas, who's back in. Louis Rotas.
仲要揸保時捷添。
算係咁啦，呢個賽事係中國隊。
唔係啦，仲要揸保時捷，點解高手唔撚咁揸啦？屌你何撚幫佢，屌你嗰隻大膽！
嗱，一齊出邊啦，喂！
啊，佢 P 真係慢啲喎，佢又係喺 P 俾人爬頭。
頭先嗰架912係咁樣過兜咗㗎啦，個 P。
係咯，又係喺 P 俾人爬頭。
唔係佢入 P 都窒咗啦，頭先窒撚咗，佢自己慢咗應該係。嗱，而家咪影住嗰個嘢鬼佬嚟㗎，又唔喎。
妖佢鏡頭調轉咗啫。
係喎，屎鬼佬又唔
似。先我叫 show 咗個中國個 full pace 嘛 ，full pace 咪中國隊個戲嘅。
老母我打側個頭嚟望得喎。
唔係啊，full pace racing 係中國車隊嚟啊。
但係頭先嗰隻把咧，咪係鬼嚟嘅喎，
成個土生咁㗎嘛？
可能呢個係個人啩，但 pace 就肯定係中國車隊嚟嘅。
請外援啊！
係啊，啲足球隊咁樣啲幾時請外援？
佢揾咗課金㗎嘛？
係啊。
pace 咪又話 LGP 咯，之前都有見過佢哋㗎。
Osterman has been doing a lot of this closing, but now it's down to Louis Rotas to make the final move. And might well be able to over the course of the next hour or so, the next stint of his, because
頭先嗰個大隻仲撚肥過佢啊！
四眼肥仔嚟㗎，頭先嗰個係咯，大耳朵嚟㗎先得。
個撚樣開撚個風扇冷氣都冇個撚樣咁撚焗，
佢秒撚曬嘴啦！個隊友咁撚樣掉撚咗頭。
Very strong
team. To show off.
Well, yeah, I mean that just kind of you can point that back to the fact. I mean they worked hard for this race, so obviously they have a lot of speed in this car. Just basically how they want to drive it. So by just
89嗰個咪嗰個 YouTuber 咪成係 Andy 嗰個 friend 咯，我成日睇佢。
係啊，有胡鬚仔啊嘛，而家
kind of turned too tight there. That didn't necessarily hurt them speed-wise going to the pits. It's just one of those things. It's a very odd thing to see.
佢好似係寶馬廠隊嚟。
佢頭先一直都係頭10㗎，
唔係佢第5起步㗎，一直都係第5㗎。
係咯，咪頭10名入邊咯。
係啊，佢排位都係第5㗎，
冇甩過㗎佢。
係啊，冇甩過。佢同呢個鬥咗好柒多個圈㗎咯喎，佢都係
See race control incident between car 44 and the 889.
呢個嘢自從掉撚咗頭，佢都已經係跟撚住架寶馬一直都係追鬥住。
But it's a good heads-up warning as well. You talked about that to you and to all the other cars that might be being lapped.
喂，而家咪講緊話889嗰度咩啊？藍
旗藍旗。
藍旗唔撚用咧，佢會罰佢嘅喎，會加鳩佢。
佢3個係咪3個？
要換咗人咯喎！哇冇啊，
係啊，換咗人啊！我見嗰個影得好悠閒啊，889嗰個嘢。
睇開都唔撚係佢。
呢個左支係差唔多。
M 添啊！
呢個坐姿係標配嚟㗎啦，咁撚嘢我覺得呢個位。
Be a little bit more aware, and for now, it's only a warning. Blue flags, but race control will be watching them now as more people come up behind them. Make sure that they do indeed get out of the way sufficiently
過唔到就過唔到，後邊嗰個係2圈嚟㗎嘛，直係。
係啊，佢過唔撚到，佢同時間都好撚嘢啊嘛，呢兩隻細狗。
係喎，貼實咁樣嘢黐線。
佢係咁佢啲自己先過。
佢哋冇計太溫嗰啲啊，天黑路嗰啲。
有嘅，
4點幾啫喎，邊咁快天黑啊？太陽都未落山。
咁天喎
4點2、4點半啫喎，而家。
你望下 Kio 嘅直播，
暗咗真係。
佢頭先都教咗閪氣啦。
Kio 而家右邊27個0，
路林股唔樣。
27個0咪靚。
好靚啊，本來。
我中意26個半，至26個8。
27個1就最頂咯。
一個撚咗唔得。
係啊，佢 set 嗰啲我見佢哋好，我見佢好撚多都係去到27個1，跟住一出直路就落翻嚟。
佢要好長直路嗰啲先落到嘅喎。好睇啊！呢場淨係睇頭1、2、3、4位鬥都好睇，
好貼啊！
嗱，而家 Kio 咪跟住第一位咯，阿羅明老師啊，
頭車嚟㗎，嗰架係
頭車嚟嘅，
係啊係啊係啊，
屌佢冇咗花唔得佢啊！
佢做乜啊？
咩嚟㗎？
點解咁嘅？
停撚咗喺度喎，同你車，佢哋喎。
屌，跟住戇鳩啊！嗰個66我一仰撚開，跟住即刻到啦。
咩嚟㗎？點解個拉你停喺度嘅？
屌戇鳩啊！
咩事啊？我啱翻嚟佢炒咗。
係啊，陰撚咗嘢，
陰好勁喎呢下。
係咯。
發生咩事啊？
前面嗰啲停撚咗喺度咁。
嗰個前面嗰個拉你一仰開就即刻到啦架車。
我試過俾人咁陰喎，好撚嬲嘅其實。
你唔關你事啊嘛！你屌你前面嗰個車一仰撚開就即刻到咯。
係啊，佢遮住你個死角，你睇唔到前面有架死車啊嘛。
部車行都行唔到啊！
戇鳩停喺度有戇鳩嗰個嘢真係。
嗰啲真係黐撚線。
邊個停喺 Racing Line 咁戇鳩啊？
係啊！
你而家睇下可能會有 replay 喎。
Kio 自己都會睇我覺得。
Kio 而家
睇緊啦。
戇鳩，真係戇鳩，你睇下。好撚快，都唔夠1秒啫。
佢而家係錄撚低嘅係咪啊？
要啦，要 report 啦，邊個黃鳩停 Racing Line 啊？
呢架
呢架啦，係啊，
做乜春啊？
係喎，停柒咗喺度喎。
戇鳩嘅停喺 Racing Line 喎，做乜柒啊佢？
跟住架頭車又唔早啲扭喎，好撚遲先扭喎。
臨尾扭咯，陰鳩你後邊。
唔係啊，架頭車其實佢睇唔到㗎，佢跟住架林寶㗎嘛。架林寶一抽開，其實佢先就啱啱望到㗎。
似日本 Super GT富士 Speedway 嗰次嘅。
而家官網咪睇緊一林。
Now you can see, oh no, still even longer. He was stationary for a long time.
我屌，點會停喺度㗎？
哇！呢架都爭啲食
啊！係啊，係嗰架林寶時扭開啊！睇下架林寶嗰個仆街。
個林寶佢做鳩漂啊佢試鳩佢啊！
林寶都唔算遲啊
，Audi 先係遲。
係 Audi 先遲。林寶扭開 ，Audi 未扭開，林寶先扭。
It was such a close call too. For that BMW, he had a car just directly ahead of him, and it's not like in a road car where you can see through the windshield of the back glass of the car ahead of me. That's the reaction time that the BMW had. Basically nothing. I think he did the right move there. You know, he was certainly a lot closer to go around him to the left. It's just that there wasn't a whole lot of track. That's really unfortunate for them.
而家入咗 pit 即刻36喎。
That is a real shame for the Waycross BMW.
嗰個幾多號車啊？嗰架拉里係冇咗添啊！
But that's exactly how he found himself turning into the wall on the straight as well and stopping himself on the road because he had absolutely no idea where he was there.
屌你直情戇鳩啊嗰嘢！
喂，有啲 YouTuber 個直播係44人，
is the result.
Kyo 嗰隻波係4啊，
我以為今場最高已經係 Kyo 身位嗰兩個隊友啦。
咁呢啲冇計，咁撚樣真係避唔到喎。
屌你而家頭嗰兩節都揸得幾撚好嘅，屌你咁撚樣濕乜嘢啫，戇鳩！
整撚咗幾分鐘喎。
冇啦，散晒頭先。
係啊，爆瞓咗你。
佢就係行撚到佢先要撳入嚟，如果唔係佢都行硬壓都要行入嚟。
The Audi holding the inside right the way to turn 5. If he can stay there, he'll be up on the curb. Down the inside he goes, decisively so as well. Louis Roters moves on.
有撚埋整啊，大佬！
Yeah, textbook pass by Louis. That was an amazing job there, and he's been on rails for right now. And we're talking about it getting a little bit darker here as well in Kyle.
根本呢下真係避都冇得避。
Just again,
冇叫佢啊，真係。
part of the broadcast.
一定係 pot 鳩佢呢單嘢。
The track's going to go through a lot of changes. The cars are going to handle a lot.
因為佢係可能係壞
咗
機咯，死機咯，好似
basically fast to one another, really come into their own. It's basically
係咯，屌你咁望鳩
死機嘅話，真係死機咁樣喺度嘅。係啊，你唔會睇到今日你死機，應該自己飛走咗啦嘛。我覺得。
係咯，好後先
死機又會飛走嘅喎，佢唔會停穩定喺度咁耐喎，佢停咗好耐喎。
係啊，好撚古怪成件事，我覺得。
咩
料啊？好唔撚大啊！
最驚有冇講話 slow car ahead 啊？
咪頭先有黃旗嘅，但你唔可能俾得到㗎啦，嗰下都。
官網啲人有冇人屌鳩佢？
係喎，黃旗佢有冇黃色啊？
有黃色嘅，頭先我見住有黃色，但你冇可能俾得到㗎。你到先睇到點避。
前面都咁樣快，前面正常
避唔到㗎呢一下。仲要前面一樣出嚟添，屌仲加唔撚知。
哇！好在如果係麥高文跟住咁撚接避唔到真係。
我覺得邊撚個高手避唔到頭先嗰下。
係啊，陰鳩嘅鑊啦！呢啲又冇人命傷亡嘅，屌話陰就陰啦。
你忽撚然間屌就做鳩你一嘢嗰啲，真係冇佢搏。邊個都避唔撚到。
係哇，吹得41位喎，謝鳩晒。但我見嗰個胡鬚仔佢直播緊，佢仲係44位，即係有44部車。Kyo 嗰度得41部車。
即係唔知喎
after repairs. We'll see if they get back going again. Good pass from Louis Roters as well to get inside the top 3, but I want to just circle back to penalties briefly here because Roters is only 12 seconds away from the overall race lead at the moment. Rodriguez, however, remember earlier, 10-second penalty for an incident only about an hour ago. So,
唔准打飛機啊！
有排講。
佢喺度嘅話，你會聽到佢呼吸聲。
It does make you wonder once again, without those penalties, where would the 110 be? Very likely close to the race lead.
Well, undoubtedly, I mean, you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, you can see all the differences in the timing from one car to the next. He's about 11 seconds behind is that 110 car, the 66 car. You have to remember, not only did they have that 10-second time penalty, they also did that little loop-de-loop going on the road. I think if you took both those things out of the race, they'd be in the lead, at least not, you know, if they weren't leading, they'd be neck and neck with that number 66 car. So, I think it's just going to show
四眼仔已經走撚咗第二個場度玩啦，嗰兩隻。
四眼仔去撚咗第二個 game 啊！
係啊，氣撚咗 game 啊，兩樣。
係啊，玩緊第二個 game 啦。
邊個四眼仔啊？我未 miss 咗開頭啊！
我大群 send 咗出嚟嗰個咧，打波子好撚快㗎嘛。
In the racing Aston Martin. It's been a fantastic race in silver, I've got to say so far.
我覺得佢快過
Ferrari still in the lead or back in the lead.
係啊，佢由舊款揸呢個佢長期都喺前面嘅，揸部前好撚勁嘅呢個嘢。
A little bit of time now, 10-20 minutes.
我就係成日睇佢揸，佢都冇乜點救車嘅，好撚。
係啊，好撚順佢嘅揸兩部車，好撚順，好少話反軚。
俾大群，邊個大群啊？
每個人加撚到打交喎。
佢俾人懟定咩啊？
俾人懟？ 咪就係頭嗰扎我已經避唔到啦，佢差唔多包尾喎，
佢嗰架車整好柒耐啊，應該我諗佢整成分鳩佢2分鐘，佢整唔撚順實玩。
唔係佢出咗嚟之後又係唔知咩入到啲嘅，
佢都谷撚氣。
This is another Williams Esports car. This car wasn't lead. They had the lead essentially from the first pit stop at the 8 hours to go mark and led just up until I want to say about 6.5 hours left. They were in the lead for about a good hour and a half and not dominating. They had the lead for 66 just
㗎啦，而家，唉，俾條友咁樣開。
屌你老味2分幾鐘，仆街開頭揸得幾撚好。
點知啊？佢飛入 pit 嗰度又要分嘅2分鐘咧，起碼慢咗5、6分鐘。
咪係咯。
我覺得唔會壞機喎，你壞機短線嗰啲會成架車消失㗎啦，冇理由
一定唔會壞機。頭先啊。
阿灣麻都係直接消失咗㗎嘛，你冇睇過個 track。
壞軚盤，個撚嘢可能壞軚盤。
冇撚咗跌到停鳩咗喺度。
有機會，呢個有機會。
但係你壞軚盤，你都可以用 keyboard 飛入去㗎。佢又唔飛喎，喺度整喎可能。
咁你都冇理由停喺 racing line 㗎。
你喐唔到嘛？扭唔到軚啊嘛，可能壞腳踏呢係就。
I think the common denominator as well is the fact that Darren McCormack has not been in the car since the end of the second stint, and ever since then it's been a little bit struggle down for the 555 AMG. We're looking at the mistake over the last couple of stints by the way.
3.5咪佢咯。
你好似轉咗人渣咯喎。
唔係揸緊啫嘛，轉咗隊友揸緊。
哇！呢個名唔錯。
fastest of everybody.
臨尾嗰一橛好危險啊！係咪咩 score nigger？ 我 Google Translate 試下先。
Score line 做嘅係嘛？
阿麥高文都好彩啦，佢早咗入機應該或者入咗啲避咗頭先嗰件。
係啊，
跟住6號
佢都肯定避唔到嘅，呢下冇得避。
6號肯定咁樣陰柒佢。
係啊。
How about this battle too? We're just looking at for 25th position.
諗到最尾先扭啊！等佢跟到咁
just about top 15 there.
係啊，死人梗一定
category between Durkheim, that's the number 52 Ferrari. That's the yellow, pink, and black car just up ahead of the purple and pink. That's the Bentley.
Google Translate 係代咩 score nigger 啊
Chris Hack just barely lost that position.
好正常啊。
Be careful as well. He's got that another Mercedes AMG there of Schubert just behind.
兩個 G 石嘅啫，應該 G 有人 nigger 嘅。睇法佢嘅唔係嘅。哇！有部賓利喎。
嗰架賓利個撚個都斬鳩佢燈㗎。
即係你而家係廢㗎。
個撚個都斬佢燈㗎。
咁應該係廢。
In the battles. Now Isaac Price is at the wheel of the G2 Esports Aston Martin, by the way. So a real opportunity here for Price to gain a couple of overall positions, but it's not going to be anything in terms of class position. That will have to wait quite some time because Tyskovitz is quite a long way in front.
碌翻個直播前啲先，我想睇部拉利嘅前先。
We have seen though, as we come back to this one, Victor Nicolai has been overtaken.
我淨係想碌翻去前邊睇咯。
But West Competition Racing are now off the podium.
40幾名嘅，我先見佢嗰陣時，我北京我41名嗰架車。
係。誒，走就咗啦係嘛？41咯。
Those cars are, relatively close to each other on the track.
我諗佢喺個直播入面，我諗佢喺個官網嗰度啲人都叫鳩佢㗎啲人。
Go between the Bentley, the Mercedes, and that Lamborghini just this is where these two battles are intersecting on track. So this is the top 10 all in this race have put on their stuff. The guys down there in the mid-20s, mid-20 positions rather. So these guys continue to put on a.
沙爆車啊！沙爆車喺邊啊？
It's all looking good for
冇咗啦，沙爆啊，冇咗添喎。
It's all still very close. It's quite congested.
冇撚咗咯喎，見唔到喎。
In the circuit. There we are. That's what happens when you've got more than 40 cars out there. I do believe we still have 43.
屌你而家仲 keep 撚住係4167啦，屌你！我諗一陣間嗰個都唔差啲
this stage in the race.
嗰個運唔差㗎啦而家。
Lose time here.
佢個隊友話瞓覺唔實揸嗰種。
係咯，唉，我瞓覺嘅。
It's worth noting as well as we talk about
阿卡應該唔會嘅。
我俾個 pass 俾我哋揸埋佢。
諗到佢勁壞啦已經。
Had the incident means that they're almost out of contention anyway. But anyway, we'll see what Isaac Price can do here. He's now at the wheel for G2 Esports, and once again, I'm looking at the top 5 or 6 or so, and I'm looking at their results from the race at Bathurst. Looking at the race leaders at the moment, thinking of Vigo Rodriguez in the 66. They will way down.
頭先嗰啲位置都好撚靚㗎啦，已經。
13起步，跟住又避晒大鑊嘢。
係啊，
啲高手喺晒後邊撞咗，有幾個高手都撞穩咗。
屌你就係避唔撚過呢一下，唔夠。
呢下擺明陰鳩嘅，
係啊，陰鳩嘅，擺明陰鳩。
係咯，睇佢直播真係好遲先。即係我而家碌翻個直播，佢真係好遲先好睇黐線。
橫掂都係咯，咪屌喺66號隔離，咪扭太撞實佢咯。
呢個通常都係嘅，橫撚點都係啊，衝埋佢嗰度攬鳩佢炒。
揾個第二個亞卡佢。再參加一組戴面具打咯，屌你！
戴翻個眼鏡佢哋咧，戴個胡鬚仔有眼鏡嗰啲。
係咯，屌！
僆仔玩嗰啲啊，笠緊住個鼻有胡鬚仔眼鏡，搞
好似開 story 嗰個番，
係啊，咪就係嗰隻咯，就係番薯嗰個，個鼻紅色嗰個啊，
係啊。
唉，屌你！邊個仲要揸？係咪再揸多呢個鐘？
仲有1個鐘啊！真係唔撚抵啊！屌！
made really good use actually of that traffic on that occasion to get ahead of Chris Hack and already put 2 cars between himself and his rival. See those 2 cars are Victor Nicolai
個大會直播就係 repeat 咗1次。
Overall, but there are 2 different categories, so won't be
正常都 repeat 一次嘅，除非係咩？佢呢啲其實佢都俾咗幾個鏡頭你睇嘅頭先都，即係唔係話得 Kyo 佢直頭認住個格拉里黃鳩鳩咁停緊咗喺度。 停咗好耐添啊，仲要。
Just let him have that one, swing wide, and now will Chris Hack be able to get any closer as a result? Well, he will, but nowhere near close enough for anything to happen. So that's all negotiated well, and Schubert is up to 26th position, where he'll try and now catch up to Mazur and Turkov, who are both battling.
但係 Kyo 跌到咁後，同前面都唔係話爭幾秒喎，爭好多。
He really had to want it more.
我哋一輸好多㗎啦，入貼
係咯，
你唔係揸入去，你咪打入去啊嘛。
喂，個揸地亞係125個圈 ，Kyo 123個圈，爭2個圈，揸地亞30幾位。
因為你撳入去嘛，你唔係揸入去嘛，其實你連個圈都冇埋。
即係冇咗嗰個圈。
setup just not quite built for these cooler temperatures this early on. Maybe they kind of just missed the mark there on that setup. This is a battle here though, 25th position. Looking at Durkop, these 2 cars. We're in that battle. You're going to see the other cars coming to shot here. There's the ones we're just looking at. BMW there, and then that darker colored Aston Martin. This is for 25th position. These guys have been going at it. Durkop here in 25th, trying to take away the 24th position here from Mazur.
哇喂，912嗰架麥記上緊到14位。
Coming back after
個輪咗真係好快
for a few moments, by the way.
係啊，仲係佢揸緊啊 VR 啊。
Then you're not hallucinating. It's
就話 TC 零嗰個。
係啊係啊係啊。佢有份搞睇冇 set up 過嘅咯，好似，淨唔知高 set up 喎。
Today as well, so that's something to watch out for over the course of the next 5 hours and more that we have. But for now, it's dry conditions out there, and we're getting towards the sort of late afternoon and evening stint of this one now, where we're not quite into the darkness, but the temperatures will begin to just fall a little bit. Whether that will be affecting some of these teams with the setup, some of these cars as well, with the characteristics that they have, because temperature is such a key thing on ACC, of course. The fact that they are dropping severely as they will be, that will certainly have a bearing on this race, but quite what changes those temperatures make to the race obviously remains to be seen.
Yeah, and for each car, it really just depends, and even not just one Ferrari to the other are all the same, or one Ferrari to the Audi, it'll handle differently depending on the temperature. It might be one Ferrari to another just based on their setup, because you really never know. I mean, sometimes it's a good rule of thumb to think that the car might get a little bit tighter as the night goes on. That means more understeer in the car, but it really just depends which axle of the car starts to grip up more so than the other. If the front axle of the car grips up, that's a loose condition. So we like to say in oval track racing, or oversteer on the roadside. But again, if the rear axle of the car starts to grip up, you might be more inclined to a tight or an understeer condition. There's a couple things you can do. It's not just like, whatever setup you came into the race with, you're kind of just screwed if anything changes, There's a very narrow band to what the tires like to be in temperature-wise, and as a driver or a crew chief on all these cars, you're going to see that coming and say, hey, the tires are only in this temperature band, and we really like to be, for them to be at least maybe 2 degrees centigrade warmer or so, something like that. So you basically can either increase or decrease the starting pressure in these tires. Because again, you heard about it in school, maybe physics or thermodynamics, but PV equals MRT, so the two increase linearly, pressure and temperature. So there are some things these guys can do, but only on the pit stops if you want to start to really change these tire temperatures. Otherwise, you can just maybe be a little bit more aggressive once the track cools down if you want to continue to keep those tires warmer. When I say that, I mean a little bit harder on the brakes into the corner, maybe turn the wheel a little bit more when you go in there. You just drive a little bit more aggressively.
I'm going to leave that physics talk entirely to you, because I have no idea what you just said, but it sounded like it made sense. So we'll go with it, but I've got no idea about physics at all. So there we are. I'll leave that firmly in your side of the commentary box, I think. Isaac Price has gotten through, by the way, on somebody here. He's up to 9th place, but he's still behind Victor Nicolai. So I don't know who's dropped down here on the left-hand side of your screen, but there may have been a pit stop at the start of the lap, or someone just having gone off. I can't quite work it out for the moment. But anyway, battle for the lead in the silver category. Ferrari very quickly indeed, and right round the outside he'll go, straight into the lead as well. That was somewhat unexpected. Romagnoli has been quite a few seconds behind for quite some time, but the first opportunity he's had, he's taken it into turn one, and he's taken the lead.
Yeah, that was an aggressive move too. You saw just how much there the 44 went all the way down the inside of the track. Looking here, Isaac Price has finally made his way around the number 1 car of Nicolai. And again, those two cars battling for a spot on the track, but not a position on the leaderboard. You can see left-hand side of the screen again, pro driver, white background, silver driver, silver background. So good to see Isaac finally get in that position. You'll remember as well, this 62 car was further up the track there. It was battling with the Audi. But again, the Audi got given a 10-second time penalty, but unfortunately, when that Aston Martin spun out, not only was he stationary, just trying to get that car ready for 10 seconds, but he lost a lot of time. And he didn't lose that many positions, only lost the 1 position, but he lost a lot of time. And not only does he have to gain that time back, he has to pass drivers too. And just because you're battling, in a silver car, low car, these silver guys are not going to go out of the way. It's only when they're being lapped that they are obliged to move out of the way and let the other driver by.
廠隊嚟㗎嘛，又話 Lamborghini
Esports
但係有一個咧，林寶叫做之前揸法拉利，而家嗰個咩 TORR 定 TONR 4A 啊，嗰條友冇揸呢一啲耐力賽喎，反而。
湊唔到人啩？
但佢係林寶嘅廠隊嚟喎。
佢冇出現咩喺度，
但係佢有打1個鐘，佢有打1個鐘嗰啲賽事咯。
唔係好顯眼咁開頭。
Strategy is going to force him into the pit lane pretty soon here. I mean, it's still the right call, in my opinion, for them to have come in earlier on when they did, when they were stuck in traffic. Let's get out of this, let's overtake some people in pit stop strategy, and that's exactly what they've done. And at the moment, they've got 8th place in the pro standings as a reward for it. I mean, I don't think there was any good way of doing this, because starting from so low, but they've done about as good as they could have done.
你問翻林寶啲人點解要咁嘅設計？
係嘛？屌唔撚顯眼嘅呢個花。
請晒啲車手冇錢訂設計師。
唔係，我想問下，點解去咗41嘅？
唉，頭先慘啦！
一個智障喺 racing 啦，跟住前面兩架車擋住啦，去到最尾嗰刻先避開，
先抽出嚟，
跟住肌肉完全避唔切。
哦，又俾人
級喎，俾人動咗。
係啊，最戇鳩係有個唔知點解要停喺 racing line 嗰度先死啊！
係啊，講到尾都係停喺度有。
Oh no！不過贏緊人一個 P 嘅。
係啊，揸都揸唔到啊！頭先彈翻去。
哦，我見而家慢過32嗰個兩個 level。
哦，即係整車。
整係啊，一嚟
揸唔到啊！
起碼6分，就嗰度都輸分半鐘咯喎，整車。
點止啊？我覺得2分鐘都有。
但係整車整2分鐘，但你咁樣彈入 pit 就真係蝕好多啦。又冇辦法啦。
開個直播睇下你哋睇唔睇到？
好啊，我哋頭先人望住嗌到啊。
而家睇下直播。
佢點解嗰個拉你咁戇鳩停尾聲拉嘅？佢停咗幾耐㗎？
你要個軚啊，嗰個軚
係嘛？死撚咗個軚啊！即係個 brake
但係都冇咁多心啦，佢都唔用鍵盤彈開先。
係喎，如果你咁樣停喺尾聲拉嘅，
喂，諗住整翻就即刻行啊嘛，費事飛入邊啊嘛，
都可以用鍵盤揸埋一邊㗎嘛。
你係你。
所以我 DQ 佢啊。
冇咗添啦，而家好似唔見佢添啦，38。
真係抵佢俾人 DQ，唔得呢個真係。咩都咩理由啦？
自己走佬嘅話，咁要 ban 佢，今年唔可以再比賽。
先有福利啊嘛。
係啊。
佢哋直播冇喐喎，阿 Sky
先玩到 Q， 即得個公道。
其實我問題啊，有翻啦，有翻啦，冇嘢啦，我問題。唔知
佢好啊，38號啊。
Maybe that won't be coming after all because it's not quite looking as gloomy as it did about half an hour ago.
Yeah, it was a pretty low chance. I mean, to be fair, 35% isn't like
你哋覺唔覺得部 Audi 遲扭開啊？頭先
90% chance of rain.
好遲啊！
我想問阿 Sky， 我想問阿 Sky。
佢湯個老師咁樣，最後黑先扭開喎。
嗰部 Audi 你覺得佢係咪好遲扭開啊？
佢唔係特登遲嘅，佢係比前邊嗰個都遮過㗎。
但係前面嗰個早咗扭㗎咯喎。
佢唔係有心，佢唔係陰我哋嘅。我真係唔係陰我哋嘅。
好難用呢啲突發事件嚟陰人㗎喎。
佢都冇必要陰你嘅，
冇必要陰嘅，
係啊，冇必要嘅，但係都遲咗一陣嘛嚟講，都遲咗。喂，你都我唔喐嘅喂，
我哋講，
即係正常每個人都明。
你係咪 hold 住咗喺拉你？啊，唔係而家有喐啊，有喐嘅。呢個係個 Audi 啊嘛。
conglomerate, a melting pot of cars, different laps, different classes, all that.
應該係冇心咯，係嘛
？It's somewhat rare to see.
唔係喎，佢睇到你避已經係啱啱好啫喎，其實。
所以我都覺得佢係啱啱好嘅。
哇！佢都係啱啱好嘅喎，喺佢嗰個速度嚟睇。
其實唔係喎，佢可以早啲漏喎，前面嗰個。
係咩？唔係佢應該係想左邊，跟住最後決定再改變咗右邊。佢係有少少。
唔係喎，我反而覺得可能佢都係睇唔到啫喎，去到臨尾先睇到，因為
臨尾放大先見到。
係啊，因為佢架車黑色啊，布拉里，變相其實嗰下唔明顯啊。
The teenager from Germany once again proving his talent, and will be looking for a move in towards turn 1. You'd imagine on the 60 Lamborghini closes in the slipstream. There'll be a bit of a defence, but
好似我嗰隻 SPA 咁苦碌咩？
開咗個靚頭。
譬如分數俾阿 Chris。
嗰個係咪俾人罰咗啦？定係點啊？你有冇咩消息啊？即係波卡拉尼。
冇啦，佢 game 都走埋。你都冇用。
有撚埋場啊！冇手波。
This is all very close, but somewhat unusual for this time in the race.
Yeah, and we say it is kind of unusual to see all three pro cars here that we see 28th, 29th, and 30th overall position-wise, but they're battling for 10th place. This is 10th, 11th, and 12th place in the pro category. Michael Hamlin just whispered to us in our ears here in the broadcast booth, though. They're still having to get after it, and I think this is just part of the fact that we had that big kerfluffle there.
Simon， 我揾到個你去日本必去嘅地方。
But I am kind of surprised.
咩啊？我 IG send 俾你。
category are so far down.
一定係鹹嘢嚟
嘅。點解啊？點解俾人標籤咗咁樣嘅？
You can see another thing that Mr. Hamlin just whispered into our ears about the 71 car with a drive
muscle bar
pitchman. So you see right here with Louis Rotors.
Yeah.
睇下先。
Louis Rotors has put in quite a stint here. It's not only about Jakob Osterman today. It's also about Rotors, who's right on the back of Dennis Schoninger now. Williams Esports has only been at that team since at the turn of the year. Is now in quite a high running position in a very high stakes championship. So let's see how he defends from this one. It is indeed the 71 into the pit lane for that drive through penalty, currently serving that, and they'll go a lap down as well by the looks of things to race leader Igor Rodriguez, who is about 10 seconds in front of this battle. Rhythm Racing have been fantastic so far today, taking the pole position, arguably being quickest at some points throughout the race today. And now they're looking for a move on the inside of Dennis Schoninger, inside for Louis Rotors towards turn 1. It's a bit of a slide, he had it done, but he's almost let it slip from his grasp. There's a slide from the Williams car as well now, but Louis Rotors is through.
Wow, to
second place.
That was an incredible pedal there. That was a lot of oversteer. He continued to be a little bit tail happy. Even there coming out of turn 5, he's going to have to be extremely careful here, not only just to hold on to this position, but to make sure his tires can cool back down, because they were very much way too hot there. And you can see that just by the fact.
好少見啲跑呢啲賽事都冇拉花喎，冇拉你完全冇。
just come across the nose there in that 555 car to take that
position.
That was forcibly. He took the racing line there.
嗰班友冇攞油喎，搞唔掂。屌你俾個二頭肌我做乜嘢啊？而家你 flash 都唔係 flash 個有 bicep 啦，係咪啊，大佬？
去玩啫嘛。
OK。No。 開火咩而家啫？喂，嗰啲切後邊嗰部分咧 ，part 2嚟啊嘛，唔係咩？
And more passing for the other Lamborghini of Lossio. There's action going on everywhere. Pfeiffer tries to go down the inside of turn 5. That's can't happen quite on this occasion. And through the sweepers, he'll probably have to stay behind.
我要打氣啊嘛，做乜嘢啊？張哥。
我都留到機啊，收工我都先熄機啊，我都睇埋先啦。
要打槍，手槍定係機槍？
要去射鳩人嘅。
and go chase him down because from the looks of it, I think he's been fast. Then our leader in the 66, so you can see both the battles going on your screen now.
Fantastic side-by-side of two fantastic battles, 50% of which involving a Lamborghini. It's the number 60, you can see just up in front on the left-hand side of your screen. Racing by Palace. We've got the Lamborghini Esports team as well in the on the right-hand side of the screen. Two great battles, one of which with the Lamborghini in front, one of which with it behind.
未有得高聲啊嘛。
A lot quicker here, I think it's fair
不
to
過
say.
都可以試嘅。
On the left-hand side.
我最起高聲喎。
係，我都 down 翻個高聲入先。
我 down 咗咯。
到時一陣間又
in the braking zone.
啱唔到。
Be able to get this done, but I don't know if he's quite close enough to make a move on the Italian this time around. He's going to go for it though. A late dart out, late on the brakes as well, and through he goes towards 28th position overall. Luca Losio also gets through on the TX3 Aston Martin. It's a nice move from Pfeiffer though in towards turn 1.
Yeah, that was textbook there, and while that was going on, just a moment before we saw that pass on the left-hand side of the screen, on the right-hand side of the screen, Luca just barely made it by the 333 car of, I believe that's Bonjour there, in the 333 there for the 22nd position. So moved that Lamborghini past the Aston Martin on the right-hand side of the screen. So Lamborghini gains a spot on the right, loses a spot on the left, and talking about how there's 50% of the cars in battles where about 3/4 of them are green or maybe shade. Not sure about that. That Luca car.
紫色嗰個嘛。
係啊，唔好打嗰個，好睇嘅。得架車頭嗰度剔數你。
Up mainly because I just prefer the normal Lamborghini green, I think, but going for somebody a little bit different. Lamborghini esports team, and they're doing all right today as well, considering where they've come from in the order. Let's not forget about their alternate strategy in case you've not been with us for the first 4 hours. They pitted after about half an hour, which is a long time before Wade expects to see them in. And that has really set them on a different path over the course of the race today. Nearly 4 hours in then, 5 hours remaining in the 9 hours of Kyalami. Approaching the evening in sim at the moment. In silver, it's Mikel Romagnoli who leads the way. Ahead of the 44 Ferrari. What a drive this has been from the 938. They've been in the lead at points, they've been second at points, but now Romagnoli has taken.
如果自己整係咪好難整？
And be hoping to take this one to the end.
啲拉開花師兄真係好似好難整喎。
And talk about course straight. How about Mike Ragnoli? Better, I would much rather be on the floor driving up towards the ceiling than be on the ceiling driving down towards the floor. But again, you know, this position a lot easier on the core, the neck muscles especially. But I have to imagine he's putting a lot more force on his arms and wrists there, you know, kind of perpendicular to his body, pointing up towards the ceiling. I'm sure there's not a whole lot of blood flowing in those either. But hey, you know, if that's how you want to set up your rig, it's what it is.
咁樣去黐啊，真係要嗰啲屈落去嗰啲角位度。
Wheel far away from them and close to them. That's
下
taking
個
it to a new level, isn't it? Put your rig on the wall.
template 就幾好嘅，幾易拉嘅，幾易對位嘅。
Check it with
嗰
him a
啲
little
凹
bit
凸
later,
咧
I'm
都唔
sure.
會話真係要變得咁犀利嗰陣。
This is Maciej Tajskowicz for
我有我哋嗰啲文手都係我拉啫嘛。
still inside
我哋整嘅全部都係。
They're having a bit of a
哇，犀
quiet
利
second
喎！
half of this. Well, second half of the
得
race
迷
so
彩
far.
咪貼張相嘅就得㗎啦咩？
That's quite a last hour, I would
迷
say.
彩嘅話，我
迷彩貼張相吸過晒成架車咪得咯。
Now that they've dispatched them, albeit with a incident that got
係㗎，
but
唔係好使對花咯。
they've moved past that now. They're nearly half a minute behind the car in
哦，即係
front of them, and they're
可以
quite far
feel
ahead
唔
of
佢嘅。
Q2, so they're very much in their own world and running their own race at this stage.
They are. They've been having a lot of good pace too. I mean,
如果要整嗰啲動漫人物嘅話就難。
咁佢嗰啲 H cam hand tie 嗰啲拉花整。
141-172 though over since 2 and 3. So
可
they
以，但
have
係
been
唔知
pretty
會
fast there.
會俾個
Interesting to see
game
though as well.
ban。
That 62 car is pretty
一入
slow.
LFM
You know,
bang
all the data we have is because
會嘅，佢睇
that
唔到
62 car.
嘛，佢哋冇我哋個拉花
And
其實。
it's been in the middle of their stint, and the time penalty assessed to the 25 car was hits, so that doesn't really come into play.
係啦，咁啊掂啊！嗰啲
that 62 car
成
should be a
堆
lot
嗰啲
faster,
泳
but
裝
again,
嘅賽馬
I
娘
mean, they've been
我整
on
㗎
it,。just not the
我就
fastest
睇
car.
住你架
But
車
again,
就揸唔到
top 5 in
係
the
啊
pro category,
仲
top
要係
5
個籮柚對住你嗰只，嗰啲幾條女個籮柚對住你啊！
即係點啊？你想做戰馬？
唔敢，自己爽啫。喺現實世界做唔到，會俾車友拉喎，我覺得。 整嗰架車咁。
即係個個追住嚟撞你哋啊！
佢帶你上去寫政治啊！
哇！玩埋呢啲啊，屌真係方便叫俾人撞啊！嗰陣時玩 GT7咧，佢哋係好熱烈咁樣去拉花啊！見到啲玩家，跟住嗰陣時成單嗰啲千奇百怪，嗰陣時覺得喎就，但係而家得 Race Department 玩 ACC 就冇，但係啲拉花就正好多。佢 classic。
你呢個幾靚，雖然唔係動漫。
我而家29，我俾你睇我嗰個，我29嗰個拉花都幾靚，我覺得。
藍色嗰個嘛。
但係你冇我拉花，你其實你睇唔到我上面有啲咩 pattern 㗎嘛？
睇到啊！
睇到咩？
睇到深藍底嗰有啲淺藍邊。
佢上面仲好多啲嗰啲 tag 啊，嗰啲 labels 啊。
係咩？
你轉啊 Sky 咋？
你冇擺出嚟喎。
因為我冇掉俾你哋啊嘛。
Sky 係咪到你揸？
至於啊。
好似成佢得人同你講嘢。
嗰個 Race Department 都有幾靚，咩㗎？本身佢係紅色嗰個 film 嚟，我改咗藍色。
阿 Kyo 好似唞下話㗎，到翻阿 Sky 喎。
need to go pick up your daughter at such and such time, or you have some other sort of an obligation at 5 o'clock local time, so you need to be out of the car by then. And these drivers and teams are going to know, all right, we plan to pit. The first pit stop is going to come about an hour and 2 minutes into the race, and the next one is going to be 2 hours and 8 minutes in, and then so on and so forth throughout the entire race. And you're going to dictate which driver is in the car at what time, and this is the point of the race as well. You can say, all right, if we keep this up, we're still going to have to pit 4 times. So how do we want to split up those 4 pit stops? Do we want to, go long, short, or medium, or you could go short, long.
我聽講係兩個星喎，又係。
係啊 ，Sky 揸緊啊，係啊
，Drive it. Closer we get to the end of it, it's going to be way easier to plan as time goes on, and of course, you know just as well as I do. You can have a game plan for the race, but
佢哋原本個 sting 就係話 Kyo 揸晒，跟住就等阿Marco佢接手。咁我而家 strategy 做咗吧。
Alex send 咗 WhatsApp 度，你可以睇下。
啊，你唔擺 Discord？
冇，因為我係喺手機度啲相。
The start of the race really was remarkable.
喂，好慘喎嗰下。
冇咁慘啊！
歡喜我，俾我入要我。
SRO esports competition over the course of the last few years. I can't remember seeing a bigger pile-up than that.
邊個唱啊？諗下先。
杯
機係機個故仔。
weren't with us earlier, and it's still there on the stream. So
其實讀緊一個更開心。
But it was
呢兩句歌詞簡直型。
loads of cars
唔
involved.
係年代嘅問題，係我根本就唔聽廣東歌。
咪話咯，屌你老味！終於起到個好頭啊，跟住沒了。
哇！嗰個位真係。
最要慘在係乜嘢嘢咧？咁平時 in game 嗰啲佢會提你 car stop 啊 head 嘅，我嗰下我完全聽唔到佢有提過我。
冇你嗰下咁啱又讓緊頭車咧，點解讓完啊佢做咩啦
？Thankfully, many were able to continue even after the amount of damage that we saw after that incident, which surely. There were many cars. Weren't many that weren't incident. Weren't many.
係啊，即係若果佢有講 car stop 埋 hit 咧，我會睇一睇地圖，咁可能好少少嘅。
你會壓咗少少咯，再。
係啊，我就係聽唔到佢有講嘢，然之後就沒了。最慘我就啱啱讓完 leader。咁我同佢近得滯，佢一扭開嗰下，我已經反應。冇
啊，嗰下真係反應。佢 drive 咩？
唔係啊 ，Sky 啱啱攞咗個 off track drive 喎。是但啦，係唔係而家都包尾㗎啦？
For as many cars as were damaged, even one car, like you mentioned, flipped completely upside down. come back into the race and are doing such a great job.
即係真係
哇！嗰架死車真係咩來頭咧？究竟啊，真係唔明。真係定咗條 racing line 度，就因為太攰。
沙爆車啊！方便你揾，我記住嘅頭先。
認鳩嘅。
係㗎，因為佢同邊嗰架林寶都係爭1秒啫嘛。其實佢都係多我力咁樣。
格林堡都好錯嘅其實嗰刻。
反應咯叫做。
佢應該走咗場啦，呢個階段38係你撞完佢已經即刻走咗。
唔撚路。
我擺咗296。296 488同埋即係2架488嘅拉法。
Gaining on them, but of course these two haven't stopped yet in this
係
cycle. Whereas Lazio
車身拉翻嗰度。
he's exited the pit lane. Croupier was brought the car in.
頭車
added sprinkling into this battle, but for now it's Nicholas Anke versus Killian Brian Meenan. For 20th overall.
係啊，唔係其實頭車係中。
係啊，架林寶早咗扭開佢先有時間反應。
20th place is the second.
其實佢呢下都真係啱啱。
去到我嗰下已經係太近我越。
Leading the silver category. Ryan Meenan not close enough to make a move on this occasion, but would probably like to get it done before he gets it. 佢
就係好彩前邊嗰架林寶早咗扭開咯，佢咪有時間做法。
At this point, Ryan Meenan is faster. He's gained
真係冇錯啊！
And more often than not, when you see a guy
佢坐咗喺度好耐㗎。
They're faster. They're just
係啊！屌佢條撚樣就真係驚唔驚啊！冇理由屌你停緊咁耐喺度整個睇盤。
But it's really hard to. Not only make the pass, but you have to hold on to it as well.
但係睇盤唔會即刻停㗎。
我
屌咁樣。
喂，咁你仲踩到迫力，你係咪應該射到架車出嚟先停啊？
同埋你咁樣停，你應該你撳翻入 P 線啦，
一係就射出去，一係就唔好踩迫係嘛？
我唔知啊。
Let's see how long this is going to take Ryan Meenan. Is he going to get there before the stop phase as well, because that won't be too far away. Nicholas Hooman is in, but he often pits early. We're still expecting a good 10 minutes out of these drivers. Not worth getting too excited just yet. Ryan Meenan very nearly did go into turn 13. Just showed the nose a little bit. Tries to get into the head of Nicholas Anke. They'll move up the hill through turn 14.
你都唔喺條 racing line 度
stay out on the road, and Ryan Meenan will need a good exit here out of the final turn. The Porsche not so strong in the straight line, especially compared to the Aston Martin. Well, based on what I've seen so far, anyway. Anke though has got good traction. The rear biased Porsche has always plunged off corners well, and it has done on that occasion as well. He just about gave himself the legs to hang on there. Ryan Meenan was ever so slightly too far back.
而家 Sky 揸緊咯，
即係佢揸完全你停掉。
佢咪揸埋呢個鐘，跟住俾我揸多1個鐘，跟住咪剩翻3個鐘，佢哋自己諗。因為再揸埋，我同阿雞都冇先 time 㗎啦嘛。係啊，剩翻佢哋想跑就跑，唔跑就算。
He'd like it to do within reason. Obviously, he'd like it to go past that car and go win the race. But there's only so much you can do and ask out of these race cars, and he's doing a pretty good job of it. Though I will say, though, for him right now, he's going to have that 63 car, Lozio, just behind him. That's a pro-class driver chomping at the bit to get by. So he needs to play his cards right here to make sure that if he does get by that Porsche, he doesn't, let the Lamborghini by and then lose a position to the Porsche right after that. Looking here, this car has looked a handful to me all day. You can see still very much a handful. He's getting lapped right here, or no, passed, excuse me, by the 127 Team Jean Lacey Esports car.
Simon 有個分大嘅拉花，幾得意。
Yes, it is. Yep.
麻麻啫，我覺得個拉花，所以冇爭到。
Who's at the wheel now? Not seen him so far today. I don't know whether I've seen him.
原來你喺度嘅咩？我見你冇出聲完全。
我睇到嗰下之後
我真係反應。
嗰下係我一見到，跟住見到你要撳掣翻撇，跟住之後我就已經剝耳機閂咪攤咗上床。原係，屌，本身 top 20噶嘛，好撚灰喎，其實嗰下真係。
唔係 top 20喎，我哋 Pro 組 top 10啊。
係啊，係成個 grid top 20喎，佢 Pro 組係好似排緊第9定第10啊嗰陣，好似第6咯，係咯。
第9添咩
？96嗰個先係中國隊嚟喎。
唔係啊，你好似後尾你入完 pit 出翻嚟之後，多咗個圈，佢哋啲人入咗 pit 之後，好似你第9㗎。
是但啦，咩都冇咗啦。什麼都廢話，完。
嗰下真係好撚戇鳩。
冇辦法㗎喎，呢啲屌鬥車係咁㗎啦。
但係點解要咁撚易扭開咁撲街咧？
唔係啊，佢唔想嘅，佢都係啱啱冇避得開嘅，
緊避到咋。
Yeah, I would say we'll
我
have to
哋
see
頭先睇
everybody
佢
in
前
between.
面
Just
嗰個
about
鏡頭，
4 hours.
後嚟睇翻又真係好撚問佢咯。
So that's kind of just my
佢都係緊避到嘅啫，屌。
係正常會用特快司機嚟陰人。
唔係咪就係話咯，嗰個問題就係嗰一下隻 game 又北撚咗，冇個 spot 打冇講嘢。
就算係都唔會停嗰個位啦。
同你講話 cast off my head 咁樣噶嘛。
係啊。
佢就係冇個聲咯嗰一下，我完全冇印象佢有講過 cast off my head。
好撚戇鳩咯！
即係正路佢講 cast off my head， 咁我都會睄一睄個地圖，喂邊撚度有邊個位置啊？你明唔明啊？佢就係，我就嗰一下，我完全唔記得佢有講過嘢咯。跟住轉個頭，前邊架車一扭開，我已經唔夠時間做反應。
但係最撚戇鳩嘅就係點解佢要停喺嗰個位咧？呢啲禁賽都應該嘅喎，係過分喎。
咪就係話咯，我睇翻 replay 講緊嗰一下嘢係個問題係，喂，你嗰下斷牌，但係你仲踩到迫力，咁就算你要停，你都射到架車出草地先停啦。
草地啦，係嘛？
你點會喺個 racing line 嗰度停低咧？你而家唔係話迫力都踩唔到，你完全對架車失去控制啊嘛？你踩得到迫力嘅時候，咁你可以選擇遲啲先停車噶嘛。
嗰個本身係排第幾㗎？
我唔知啊，是撚扮啊，唉，乜撚嘢都完咗啦，而家。
真係好撚戇鳩。
係喎，你哋即係睇點樣鋪嘅，起碼真係要禁賽啦呢啲。
你可能 protest 完係冇咗一個咁嘅人喺度都好啲啊！
我哋忘記
冇嘢可以講啦，我已經。
No words。
真係冇，全冇。成個故事完咗。唉，等下場士巴。
士巴應該仲撚多 case。
知啊，唉，咩都好。咩都好啦，唉，死操爛操，屌你老母臭閪，終於開到個好頭都係咁。而家乜撚都佛話。
哇！差啲有嚟，
係冇諗過喺去到 SRO 呢個水平都會有啲咁嘅事發生咯。
嚇冇㗎，好似睇下頭先嗰架賓利。
唔係話咯，點會諗到你去到 SRO 都有呢啲咁嘅嘢啫？
喂 ，Sky， 你頭先個 spotter 有冇講嘢？
佢瞄咗。你可能要去翻嗰邊揾佢。
唔係，阿 Sky 喺另一個 group 佢聽到我。係啊，即係你頭先嗰下架賓利攤喺度，佢都冇同你講 cast off my head。啊，係啊，屌阿 Sky 都冇。 佢真係北撚到盡。
It's actually the West Coast BMW, I think, that's got involved there as well, and then gets blue flagged immediately. Starts defending from the Porsche, which is a slightly bizarre one, but it's helped Racing. It's helped Killian Ryan Meenan, who's also through as well. That was a nice move.
依家嘗試 unlap 緊你，
係特登 unlap 佢㗎，係佢真係太慢啫嘛。
to make one of his own.
Yeah, we're going to get a quick replay here. This is the 426, the Canadian in the Bentley. This is Mark.
心累。
Flash there. I don't know if something was wrong.
Oh dear.
Oh, yep. That'll do it.
本身都好似追到上10、
And then the Mercedes goes into him anyway. He drives backwards around the corner.
17、16㗎佢咧最高。
And then
16喎我見過。
onto the racing line again.
But a
Oh
half a
my
spin turn.
goodness me.
Oh man, that was close to the 996 car.
咁樣 rejoin。
Very close.
And then, as luck would have it, is it's happened about 10 times already today. That's the battle we were just looking at on track, going through right where kind of the most intense part of the track is.
Sky 個胎氣啱㗎嘛？
I think you called it right there, Ewan. I think that Mercedes just a little bit overzealous, trying to do more than he should have, getting into that corner.
咁你轉頭
going a little slow, and he just threw it in the corner.
而家個 pit strategy 全部加4下。
Obviously, that's for the race stewards.
跟住我再睇下個溫度，再變先再執。
I didn't particularly enjoy the rejoin, I've got to say, for the Bentley, but I don't think they were at fault for the initial incident that we saw there. And I don't actually think it was Lozio that provided the open door for Killian. I think it was that spin from the Bentley that may have just forced Onka wide. Ryan Meenan through on the inside and then was able to go through at 13 as a result. But
好似都幾得數。
FS Racing are now into 19th after starting this race by turning upside down on the exit of turn 5. This is the battle for 16th as well between two silver cars. The highest placed Porsche versus Ren Velton Esports Red. They're not very red, I've got to say, but they are in a Ferrari after all. And they're looking for the position that is currently held by Miles Hemming. Hemming's been at the wheel of this car for a couple of hours now, and you can be sure he's probably in the very latter laps of his stint now.
Yeah, I'd have to say so too. I mean, talk about this. It's crazy, you know, that 71 car, it looks nice that it's all matte black, but I just can't get over, you know, as soon as you said it earlier in our broadcast part of the race, that it kind of just hides the curves and the body accents of that new Ferrari. And just such a nice looking car. It's been really cool that just the speed with which it was out of the sim. I know I've already said it, but it blows my mind just the quick turnaround that ACC has with getting a new car in real life on the track and putting it here into ACC. It blows my mind how fast they do it. You can see Tim bringing that car down onto pit road. Look at that wide berth there into pit road too.
And, you would do, based on what we've seen from Jakob Osterman in particular so far today. Yeah, I've got to agree with you. This is one of the best looking Ferraris I've seen for a very long.
我唔打緊啦，嗰個後邊嗰個唔同組。
to be designed in terms of sound in real life and therefore in ACC as well, I suppose. But I don't particularly enjoy the sound as much. But the look of the Ferrari is absolutely wonderful. Yeah, so good to have it in ACC so quickly. Dennis Schoeniger is losing a bit of time, I think it's fair to say, in this stint. That gap towards the camera is now below 2 seconds. And that's a battle that I wasn't envisaging at the start of this stint. But after all, Schoeniger's lost more than 10 seconds to his teammate over the course of this stint.
Yeah, I'm quite surprised just how much time he's lost because those two cars, I mean, for the first 2 hours of the race, you got to remember this 555 car, he led the race for about an hour and a half from the 1 hour mark to about the 2.5 hour mark until his teammate in the 66 car passed him. And since then, he's been dropping like a rock, not necessarily through the field, but he's been losing a lot of time. I'd like to point out too, that 110 car, I had thought personally he was going to run down that 66, but he's been actually losing time ever since he got around that 555 car, so I'm really surprised by that too.
Yeah, I wasn't so sure actually that 110 was going to catch up, but there's still a chance. There's still a long way to go, but they have to avoid penalties from here on in. They're into the pit lane as well. Igor Rodriguez and Louis Rotas both in. Schoeniger and Camera follow as well. as Lucas Matejka closes into Jeffrey Ritchie. This is a battle for what should become second place after the pit stop of Michael Romagnoli, who's currently in 6th place overall. He's in the lead of the silver category. This is for second place, and the 85 Racing Point car has been on a roll for the last few moments.
Yeah, they've been absolutely flying these last couple laps, putting in some really good lap times as well. There you can see the 85 Sin needs on the side, the Aston Martin just knocking on the door. This 44 car of Ritchie, the Ferrari, was leading in the silver category for, I'm going to say, about 2 hours of this race. He undercut the competition. I think that 938 car just undercut. You can see they're on pit road right now, so the entire field kind of going into and out of the pits, and this is where everything is going to get jumbled up the most, sort of, just for right now. But yeah, putting in some strong laps.
Excuse me for the whoa there. I saw Fiala out there still. I thought he hadn't come in at all, but he has. He's just made his pit stop and he's back out again. So I apologise for that. Jakob Osterman has also changed in there for Rotors. Niels Niox is into 3rd as they jump Dominic Plyer, who's now in the Williams eSports car. Not seen Darren McCormack since the first couple of stints now, but Niels Niox is into 3rd place, so that's a jump in the pit stops from BS Competition, which is a bit of a surprise to see, it's fair to say. We've got a driver change for the 938 team as well, as William Pisano gets into that one for Michael Romagnoli. But this is now the battle for second place between Jeffrey Ritchie and Lucas Matejka, down towards the first braking zone of the lap. They'll remain single file, they'll remain 2nd and 3rd.
Yeah, through this turn 3, 4, 5 complex here before they go down this back straight. We'll see if Luca can pull any sort of tricks out of his hat, sort of up his sleeve if he has any. I think he's a little bit too far back. He remains faster. I think he's just faster at sort of the wrong parts of the lap to really do a good job and sort of complete this overtake. He continues to be close, so stalking his prey like a kind of like a lion in the weeds for right now. He's just not close enough and not fast enough relative to the car ahead of Ritchie to get this pass done. But it amazes me too, and you talk about us having not seen some of the drivers since the first stint, in particular in that 555 car. You know, these teams, it always blows my mind too that they'll have these things and know, like, all right, well, he's the fastest, so he'll start, get us a big lead, and then we'll have the slower guys in. I say slow, it's all relative, but you know, they might diminish the lead. Then you get that fast guy in for the final 2 stints of the race. It just, you know, they've got everything down to a science, it seems like.
It's all a big balancing act. Lucas Matejka now less than 2 seconds, by the way, away from the lead. Look at Pisano only just up in front of these guys in that Aston Martin. They're just stuck behind Mikhail Statsenko in the Santaloc Audi. And so we could have a 3-car battle for the lead in silver very, very soon. We're approaching half distance, and if we go through another half of this race and it's like this in silver, then we're in for an absolute treat. It's been so close over the course of this race so far. I've got to say it was good at Bathurst as well, although the pro race was fantastic as well at Bathurst. We do have more drama though in this silver category. Sebastian Apostel picks up a drive-through penalty. That's the first real big main contender, I would argue, to have a drive-through for track limits so far today, and it comes in the first half of this race.
Yeah, that's surprising. Usually these guys are a lot better at kind of minding their P's and Q's in terms of going up tracks and picking up those sort of the warnings. You know, you only get so many warnings until you get a drive-through. So I'm pretty darn shocked of just how many of those they've accumulated. I mean, we haven't even gotten past the halfway point in the race, and they have their first drive-through penalty. So we might see a lot of the guys there up in the top 10 get some drive-throughs later in the race. But boy, you've already gotten one. Not even halfway through the race, they might be on the fast track to maybe get 2 or something before the day is over. But yeah, I'm excited to see what's going to happen here with, you know, you've got Pisano in the 938 leading the silver category, Ritchie in the 44 in second. And how about Matejka there rounding out the podium for the silver class? I mean, this race is getting hot at just the right time halfway through, just before we have to hand it back over to Angus and Jesse Lee here in a couple minutes. So they are going to have an absolute treat to watch and commentate over, because this battle continues to get closer and closer there. You can see that Aston Martin a lot closer.
We've got big drama in news in, and it's not great news for us because we won't be here, but in 30 minutes time we are hearing there will be rain on the circuit. So A big change to proceedings, and all of a sudden, we were just commenting on how the clouds were clearing up a little bit. The sun was beginning to poke through. Indeed, we're experiencing quite a nice late afternoon bit of sunshine at the moment, but that's all going to go away very suddenly, and we're going to see rain in half an hour. We don't know for how long just yet, but even a sprinkling is going to change this race. And so all of the strategy, all of the games in terms of that has just gone completely up into the air, and now we're none the wiser as to who's going to be where. Well, we're hearing that it's gone from, just light rain to heavy rain. We'll see how that changes over the course, and we'll try and keep you updated as to what is going to happen. But rain is incoming in half an hour. That is going to really set the
It's crazy too, because just as I was talking about when they expect rain, and Daniel Costello, we have him in the broadcast kind of booth, in the production trailer, kind of behind the scenes, and he just mentioned too, usually they get a lot of rain in the summer, but most of the time it's in the afternoon around at 6 p.m. for about an hour or so. And guess what's coming up in a half hour? 6 o'clock on the dot, plus or minus 3 minutes or so. So Daniel calling it. He's got a crystal ball or something. Maybe I could borrow that to look at the lotto numbers. We'll have to see. But boy, it's crazy too. And I don't know if you touched on it too, Ewan, but Mr. Hamlet did. And it's going to be really nuts, because in a half hour we're going to be in the exact middle of where most of the people are pitting. So you know who this is going to really benefit? I forget what car number it is, but they've kind of taken that alternate strategy of having pitted about a half hour in the race, setting themselves off sequence. 63, thank you. Mr. Hamlet just confirmed it's a 63 car. That's that Lamborghini. I think it's in about 13th position. Overall on track, should be about the 7th or 8th car in the pro category. If the rain comes and they're just making a normal pit stop for them on time for when they should finish their stint, they could really win big if this rain comes when we expect it to. And if you're the leaders, that's an extra pit stop, so they could be a huge beneficiary of this.
It could, however, I've got fears that they will have to pit before the rain comes, actually. Or certainly before they'll need wet tyres, if we do need them. I don't know whether they will be able to go quite as long, because it has been quite a while since they come in. Let's not forget, they pitted half an hour in to the opening stint of the race. That means in the 4th hour, they should be fitting with about 4 hours and 10 minutes remaining. And that is only in 25 minutes time, not 30. So now they've got a big call. Do you pit and put wet tyres on when there's 5 minutes before rain? That seems illogical.
Oh my God.
But also, you don't want to be coming in about 5 or 10 minutes after your previous pit stop, do you? So I think they could be in a more awkward position than maybe more than it is a good position at this stage of the race, purely down to a little bit of bad luck, in all honesty, because they couldn't have predicted when the weather was going to come when they made that point 4 hours ago.
4個鐘，即係剩翻嘅時間全部晒。
Call.
咁有機會搭到啲喎，前面有咁多人都係玩緊。
Since they come in, let's not forget, they pitted half an hour in to the opening stint of the race. That means in the 4th hour, they should be fitting with about 4 hours and 10 minutes remaining. And that is only in 25 minutes time, not 30. So now they've got a big call. Do you pit and put wet tyres on when there's 5 minutes before rain? That seems illogical. But also, you don't want to be coming in about 5-10 minutes after your previous pit stop, do you? So I think they could be in a more awkward position than maybe more than it is a good position at this stage in the race, purely down to a little bit of bad luck, in all honesty, because they couldn't have predicted when
they're not as big as your road-going tires on your road or your street car, but obviously, of the palm of your hand, imagine how much of that surface area is now removed because you need to add those screws for water. So the car is going to feel like junk for the 5 minutes. So couldn't agree more. You're not going to put rain tires on, anticipating rain in 5 minutes from now. Maybe if it's sprinkling, they might be able to say, we'll just put the rain tires on. The car might feel bad for a while, but we will benefit from this overall by putting the wet tires on right now. But yeah, I couldn't agree more. So we'll see, though.
It's going to be really awkward, because I think Lazio will come in with 4 hours 10. And yeah, the rain is expected to come down with 4 hours 9 remaining. so it's really, really awkward. I mean, I don't know whether it's more awkward for them or for the leaders, because they'll be halfway through a stint at the front. They will be ideally pitting with, what, 3 hours and... Oh, this is hard to work out now. 3 hours and 35 remaining if things were to go as expected all the time. So they'll be even less than halfway through a stint at that point. So that's going to be really, really awkward for them. And not ideal, but then again, it's less awkward than having to make 2 pit stops and decide whether to go out on wets on a dry circuit. It's there's nobody in a good place right now, really.
I think it's all going to depend for right now when the rain starts to fall. If the 63 car lucks into it, rain starts to fall, it'll be an easy decision. It will not be awkward at all for them to come down pit road at dead time and put on wet weather tires, and it will be awkward for all the drivers who, like you said, halfway through their stint, now all of a sudden, it's going to jumble up almost everything, because now that game plan you had of I'll be in the car from, hour 5 to hour 6, now all of a sudden you'll be in the car from like hour 5.5 to 6.5, and it's just going to mess up everything else. And if somebody, like I said, has a real life obligation, then you have to go into, well, I can't be in the car past this time, so I got to take this slot and I got to get in the car earlier or later, and everything just gets jumbled up. It's a big old headache for these guys, but that's part of racing, and I think it's going to be a lot more I always like these races because I'm not in the car. If I were in the car, I'd have more fun, but I'm always happy to see it rain.
Yeah, it's fantastic for us anyway. We're about to hit the halfway mark of the 9 hours of Kyalami. It just ticks down towards it right now, and we're about to see quite some drama over the course of the next 20 minutes, half an hour or so. We're seeing quite a battle at the moment. It's the 72 holding back Luca Lozio and the young Grantis Caracas, who we're seeing for the first time in the 912 Veloce car here today. The race winners from Bathurst currently running down in 8th place in the standings, just behind the Lamborghini Esports team. Both of these teams actually were fighting over a Bathurst race win. That's no longer the case, of course. It's not a race win they're fighting for today, but scrapping for points, which of course you need to accumulate over the season that we've got here this summer. Out over the line again, as we're not too far away from 200, well, not too far over 150 laps, I should say. Lozio down towards turn 1, Caracas too far back. They'll remain in a train of 3, but Lozio needs to pass this Aston Martin before Caracas gets his chance, and he might have even had a half chance there.
Oh, he's looking at the inside here. Really close. That was extremely close between those two. He's going to force him wide there, just out of Sunset.
Yeah,
sorry, Barbecue.
Yeah, contact made, and now they're side by side. Lozio on the inside, Caracas right round the outside of Sunset. That will be spectacular, but it's not quite the chance that he was looking for. It's not quite executed anyway. Lozio stays in front for now, and wow, that was impressive. Caracas gave it a right good go. That was the kind of thing I was expecting from Pawlowski a little bit earlier on. If you remember that battle about 2 hours ago, Pawlowski had a chance to go round the outside in a similar way on Robbie Stapleford. He didn't go for it, and that's exactly the kind of thing I thought he would be able to manage. Caracas clearly did have the desire to do that, but it didn't quite work for him on that occasion. It was a good effort though.
Yeah, I figured he would have gone for that move around the outside as well. The outside versus inside in that corner, and it's super situational as well. And I mean, we're talking minute differences in the positions of the cars as they're heading down there to turn 6, because it's an extremely wide
Sky,
corner. It's about a little bit tighter than 90 degrees. So, at that point, you're getting down to the acute angle of it's a very long corner, and there's almost no banking. Okay. So it's one of those situations where you're darned if you do and you're darned if you don't, because if you can make it stick, you'll be making out like a bandit. But if you can't, you'll still be trailing that guy, and it's a really awkward position to be in, especially when you've been fighting so hard. I mean, these guys are out here having dog fights, even for 13th position overall. I mean, this is between 2 pro cars at least, instead of a silver car and a pro car. Look at this crossover.
It's a great battle. Fantastic. Grantis Caracas finds himself on the outside of Sunset again, and he's not quite as far alongside this time, so he'll just tuck in instead. Luca Lozio stays in front, but let's have a look at a quick little replay here of this is Niels Nijaks jumping Dominic Plyer. in the pit stop phase over the course of the last stint. That's how, the last pit stops I should say, that's how he's into third, although Blair not too far behind him at the moment. Speaking of which, Caracas is close to Lossio as well. This is about for 13th overall, but 7th in the pro class, and we've got to say it, two of the best teams in the order as well. We've got more than 40 of them on the grid here, but to see these two teams going at it more than halfway into this race, it's wonderful to see, and it's been a great battle so far.
Yeah, it's been phenomenal. Even you know, since the drop of the green flag, it's been great. Huge opportunity to come in here and call the race. We've had a lot of excitement. 9 times out of 10, we've been spoiled for choice in terms of which position, you know, battle for position we've wanted to watch. And how about Lazio? He continues to pull away here. He's done a great job. Watch us run down the front stretch, though.
Well, just over halfway through this race then. 9 hours of Kyalami with Luca Lossio and Grantas Caracas fighting again down towards the first braking zone of the lap. They will stay as they are. Well, we are just over the halfway point. Let's take a quick look at the replay of the race so far and how things have gone down in the opening half of this race. It all started under bright blue skies and nice sunshine as well here this afternoon, with the 110 of Jakob Osterman taking the lead in towards turn 1 after his pole position lap. It was the 2 Williams Esports cars, 2nd and 3rd, the Santalog Audi 4th, and BS Competition in 4th. In the danger zone was Jordan Sherritt. He would get tipped around by John Lacey Esports, and then the chaos would ensue. 15, 20 cars, take your pick. Everybody involved in this, including Unicorns of Love as well, and even FFS Racing, who are now inside the top 20, getting tipped onto their roof. After an hour, it was time for everybody to come in, and Jakob Osterman would give up the lead in one of the most bizarre ways I've ever seen. He'll go for a donut on the entry to the pit lane, eventually getting going in 5th position at the time. Into the second stint of the race, and it was Williams Esports who were exchanging positions. Darren McCormack was at the wheel at the time. He overtook his teammate Wojciech Viola for the lead there. This was a little bit further down. The 114 Audi receiving a penalty for tipping the visceral Porsche into the wall. A little bit further down, this is in the last hour, a bit of contact, or the last couple of hours, a little bit of contact between the Armentario Audi with Ferrari, with one of the Porsches. That position will be redressed eventually, and really put on a great battle in towards turn 13 as the Visceral Ferrari tried to take advantage. The Porsche would duck down the inside, the Visceral Ferrari would try to do the same, but in the end couldn't quite do it as a result of good driving in the end from the Armentario car. In towards the sweepers came the Wacos BMW, but unfortunately there was a Ferrari standing in their way. Both cars heavily damaged after the biggest piece of contact we've seen all day. The 52 Pulse car was also trying to make moves. This was down the inside of turn 13, and a nice battle through here as well. The 52 finding its way through on the 26 Bentley. A little bit further back, we had the Bentley getting in the way of a couple of cars. This was a battle inside the top 30, 20 kind of region. Just trying to let everybody through, really, rather than anything else. That was Leon Schubert in the Mercedes finding his way through, along with the number 1 West Competition Racing car in the BMW there as well. Messi. It's all very busy in the midfield. Battle for the silver lead was very much going on as well as they battled through all of this. That battle was a little bit further behind. Here it was. It was Romagnoli who caught the Ferrari very quickly indeed, and made his way round the outside as well. He almost only needed one opportunity. This was the chance he got. He executed with absolute 10 out of 10 marks as well. Over the start-finish line for the Williams Esports Mercedes and the 110 as well. It was Jakob Osterman now in the car, but Louis Rotas was on a charge in the previous stint when he was in it. Down the inside, he went in towards the first braking zone, made his way through as well. And eventually, a bit of a disappointing stint for Dennis Schoninger. That 555 Williams car now down in 4th position in the standings.
直播聽到瞓覺聲。
喂，而家個天氣預報一路都仲係繼續落雨，唔會停㗎嘛。
Thank you very much, Ewan and Austin. Well, just over halfway in the Mobileye Intercontinental GT Challenge esports race here at Kyalami. 9 hours, a long time, and a lot of racing still left to go today. The weather ever changing, the battles getting closer all the time. Staying close inside the top time. Welcome in, Angus. What do you make of all this close racing?
It's absolutely incredible. I don't really know where to look, if I'm being honest with you. Wherever you go, whichever camera you cut to, there's something to see. So it's always incredible to see the level of competition here in the IGTC.
Lucas Mattea here trying to take it to Richie in the 44, battle for P2. I felt like whenever I signed off earlier on in the day, there was a 3-car battle for these spots that changed places. The closer to the class has retaken the top spot in silver, but this fight for P2 going on very heavy indeed. Richie holding stirred. Mattea trying to find a way around, just unable to get that racing point car in sort of open space to make the pass.
Yeah, absolutely, and as I will be able to inform you, having driven earlier on in this race, the Ferrari absolutely flies through the second sector of this track. Incredibly high downforce, very, very competitive platform around the twisty bits. But the Aston Martin has that grunt, it has that big Mercedes power plant up front, just to haul it out of the corners and down the straights. So, very interesting dynamic battle between these two, and it is a lot of points up for grabs here with 4 hours 20 left on the clock.
I will say as much. This is a unique perspective for all of us here and for all of you at home as well. We don't normally get this sort of response, but we got Angus Fender with us here, of course. You were in this race here today.
Yeah, absolutely, and I was very much looking forward to a race like this. Kyalami is a track I absolutely love. Driven it loads and loads and loads of times. And it was all looking very good for around 3 corners, as the Rocket Sim Sport car unfortunately got caught up in that massive mess, let's say, up on the exit of Barbecue on lap 1. So we had to pit and repair the car and then try and fight our way back through. But yeah, it just wasn't really meant to be in the end, as we've seen a lot of cars caught up with damage and various penalties regarding throughout this race. So it's just one of those endurance things, and for sure I will be very much looking forward to going and setting the record straight as well.
Of course, Angus, of course, uniquely qualified. Commentator and driver can do both things. I'm not jealous at all, but we'll check back in with more tidbits about the race and your observations as well. And one of our big observations is our meteorologist that we have on staff has just told us rain in 10 minutes. We've known it's coming. We expected around 4 hours and 9 minutes left to go. It's not going to start out as hard rain, though, is it, though, Angus?
No, it isn't. Rain is rolling over the hills and is encroaching on the Kyalami circuit. So light rain due very, very soon, but it will get heavier, we have heard. So suddenly, as if this race wasn't complicated enough already, it's going to get even more difficult for these drivers. How much wet running have you done? How is the car set up to cope with these changeable conditions? Is there going to be a certain car that will rise to the top when the track gets slippy? We are going to find out the answers very soon, but I'll say this very, very, very comfortably, is that I would not want to be a driver on board one of these cars right now with so much at stake.
Flashback to the starting grid today. One of my opening questions about this race was, knowing that the weather report had the potential to have rain in it, what would you do with this setup? Did you have a hybrid setup that could run potentially in both, or did you sell out for a dry setup and just pray it was going to be dry? What did the teams decide to go with? What do you reckon most of the teams went with here today?
It's an interesting dynamic, because for those of you that have watched the Kyalami now and House in real life, there's always rain. There's always rain, and whenever it rains, it's usually very heavy. Just thinking back to, I think it was 2019 or 2020, where it absolutely lashed down in South Africa and brought out a red flag for a bit, actually. But most of these teams, I suspect, are on a nearly pure dry setup. There hasn't been a wet lap turn so far in the IGTC in 2023, so most of these drivers are going in pretty much unknown. Speaking from my own team's perspective, Rocket Sim Sport, I did A few laps in the rain, I got a balance for what the car would do. I got tyre pressures all set up for our strategy, and then we just prayed, hopes and prayed that it would come at a time that was convenient for us. But I strongly suspect that these mid-engine cars are suddenly going to find themselves struggling a little bit for tyre temps. It must be said, the track's cooling down. The front engine cars with the big engine over the front axle tends to work the tyres a little bit harder. So we are about to see, usually the Aston Martin goes incredibly well in the wet. Will that carry on?
Well, of course, you talk about the temps on the track. You are not kidding. Of course, we are almost 6 p.m. in sim time here in Kyalami. So it is doing nothing but falling. It's going to fall even more, obviously, with the weather coming in. I'm quite curious how many people went with an all-dry setup. But they uninitiated, this is kind of what you can expect. There's going to be a middle ground where the track isn't necessarily lost. There's still rubber on it. I think nearly every team, especially those competing for spots here, they're probably going to stay out there as long as there is at least a little bit of grip to get to that crossover point. ACC typically has a long crossover point. It takes a while to get there. It's not instantaneous at all. So again, every driver, every team's going to have a lot of communicating here to do to try and pinpoint the exact right time to come in and coordinate this stop.
Absolutely, it's one of the very many things that this platform does so insanely well. Speaking from a real-world experience in British GT, the track doesn't just go bam, wet. It's a progression. It's almost like it's on a slider. You lose a little bit of grip initially, and then corner after corner after corner, you continue to lose that over the next few laps. And as I've just seen, the 296 car, currently with Valentin Barrier at the wheel, has just made a stop. So they are going to be wrong-footed by this rain when it does arrive, because they've just taken on a full tank of fuel. So what do you do then? Do you try and brave it on the dry tyres, or are you going to have to make your way down pit lane as soon as the track goes wet?
Yeah, I'm sitting here shaking my head, and it's because that is not what you wanted. That's essentially taking an extra pit stop here when everyone else is trying to go as long as possible. Nobody else, really, I don't think, looking up and down the board, should be too set aback by this. It was surprised that the 296 came in to do that. Who knows, maybe they'll be able to incorporate the strategy. Of course, we don't know if and when it's going to stop raining. If it is just an afternoon shower and it pushes through, it could just as easily inconvenience everybody else whenever that comes up as well. But either way, right now, looking like an extra stop for Valentin Barrier in the 296. Not what they would have had in mind.
Absolutely, one way they could limit their losses was to actually not take on new cars at all. Obviously, you're going to be running the tyres down to the carcass, and that's never a nice feeling for a driver. But by short fueling the car, they can then run it up to that crossover point and serve as little time in pit lane as possible. Having heard from the team behind us, that is what the 296 actually did. So call me a prophet, because as it turns out, that is what the ACC cars are starting to do, and just trying to cut their losses whilst they can.
No, that's a smart decision by them, and I think well read by you as well to be able to pull that up. That's a smart decision. I think it's the only decision you can make. You're literally limiting your losses. Wide camera angle panning around the circuit, around the final corner, and a look back down the circuit. It tells you the story of the day. It is going to start raining imminently here, and it should be just a shower. So if it is going to be just a rain shower here, Angus, might you even chance it by not coming in if you don't have to?
If it's a brief shower and it's not going to stick around for very long, absolutely. It's better than losing up to maximum 1 minute in changing tyres twice, going from wets then back to dries, and maybe losing 30 seconds, 35 seconds by trundling around on the wrong tyre for a short period of time. This is where the engineers, the team engineers, their money. So we're hearing that the rain is expected for around half an hour. So if this does end up wrong-footing you on fuel, then you have a major headache going your way as to what to do with tyres. But this is where the engineers make their money. This is the full esports experience with these massive teams, all trying to flex their muscles and show who's the smartest, I suppose. And we shall get an answer to that very soon.
If it's light rain for 30 minutes time, that's going to be incredibly interesting to see who maybe chances it. You stand to gain. If you can somehow work that with your strategy, if you can work it with your car and not hemorrhage time, not fall off the racetrack, you could essentially eliminate a pit stop and you could gain a ton. And considering there are mere seconds in between a lot of these top competitors here today in both classes, that could be huge. But again, would you risk it for the biscuit? It is a scary proposition, surely, and it is one the teams are definitely mulling over. So what we're expecting here is light rain and to persist for just about 30 minutes at this stake. That is incredible and not what these teams wanted. They did not want to have to make a hard decision halfway into this race like this.
Absolutely not. Drivers are starting to feel the strain of these long endurance races. They are tiring mentally as well as physically. Knowing from having a very strong wheel myself, it does get to your shoulders a little bit, but the physical aspect doesn't even tell half the story, because the psychological stress, emotion, frustration, absolute delight when you pull off a fantastic overtake or nail a pit stop. It's all the ups and downs of world motorsport, as we see. This is the Veloce car behind the VSR car going out turn 1 up into barbecue. What's going to happen in it? Who's on board that Veloce car, I wonder? But either way, they're struggling to get through traffic, it looks like, and they have managed to open up the gap on Lozio behind. So those two were nailed together in the early stages, but looks like that's granted Caracas has managed to open up a small lead over their rival pro car that's currently 1.3 seconds behind.
And of course, Caracas passed the Ballas car there, able to slot back in place. You don't see too many moves on that side of the racetrack. Normally you dive down the inside. Not the case for Qantas Caracas for McLaren Veloce, able to get it done. Maybe a little bit of cooperation from Luca Lacio didn't help or didn't hurt in that case. Everybody now quite close. You've got the 72 just in front of the Renwell Aston Martin. Of course, this is for position overall, but doesn't gain you more points. But again, as I usually say on these things, a pass that eventually you would imagine Qantas Caracas has to make.
Absolutely, he's still got Luca Lozio very, very close behind, and as you can see on the camera, the rain has arrived here now. The wipers start flashing across the screens and clearing water. This is now the hot seat for all the drivers. They're already losing grip, as we see on entry to Crocodile. The braking performance is falling away. That front end's going to start feeling more numb and number as the laps go on. Who's going to roll the dice on strategy? And it looks like Lozio is diving immediately into the pit lane, so there is rolling the dice. The factory Lamborghini team, they clearly think they know something else, but probably actually the end of his stint. We're hearing it is the end of his stint, so could it coincide quite well with a tyre change? You can see the rain's coming down. What do you do in this instance?
Ooh, I would probably argue it's a little bit too early, but again, their forced Luca Lacio was at the end of their stint time for Lamborghini. They didn't have a choice. They had to come in. It is sort of beneficial that they didn't have to come in right before the rain started. Of course, this track will probably transition quite quickly from a faster and optimum racetrack back down to a greasy track at the very least. That it's not going to do you good on treaded Pirelli tires. By the way, for folks at home, you can tell the difference in these tires. Pirelli P0 tires have yellow sidewalls, as you would expect with Pirellis. The wet weather tires don't have any sidewall lettering, so they're black. And, well, you can see the difference on your television screen. It is wet tires. Danilo Santoro installed into the 63 out there on wet tires, Angus.
Absolutely, so they have decided to roll the dice. 30 minutes of rain coming up, and they are banking on being able to make that time back. And you know what? Looking at the intensity of the rain on screen, they're going to struggle for around a lap or two. But then I strongly suspect this Lamborghini will charge through the field on these treaded wet tyres if no one else decides to pit. One thing I do have to point out, having been a passenger on the rocket car and driving the rocket car during this race, some of these drivers right up the sharp end of the field, looking at Audi, looking at McLaren, are running no TC in the dry. As there we go, there's the Veloce car, and indeed that's the Aston Martin as well, the 72 down pit lane. So that is the Renwell Need Sports car down, and Wojtek Fiala as well, also in, and so is Jack Austin. So everyone's now diving for these wet tyres. Clearly, the track is getting wet enough that they can survive. They can survive no more on these dry weather tyres. Suddenly, it's all changed now and all action in pit road.
All the top 4 cars in the pit lane right now. I suspect whenever Statsenko gets back around, they were 35 seconds to the rears of the top 4. I suspect they'll come in as well as the group right behind our leaders. The 72, for instance, Caracas, Allen, Patat, they have all also come in. It is a mad dash for the pit lane here. Almost certainly everyone strapping on the wet weather Pirelli tires. They can feel it in the racetrack. They can feel it in the car. They know the grip's going down. Almost nobody willing to chance it here. Igor Rodriguez installed into the 66. And it's going to get worse. It is not going to be just a light shower for these 30 minutes. The intensity of the rain's going to pick up. The intensity in pit road is picking up now.
It absolutely is. It is rush hour in pit road. Everyone is diving in for a set of wet weather tyres. As we see Igor Rodriguez managing to hold on to his lead, but just look at all the action going on. Half the field's already left pit lane, but they're just going to keep on flooding in. That's the way the weather works now. So suddenly we're going to find out who has managed to incorporate a solid wet weather setup in with very fast, very pointy, very safe dry weather setup. Who's made the right call on setup?
I might have been wrong with the 63 Lamborghini. I know they were forced down pit road due to their stint timer, but that might have been a blessing in disguise. They might have been the first ones out there and maybe not struggling for grip. Here with the 996, you can definitely tell they were on slick tires coming through Crocodiles and Cheetah that time, almost sliding out just a little bit, but able to get it back under control and safely into the pit lane with the Just Boys car. And I hear there's a car out there that hasn't come in and put on the wet weather tires.
Yeah, absolutely, and it looks like it's actually Misha Statsenko, Mikhail Statsenko, still on dries, and the 938. That's now the leading silver car, still on dry weather tyres. And I touched on this point a few moments ago. The Audis in full dry conditions do not run traction control. They turn them off. It's quicker without. Now the track is greasy, as now Mikhail Statsenko drives the pit lane. So does the Team 1FF car behind them. The Porsche also dives in. So that staying out that lap extra is going to cost them a fair bit of time. But here is William Pisano. He's still going round. We believe this car is on dry tires.
I'm pretty sure I saw some yellow Pirelli lettering. You can't see because it's going fast. Right. But yes, indeed. That car is still out on slicks. Ladies and gentlemen, your leader in the silver class chancing it here, staying out on the slicks. We saw Statsenko come in. They have decided no further, too treacherous, but not the 938 of Absolute Revs Tech by Acelift. They are out there on slick tires.
Absolutely, and you know what? I think the 110 of Yuri Petrochenko also on dry weather tyres. They're both struggling as much as the other. Neither of them can get the car slowed down. Neither of them can navigate the corner safely. And look at how quickly Gregor Schill behind in the BS competition BMW is catching up.
Yeah, they're going to catch him up. I'm just curious what the strategy is. If they come in now, at this point, I think maybe they're running a little bit of an experiment here to see if this is possible. I don't know if this is going to go well. If they commit to this, it could possibly work out in their favor at some point down the line. But of course, compared to any car on treaded tires, they are going to be incredibly slow here.
Absolutely, you see the difference in drive and traction from the 89 BMW. Absolutely breezes past the 938 coming out of the S's, and now also picks off Yuri Petrochenko. Gregor Schill moving up the order now into third, very soon to be in second. Whatever the BMW boys have done with their strategy, they've absolutely nailed it to a T, because they're about to find themselves in free positions through the pit window. Petrochenko trying to scrabble around and hold on to any positions. William Pisano is now going backwards, finds himself passed by Dara McCormack in the Williams Esports Mercedes, and now Petrochenko dives the pit lane. Pisano still carries on. This is not the time to test your theories. With 5 hours into an endurance race, in the most high-profile endurance race in the Assetto Corsa Competizione, you have to be sure as to what you're doing. I strongly suspect that Pisano suspects he can weather out this storm, but the results are going to be seen very soon. This rain's not going anywhere.
No, it's absolutely not going anywhere. I was trying to do the math on how far in front they are for the better part of, I'll call it 45 seconds, actually probably a bit more than that, 50-some seconds in front of the next silver car. Keep in mind, they can get passed by all the pro cars. It does not matter. That doesn't bother them in the slightest, at least it shouldn't. They are worried about washing him in the 44 Ferrari, who is about 50-ish some seconds behind in this rain. Could they try to stay out, not try to flip their strategy, and hope that the rain sort of stops or eases off just in time, that they don't have to do an extra stop or cut a stint short? That might be what they're trying to do. They're one of the only cars trying to do that, but man, that's exciting. And that had to have been a hard call, already being the leader of the race.
Absolutely, couldn't agree with you more. Gregor Schill on screen, absolutely thrashing this BMW sideways whenever you see him. I must say, looking back at Aiden Walsingham, I was speaking to Pranav Kalevala last night, who is the manager of Visceral Esports, well, one of the managers of Visceral Esports, and he was a little bit hesitant regarding this race. He's thinking, I know our quali pace is good, I'm not so sure about our race pace. Well, if you're not so sure about your race pace and you're running second in silver, safe to say those worries have probably gone away by now. The Visceral Esports team doing an absolutely stellar job so far, being the only Ferrari really up there competing for class honours, with the next one being the 678 Ferrari in P11, and they are a long, long way behind the Visceral Esports car. So, Pranav, go and start touching some wooden tables or something, because this race is just going to get interesting, and I don't know if you plan for a wet setup. But the rain's arrived now, and I bet you're worrying just as much as you were last night.
All credit to the Visceral 44. They've been in the fight almost the entire day. They have been incredibly patient. They've been rewarded so far with a podium position, and they've also trying to do their absolute best. The Acertec Sim Sport car out there on the wet weather tires, as almost everybody is. You can definitely see they've got pretty significant grip in these tires. Nobody really skating around. The rain isn't torrential, but I'm going to borrow a British saying, it's properly wet now.
It is properly wet. I very much appreciate you dragging that reference in. I'll buy you a pint later as well. How about that? Here is a Walsingham. Looks like that car's absolutely nailed to the race. A superb front end grip from the 296. As we know, Walsingham, a very accomplished driver in his own right. The fastest Ferrari in qualifying, even faster than Jordan Sherratt. And is showing just what that car can do. We know it's down a little bit on top speed, but makes it up through the corners. This rain probably helps them a little bit if they're strong through the twisty stuff.
No, I couldn't agree more. I think that's exactly what's going on. I think maybe they're a little bit stronger in this section, absolutely throwing it into sunset, but it didn't look unsettled, looked completely stable. A lot of cars sort of searching around a little bit, skating just a tiny bit, a little bit sideways. You see none of those mannerisms from the 44 right now, and it's little wonder they are actually catching the pro car in front of them, which is bad news for our leaders in that class that did not come in.
Absolutely. I wonder what that 938's thinking now. Probably very worried, in fact. Here we see Jaroslav Honzik, very popular YouTube streamer, Jardier, navigating the Yassi SRO car around the circuit. They've been in the walls a little bit today, to say the least, caught up in that immense crash on lap 1, and then a few more gravel moments after that. I know a couple of penalties heading their way, but good to see them still circulating around the P29. They know this race is far from over. Now the rain has arrived with 4 hours left on the clock. Still plenty of points up for grabs, and they can see those points in the distance. They're going to go and chase them down.
Considering they were as low as, I believe, 42nd or 43rd place, being 29th right now, that's got to feel good. Battling back, getting some points, and also making sure that you do make something out of nothing, which is exactly what Yazid has done today.
Absolutely, and you get an immense sense of self-pride when you drag yourself from the jaws of defeat and manage to salvage something. I know that the worst feeling in motorsport is parking it before it's done. It's a horrible feeling because you can see your competitors going round, they're making progress, you're sitting in the pits, you can't go any further. So it's great to see that out of the 46 or 47 cars that started this race, we still have a lot of them still running, despite the damage in the early stages. And just looking at Honzik now, able to make up plenty of ground on the cars in front, and is actually chasing down, I believe that's one of the Ren Welton Pro cars.
certainly appears to be one of the Ridwelton cars. I always heard, and I definitely respect the old saying, the only thing worse than losing a race is watching somebody else win one, and especially when you are on the sidelines. I can guarantee you, every time I've ever seen one of these races, my first instinct is, man, I want to be out there.
點搞啊？呢壇嘢我嗰邊嘢
Angus to do that, but you're
我都唔會用唔着嘅，執一執啲字咯。即係你諗下，我當面屌佢一次，跟住都係要再 send 俾佢，再屌多次。
大冧咁樣喎，而家，我會做嘅呢啲係我嘅問題啊。
咁我咪就係話咯，其實你好真心，阿龍森個人係叻，龍森個人係，即係呢啲咁嘅情況，我咁大巴打落去佢塊面度，佢選擇實冧，係佢叻嘅呢一下嘢，你真係你冇乜好意思再屌落去，
係
避開咗，
係啊，俾佢避開咗啊！
佢啱啱直頭係避開晒，佢啱啱好搞笑。已經阿 Kyo 話：我覺得呢個位係尊重問題喎。咁你人而家先至講出嚟，又話冇溝通，跟住條矛頭仲要指向我哋咁樣，跟住然後阿龍森就話：
我都好直接去講，我話喂，你要我砌 set up 唔緊要啊，但係唔係咁樣老撚講啊，去撚到臨比賽嗰日就喂冇 set up 㗎咁撚樣。
Clearly not just a dry weather specialist as one of the
完咗，
唔係，所以呢啲位我都話，其實我欣賞龍森個，佢係叻㗎。佢好多時做埋啲嘢戇鳩啫嘛，佢個人係叻嘅咁係啊，咁所以咪就係話咯，呢一下咁我其實我兜口兜面大巴咪打咗佢一巴就嗰篇嘢，唔係話唔可以再屌多次嘅，執一執咯，語氣可以輕翻少少咯。屌完一次係可以屌第二次嘅，冇問題。
贏咗，贏完咁就要贏嘅贏咗。
屌喂！我覺得我呢壇嘢我值得稱讚下一下。屌你老味，我同港隊最快嗰架都係屌你老味爭0.1咋。
啊！仲要我哋曾經有力爭取世界頭20，
布卡頭10啊！
布卡頭10，世界頭20咯，咁樣計咯，咁樣講咯。
咪係咯，嚟咯，就係喂呢壇我可以讚下我哋自己啦，係嘛？
係啊，飄分部係咪？飄分部
唔撚關佢兩個事啊！搞翻先我先啊！
車都未上佢哋，
完全唔撚關佢兩個事。
跟住成個活動啊，個牌盤都未掂過。
喂，咁樣講啊，我嗰日特登走去偷睇佢 Wackos 開嗰個 server， 屌你老母臭閪，佢淨係開一個當年。咁咪你諗下咯，即係我會覺得你重視Prince 嗰邊冇問題，但係你唔係呢邊完都唔，咁你唔好嗌我嚟幫手啦。甚或乎你諗下嗰一樣嘢就係，你話阿卡要翻工 OT 未蒲到頭，我都喂咁屌你諗下嗰條肥閪咧。
我覺得嗰條肥魚根本就係
我哋咁樣 qualify 完揸撚咗足4個鐘，嗰條肥閪屌你老母臭閪，連頭都冇撚蒲過，淨係攤大手板嗌 set up。
嗰條肥魚，我覺得根本就係縮沙咯。
我唔好話冇講，屌你老味臭閪！
我話唔好聽，根本就縮沙。
好坦白講。真係，即係如果你話我 join 咗你條 team， 我病足咁多場添啊！我 pro 嚟噶嘛，屌一落嚟 off pace 喎，我唔病足咁多場啊，仲出嚟啊！
唔係咁唔同嘅，佢 pro 係 pro 在快啊嘛，佢 pro 係坦克嚟。
OK，
大家嘅工作唔撚同，有少少。
喂，各位，我收皮先。
好啦，
我收皮啦，我都。
好啦，拜拜。
阿 Mark
辛苦晒啦，辛苦晒大家。
阿 Marco 而家唔係跟你哋玩咩
？Marco 唔係啊 ，Marco 大陸嗰隊 full pick。
we'll see just how that works out for them. Well, wet weather scenes here at Kyalami during the 9 hour. We thank all of you for being with us today. And this is the drainage ditch. And you can see very much water in the drainage ditch flowing through